to switch over to part 3, which will be starting very soon, but this one should end naturally and it should kick you over to the next one, but in case it doesn't, just look out for it. Look out for part 3 and make sure you come join us for the next 6 hours of the race as we take you through to sunrise here in the next part of our broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. What do you make of this though, Joey? Williams Esports 1 and 2 at the moment, with VRS Coanda sort of bearing down on them, making an extra stop throughout today's race. It's an interesting situation where people are somewhat sure about their own strategies, a little bit less sure about other people's, and even less sure about what's going to happen to them in the next 12 hours that may well offset their strategies even further. It's a very difficult race to read.
Yeah, when you're operating at such a high level as teams like Williams Esports and Coanda are, they have a strategy planned out. I'm sure they have a sheet of some sort, whether it's on Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel or other spreadsheet softwares are available. They have the strategy planned at the end of the race, but do the drivers have that strategy in their mind, or are they just going out on track and driving every single lap? I have a feeling it's more of the latter, at least from Canapino and Munoz's perspectives, for example, here. They're just riding in line right now. They're working together. Second car in line, Munoz, maybe saving a little bit of fuel in straight line, and they're going to start thinking about, I think, fighting each other for the race win in a couple hours' time. For now, it's a little bit of a holding pattern for them and for the two Coanda entries in GTP as well.
I mean, in this situation, I don't know how long you've been watching for, but even if you've been watching for the last half an hour or so, you will have grasped why I asked this. Would you put, if you're on the Williams Esports, race control desk and you're spotter for one of these two, would you put Munoz ahead of Canapino here and let him see what he can do with pace? Because he has cruised up to the back of Canapino in the last 2 hours.
I honestly don't know when that conversation starts to happen in the team, because if Munoz is really that much faster and it becomes a disadvantage right now to just ride in line and save a little bit of fuel, somebody in the team does have to make that call and say, you know what, it's probably best that we switch places. It's probably, it would even work to give the second car, the number 6 car, a little bit of the draft as well. They can get towed forward and move forward. But I think it might be a little bit too early to make that call, because we don't really know at this point, will the Williams strategy work out or will the ultimate Coanda strategy work out? I think right now they're in a good position. They don't really need to change anything else up, but if Munoz does start to put even more pressure on and start to get a little bit frustrated that entry's faster, then they might have to make a change and adjust the final 12 hours of running.
Less than 12 hours to go at Daytona as the leaders complete another lap. You're live on RaceSpotTV, myself, Ewan O'Leary, Joey Tebben alongside me. It's the 10th running of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and there is still a lot going on out there on the circuit. Third place, Stormforce ART come into the pit lane with their teammates Apex Racing Team. These two have been together from the very start of this race, as I'm sure you've noticed here, Joey, and their strategy was working pretty well until both of them have suffered crashes where they've lost the front end of their cars, and in the case of the Apex Racing Team, they've lost more than the front end. That's left them with one bullet in the gun and a pretty uphill battle to try and catch Team Redline.
Well, the important thing is that the other bullet that was once in the gun got fired out. They lost it. It's now been re-entered in just a sort of a damaged way. That number 198 from the Apex Racing Team, that is still in the race. It's about 40 laps down from the rest of the GTD entrance, or about 11 laps down, rather, from the rest of the GTD entrance, but it's still there, it's still at speed, and it's still making good speed when in a little bit of a twosome with the number 199 that's still on the lead lap in GTD. If you compare that to Redline, who are currently 1 and 2 in GTD, they have two perfectly fresh Mercedes-AMG GT3s going full speed, working together as bump drafting partners. But these two Apex cars, they're working together too, and they're not actually losing a ton of time. So I don't know if that's just both Redline cars holding back just a little bit, or if it is the Apex Racing Team legitimately making good speed with two damaged cars working together as one.
They just get passed by their sister LMP2 as well, by the way, which is also not having a great day. 6th place, over a minute back in LMP2. It's not a disaster, but they have won this class in the last 2 years, and I'd very much like to win it again, but it's an uphill battle for them too from this position. But who knows in LMP2? It's unlike in the other categories, there's very little variation with just how much, just with the different strategies that are going on there. Furious Coanda have got back through on Sim RC here, so Xander Reed is now 4th ahead of Marvin Stroll in 5th. But those two are not that far off the lead. 40 seconds-ish separates the top 5, but all of them are on pretty much the same pit strategy, as you can see there. But almost nobody, only Mark Perez is really doing anything different, but he's over a lap down in the 33 car.
I should say, by the way, Ewan, it's always an uphill battle for Apex, because the Apex is the top part of the hill, so
right.
they're always going uphill. They're reaching the top of it. It's the Apex.
Well, that's that's true, I suppose. But you see what I mean? It's, oh dear, that was a strange line for somebody out of turn 1. Not sure who that was or why, but one of the GTPs, I think it was, having a slightly strange line through the first turn. Whatever reason, this is why. It's one of the Cadillacs, the ATRS car, that just brakes way too late and straightens the steering out to try and avoid hitting the wall, but gets back going again. That's the ATRS car currently running in 12th place. Filip Mitrevsky at the wheel of that one, 5 laps down for the only Cadillac still running.
It's a very easy mistake to make at this point in the night, just a little bit too deep on the brakes, and Philip realizes it at just the right moment, that he's a little bit too deep into the corner, has to bail to not get into the wall. It was great reaction from him, but yeah, just a little bit of a mistake, maybe a little bit of fatigue for Philip, who has now been in the car for not the longest bit. It's only been about 5 laps, but he's getting in the bearings of the car for the first time in a little while. He's getting his control back. That may have just been a little bit of a bobble, not being totally comfortable, not being totally back in the rhythm, but he did well to bail and not make that even worse.
It could have been a whole lot worse. Sound of the Cadillac reverberating around the Daytona International Speedway here tonight. That is the only Cadillac out in the field, unfortunately. It's been a difficult race for manufacturers other than Porsche and Acura, which are absolutely going for this race win. BMW are in 4th position, and it does hold the fastest lap of the race so far as well, in the form of the Autos Esports number 7. But it's been about Porsche and Acura so far, and how refreshing is this, Joey, to see that we've got so many different manufacturers in the running as Canapino comes in. It's so different to the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours of even 1 year ago, but any other year we've ever run this race. It's the first time in the top class that we've got different manufacturers going for the same class win.
This is very interesting, though, because the number 6 Williams Esports entry has come down before the number 5. Agustin Canapino, after his Titanic stint, yes, pun intended, has gotten out of the car. Moreno Sarica's back in the car. I'm sure the Twitch chat will be slightly unhappy, but now they've got a new friend in Moreno Sarica to root on. But yeah, that's interesting that they're separated by 1 lap. I imagine Munoz is going to bring the number 5 down the next time around. And is this overcut going to be the thing that puts that 5 car in the lead of the pack of the 2? Well, we're going to have to wait only about 90 seconds to figure that out.
Well, last time I saw this Moreno Sarica in the car, he was leading. As we look at the orange, if you'll agree there, Joey, of the front of this this accurate Williams Esports car. Would
somebody disagree that isn't orange?
Oh, yes.
How?
We'll send that to Lewis McGlade later on when he wakes up.
What did he say? Did he say it was yellow?
He says it's brown.
What is he talking about?
Well,
exactly. For once, I like that producer Arjuna has the telestrator, and I don't.
That was quite aggressive writing, but there we are once again.
Lewis
is wrong.
Wizong?
Wrong. That's an R.
Okay, that was a really bad R.
He has spent a while out of school, hasn't he?
That was a terrible R.
He finished school a while ago. That's when was the last time he wrote letters? He's doing it again.
Lewis is Wong now.
Yes. Here we go. Oh, that's perfect. A smiley face with a nose. Who writes smiley faces with the nose?
I think Apple might be calling for that. That looks pretty. That looks proprietary.
That was anyway. We do have fun. That is orange. I've got to say, in his defence, it looks way more orange under the lights than it did in the daylight earlier. But even so, it looked quite orange in the daylight too. So there we are. We'll have that debate in the morning. Lewis will be back in about 4 hours or so. Back with me again in the morning once he's been to sleep. I think he is asleep at the moment. He's meant to be. So we'll see about that. But anyway, I got entirely sidetracked there by talking about orange things. Moreno Sorica at the wheel then. What is the gap now to the rest of the field? 10 seconds to Rogers, 12 seconds to Mitchell de Jong. I think the thing that's changed most in the last hour, Joey, is the gap between de Jong and Rogers. That's now at 12 seconds as opposed to the 20 it was when Rogers got into second. Yeah,
that's not ideal for them. I feel like they want to have a little bit of help from their other teammate, but here comes Jaden Munoz. Here comes the second Williams Esports GTP Fanatec entry. Not sure if Jaden's going to get out of the car here. Not entirely sure the length of his stint because I'm just now refreshing myself into the world of this race, but I think he's going to go out again. He's only been in there for about 22 laps of his own. So he gets to sit for a little bit, take a little bit of break, stretch the knuckles and stretch the hands, and get ready to go back out because it's going to be interesting to see where he blends now with Moreno Sorica in that number 6 Williams Esports car. Will the number 5 take the lead back, or will it be still in its little second place spot, save a little bit of fuel?
Lemonek now at the wheel. Premislav Marek Lemonek at the wheel of the Drago Racing GTP as well. And here is Josh Rogers on board with the Australian in the VRS Coanda Porsche, making his way over the line, and this will be second place for him quite comfortably. He should be ahead of Williams Esports Fanatec. Will Munoz get out ahead of Sorica is the next question, I think. There is Munoz making his way out of the pit lane now. 49.4 seconds in the box, and this is going to be Munoz ahead, I would argue, ahead of Sorica, who's gotten in for Canapino, and yes, so there is a change between the Williams Esports cars.
Yeah, that is the flip, so no team orders required, which makes things a little bit easy. It happened naturally, and now they can start to work in this duet, in this order. Or, potentially, Munoz might be able to pull away. We'll see if he has the speed that he may have had and got stuck behind Canapino. If he can actually bring down that now 10-second gap to Coanda. I don't know why you're asking black question mark, because yes, of course. What other color could it be?
Could have that debate a lot. It looks very black from this side, doesn't it?
I'm sure if Lewis is awake right now, he's probably going, no, it's green.
A bit of blue there as well, but...
a bit of blue, bit of purple, but it's black.
It's a very nice livery, actually.
I wish we had Vanta black in the simulator. Imagine
I don't know what that is.
It's a black paint that's so dark that it basically just becomes like the absence of light, so you just can't see it in the dark.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, but maybe not useful for us. I'd rather see them.
Daytona's lit enough. We'll probably be able to see it.
Well, you say that.
Now, if it was at Spa, we're totally
finished.
out of luck. But if it's at Daytona, you can have an open wheel race at Daytona at night. That's how well lit it is.
Well, yeah, you would need to turn the lights up to their full capacity, I suppose. But you're right. They probably could, and they do road course racing in the night with the. So they had the NASCAR race in the road course for a couple of years, didn't they? Back a little while ago. And so turn the lights up for that. Now, I don't know, what percentage of the normal capacity did you hear the lights were, Joey? Because I've heard 3 different answers today about how much it is. Arjuna is adamant it's 20. I thought it was 10. Someone earlier told me it was 30. So what is it?
I have no idea. I wouldn't have even guessed that they weren't turned all the way up.
No, they're definitely turned down. Will's going for 20% as well. Get your votes in if you want.
Well, if the floodlights were turned up to 100%, this place would be like all white. It would be like that scene in Oppenheimer. We'd be blind.
I think it'd be so bright it'd actually be dangerous. I remember what Arjuna was saying earlier, that some of the individual ones are actually turned off entirely because otherwise they blind people.
Yeah, the International Space Station, the astronauts would be looking down at a spot that bright and they'd be worried because they would think there was a nuclear war going on.
Yeah, it's a safety hazard at some stage to have such. Arjuna's adamant. He's right. I think he is, but you never know. Yeah. I just get more doubtful now that I've heard 3 different answers in the space of 6 hours.
We get Joey Chitwood on the phone. He can probably answer it for us.
Yeah, we'll ask him. Anyway, it's. It is well lit. It is decently lit around here. You can tell somewhat that it's not It's a nice balance between keeping, as Arjuna was saying earlier, keeping the ambience of a night race, but also letting people see where they're going a little bit better than normal. And in some ways, I like that. But I think that's part of what makes Daytona unique. I certainly won't want to see floodlights introduced to other classic 24-hour venues. That would just feel entirely wrong.
Yeah, it's not so fun when you can just see the entire track for 24 hours. That's part of the enjoyment of the 24 hours of Spa. You tune in at right about this point, and there's just black, and there's a couple of flashes of light.
It would be strange, but anyway, we've got those to look forward to later on in the year. Nürburgring and Spa, of course, they'll be a lot darker in the night, I would imagine, and there'll be very different races to this one. I think it's worth mentioning, Joey, that these set of cars will be out again at the 12 hours of Sebring, at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, and the 6 hours of the Glen, if you like, if you want to be cool, and Petit Le Mans as well at the end of the year, which we're all looking forward to. And hopefully, how special would it be, by the way, and this is just me in dreamland a little bit, how special would it be to have each of the manufacturers getting a single victory out of it, with whatever respective team decides to use it on that day? That would be a great thing to see. I hope that we do get at least some variety in the winners and the contenders, and we already have here at Daytona.
It's very possible with how things change, with how those tracks are all very different. There's not much similarity between all four of those tracks, so it's possible. The Acura, very much the favorite at Daytona. It's very fast in a straight line, but that could change to a place like Sebring, where you're talking about respecting the bumps. There's still quite a few straight lines there, but there's a lot more corners than Daytona. Watkins Glen also gets tight and twisty, especially in the boot section. Anything can happen. I think maybe we should put some bets down. If we put down $5, whoever wins can get whatever the odds are.
Is that a good idea? Should we promote that?
It's always best to play with money. Nothing ever goes wrong.
Oh no.
Speaking of that, Ewan, don't ask me about Polish ping pong. It all went wrong on Polish ping pong.
Polish ping pong, interesting.
Yeah, they had Polish ping pong available on a certain betting app in the U.S., and I was like, you know what, this is kind of funny. I'll put 50 cents down, and I won. I won $1.50 on a 50-cent bet on Polish ping pong, and then I thought, hey, you know what, maybe I can make some real money. I could do a little bit better. So I put $5 down, lost the $5.
Of course you did.
I've since deleted that app because that's too scary. I'm not getting stuck into that.
Especially, that's remarkable. Also, I feel slightly scarred by this at the moment, because Ivan Toney just scored a free kick against my team about 6 hours ago. So anyway, that's I'd rather not. Florian Lebigra makes his way into the pit lane then for Team Redline in GTD. He'll be up on the jacks. He only just got into this car, and so he'll no doubt stay in here, and he'll join up with the number 4 car in GTD. Max Verstappen at the wheel of that one right now, and so we'll have the 3-time F1 world champ with Florian Lebigra once again, helping one another along. And as Paul said at the time, Max Verstappen certainly not rattled by his spin earlier on at turn 1, but it is something you don't see very often. A collector's item, a Max Verstappen spin.
Screenshot that, tape that out, and I'm sure we'll see that many more times. But he had his first lap alone in quite a few laps there, because his teammate Florian Lebigra wasn't directly in front of him. That's always an interesting thing to adapt to. When you are working with another car like that for an entire stint, it does kind of throw you off a little bit when you lose that car in front, or at least it would for most human drivers. I don't think Max was really worried about that. He got back in the rhythm. Didn't have any mistakes whatsoever. Didn't get lost in the target fixation. And the 2 Team Redline entries are both in lockstep with each other once again. They'll get a little bit closer, I think, over the course of the next few laps, and then we'll see the old bump draft brigade, the bump draft buddies again.
We will. This is a battle in 13th, a bit further down in GTP. Apex Racing Team and this certain edition of the VRS Coanda team have not had such a good race so far. Certainly not in the case of the Apex Racing Team in GTP. best placed car currently 6th with Peter Berryman, 3/4 of a minute off the race lead. The Spears Coanda car also 6 laps down with them, and so they're fighting with one another for what it's worth. On board right now with Dane Warren, down in towards turn number 1. They're actually slipstreaming off another one of the GTPs up in front, another one, the BMWs it looks like from here. Very wide line in from everybody, as they're using the absolute maximum and a little bit more of the track limits here at Daytona. It's the BS Plus competition BMW that is just up in front of the two, the Acura and the Porsche we're on board with right now. See how they deal with this traffic through the kink here. There's LMP2 in the way. Oh, switch to the inside, very smartly done from the driver of the number 97. That's Daniel Civisavo, who is in 13th at the moment and makes his way through, so he hangs on to 13th for now. But it feels like a real battle, doesn't it, really, because the other people who are close are generally teammates helping one another.
It does, and I'm very glad that there is the driver who's behind the wheel, the number 81 in the car right now, because it's a Dane train. We got a Dane train on track for real this time.
What does that even mean? I don't...
We've had the Dane train on production duty for the last couple of hours, but that's no fun. I want the Dane train on track.
Well, yeah, I think he's producing a little bit later, isn't he? He's not far away from getting in. It's Arjuna at the moment, but Dane's awake at this ungodly time in the morning.
He's doing something in the background.
He is. He's always doing something.
He's always around.
He is. Oh, this is getting awkward. The Coanda LMP2 knew it and ducked even below the line there briefly, but here we go into turn 1. Dane Warren looking for the outside, and it's down the inside there from Civisabo on the BS competition car. Now this is going to cause a bit of a ruckus now, because the BMW is 6 laps ahead of these two and won't really want to be slowed up by them, but is going to be overtaken by both cars.
Yeah, it's kind of a funky battle, because the BS competition BMW is on the lead lap, about 1:20 off the leaders, so getting very, very close to being 1 lap down. But still, if you're not quite as fast, there is a battle going on between the number 97 and the 81. And Daniel Civisabo said, you know what, I want to make the move. I want to get a buffer between me and Dane Warren. And he did that for about a moment. Dane has gotten by now 2 since the last moment. So same battle for 13th is continuing to go on, and I'm sure that Sebastian Job and Ryan Barneveld rather in the BS competition BMW, he might not be too worried to be 3rd in line right now, because they're going to be battling in front of him.
Into the bus stop chicane they go again in this battle for 13th, and it's a good run out the corner there from Dane Warren. I don't think he's close enough even from this distance with the slipstream of these GTPs to quite close in this time. He's 3/10 behind now, half of NASCAR 4. Oh, maybe there is enough straight here. Oh no, he's coming into the pit lane. So Dane Warren dives to the left and he'll come down pit lane, as will the LMP2 leader Lucas Prada. Another great stint for the WSR esports driver, and they are having a fantastic first iRacing Daytona 24 hours under this team branding. Not sure whether we can really call them debutantes, even if it is a new team. Most of these people have done the race before, but they're having a great race at the moment, and they've held the lead nicely throughout the last few hours.
They're doing a great job there. No pit stops for these two, because these are the two Williams Esports entries yet again. They found each other, and they're only a couple of laps since they've last pitted. Moreno Sirica 2nd in that orange place seat Williams Esports entry, and Jaden Munoz in the Williams Esports Fanatec car directly ahead. This is what we were talking about a little bit earlier, Ewan. With Jaden Munoz in the lead of the two cars, will he be able to pull away and maybe catch the Coanda pair on track? Or is it going to be the same thing we saw before, just with the two cars flipped around? Unfortunately for Williams, it seems to be the second of those two options. Munoz not able to pull away from Sirica. If anything, Sirica's actually been able to close this gap and bring the two cars together again. So whatever's going on right now, it's not making them up much time. It's still stagnating, about 10 seconds, and about 9 seconds now behind the Coanda pair.
Yeah, it's not as big of a gap, admittedly, as it was before, so maybe the fact that they've got together here has somewhat helped them. Michael Preston, by the way, is up at this time in the morning. I think he lives near me, actually, up here in the northwest, but anyway. he is obviously part of, and, well, has thrown his hat into the ring. It's orange. He says it's what did he say? He can confirm it's orange. Yeah, it is. So there we are. That's the discussion over. It's definitely an orange car. This is definitely an orange car as well. Max de Jong, VRS Coanda into the pit lane. He's been in there for a little while now, but he will go on for one more. And we're once again going to see this flip around to Josh Rogers leading for a couple of laps, and then we're going to see these two leading for a little while. But at what stage of the cycle will we be out in 11 and a half hours time?
Yeah, that's exactly the question. Right now, I think Coanda are confident that their strategy is the one that's gonna factor out to the end, but you never know what could happen. And the other thing that's interesting is both Coanda entries and both Williams entries, for that matter, not on the same pit cycle necessarily. They've been coming in on two separate laps, which I think is deliberate in a way, but also if it gets to the final stint and there's one lap separating the two entries of the same team, do they go for two separate final pit stop laps, or do they both come in simultaneously and do battle after that? That's going to be another question for about 11 hours from now when that final pit stop comes around.
Well, are they going to get to decide the win between themselves as well? Because they've got Williams Esports looking for their second win in a row. They've become only the second team to be multiple overall winners at the Daytona 24 Hours. After Coanda, of course, who've won it 6 times. Then we've got Radicals Online, Williams Esports and Apex Racing Team all on one, having dethroned Coanda in their respective years. So Josh Rogers continues on. He's done this one lap further. Now he's going to do his second, and then he'll be into the pit lane. He'll give up this lead in the race, and Mitchell de Jong will continue to add to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps he's led, in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. It is remarkable, Joey, the success that Coanda have had at this race down the years. Mitchell de Jong has won this race, for example, 6 times. He's been on the winning team every time Coanda have been on the top step at this race.
Well, it's just it's the fact that their name becomes synonymous with this race at this point that one makes them so difficult to beat, because they have just everything on their side. They have all the experience, they have all the driving prowess, they have all the practice coming in and all the preparation, but they also do have a big target on their back coming into this every year because of the amount of times they've won this race. Every team looks at Coanda and says, how do we beat them this year? How do we make sure that they don't add another one to their tally? It's a lot of pressure, but I don't even know if it gets to them. I don't think they're worried about the pressure that other teams are giving them, because every year they just come out and do it again.
I don't think so. And Rogers carries on for one more. In fact, he'll go on for a few laps further than de Jong then in that case. So we go back to the Redline guys. First and second for Florian Lebigre and Max Verstappen of Team Redline. Max Scudino 30 seconds behind. Another minute back. Parker White in the Williams Esports car. I was saying this to Paul earlier on, Joey, that they're in such a commanding position at the moment, Team Redline. However, there is that thing hanging over their head of what may happen, or the unknowns that can happen here at Daytona. I mean, after 2 hours, people would have thought, oh, Apex have won this race. They've nailed the bump drafting for the second year in a row. And now, look, they're at 3rd and 9th in the race. The same thing could just as easily happen to Team Redline.
Exactly. That's why there's the cliche that everybody loves so much. That's why we run the races, because you can't just generate the results based on an AI and say where everybody's going to finish. You do have to run the race for 24 hours. You have to let every possibility play out, because everything looks totally comfortable right now, but there could very well be a lap where into the bus stop, one of our GTP friends get a little bit over-optimistic and slams into the side of one of these Redline entries. Anything can happen. It probably will happen, as Murray Walker said, so there's no point in prediction just yet.
It was actually the turn 4, the kink of the infield, that saw the Stormforce ART car on the wall. But you're right, the bus stop is just as much of a hotspot. Stormforce car in the last hour had to jump across the bus stop chicane to avoid a GTP slamming down its inside. think it was one of the the Williams esports cars, Augustin Canapino it was at the time, that sent it down the inside, forcing Stormforce ART over the corner. And anything, as you say, can happen, as we know. So they've got a comfortable lead at the moment, Team Redline, but it's not won yet. As you say, the races aren't won on paper, or indeed played out on paper either. There's a little look in the bottom right at the track map and the amount of traffic that we have still out on the circuit. We've still got plenty of cars running here, Joey, although I fear that we are going to have a couple of retirements, or we have had a couple of retirements in the last hour or so. Movano Corsa may have finally parked their GTP on one of the unluckiest races I've seen them have in quite some time, and Team PGZ's LMP2 with Alvar Gomez, at least one of them, the 124, seems to have been parked as well, so we may well be up to 12 retirements in this race.
That is unfortunate, but that's why it always helps to spread your net wide, because if you lose one car or even a couple of cars, you've still got many more in contention. Take Williams Esports, for example. They had 2 entries in the LMP2 class. Both of them are out of the race, but they've still got 2 entries in GTP. They've still got entries in GTD, and you never know what could happen with them too. So it's easier said than done to put together a driver lineup that'll make this race in all 3 classes or multiple of those, but it does always help to have a very, very big group of drivers, because you simply have a higher percentage of staying alive for the whole of the 24 hours.
Yeah. There's Fierce Coanda still out there on the circuit. I've definitely remembered these strategies wrong, because Rogers is carrying on for ages. That is not Josh Rogers in the bottom right. That fooled me for a second. That's Zach Campbell.
Hi, Zach.
I imagine he's waiting to get into that car.
Yep, just sitting very, very focused, very steely right now. But there may be a driver change this lap, so he's getting ready. I don't know what he's doing to pump himself up right now, what he's doing to get ready. It seems like he's just sitting there in total silence, getting in the zone, but we'll see. In a couple of seconds' time, you'll see him get behind the wheel and try and continue this this total domination so far by Coanda. And that was a strange wall there. I'm glad we got to see that. That was the inside of the safer barrier for a second.
Yeah, it was indeed. Oh dear, that was scary as well. But I think Coanda now are going to make use of Zach Campbell while they can, because I believe he is from California, like Arjuna, where it is, what, 5:15 in the afternoon? So, oh no, he's not from California apparently. But where the heck? Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Lawrenceville, Georgia.
What time zone is? Well, it's still.
That's my time zone. So 8:14
Eastern.
PM.
Okay. So there we are. I thought he was chatting to Arjuna about having an interview later, but he was chatting in Californian time. Why on earth would you do that if you're in Georgia? Anyway,
there is a city called Campbell, California, so maybe he got confused with his own name.
He should live there. Yeah. He'll be getting in though. And, well, we think so. I think, yeah, as you said, I think it's less about sort of pumping yourself up for one of these stints, isn't it? But almost keeping yourself awake in one respect, and just keeping yourself calm, because it's... I don't know about you, Joey. I can't speak for you because it's only 8:15, but it's not a particular case of I'm struggling to stay awake at 8:15, is it? But you are reaching a stage of, you need to be on the calmer side rather than really psyching yourself up for one of these stints, especially at this stage in the race.
Well, I think when you're at such a high level, like every driver in this field is, it does kind of become slightly rote and slightly boring at times, especially when there's no traffic around you. If you're on just a titanic stint for hours upon hours, you've already practiced, as this is a little bit dicey at the bus stop, but that was one of the Williams Esports GTPs clear of the Redline duo before the bus stop began. But all of these drivers have been practicing for weeks, maybe even months. They've done thousands of hours around this track. Add that to the many, many years of experience that most of this field has, that they have this down like the back of their hands. So they need a little bit of stimulation, I think, to make sure it's at least somewhat stimulating and not just driving around for 6 straight hours.
Yeah, there is a danger that becomes a bit too monotonous and you make mistakes as a result. See, the eye's a bit wider now. He did seem pretty blasé before getting into the car, but now that he's actually driving, he seems to be on it, and a bit of a wry smile there. Clearly just said something. It's quite a rude awakening, isn't it? Having to overtake one of the BS competition cars immediately out onto the banking. He's looking in the mirror almost constantly there as the BMW gets closer, but he's dispatched of it, and that was Ryan Barneveld. That was for position, by the way. Ryan Barneveld is a positional battle there for 6th, although the BMW has yet to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a position for the moment, but probably not a position in the grand scheme of the race. But I was talking to a few drivers about this earlier this week, and the speed in this scenario does tend to come from having that level of experience, having that level of comfort, and making sure that the mistakes are just totally minimized over the course of the stint, making sure you're just staying maximally smooth over the stint. And if you do have a level of experience like nobody else, it helps you a little bit to stay smooth over the course of the stint, keep those tires under temperature, and it also does get a little bit it gets a little bit repetitive because you know the way to get around the track. You've done it so many times because you're working on getting yourself as smooth as possible that ideally you'd be doing the same thing every single lap, and doing the same thing for hundreds of laps for some drivers isn't always the most fun.
No. And you do really rack up the laps here at Daytona, by the way. About 2.5 hours, you do, what, 100 laps? Is that a bit? No, maybe that's a bit overzealous.
Well, laps are 90 seconds, so
it's hard to work out.
90 times 100, that's too much math for me.
That is 90 times 100 is 9,000.
Well,
9,000 seconds.
But then divide that by 60, then divide that by 60 again. I dropped out of
knows?
Calc 2, Ewan, so I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what that is, but I stopped doing maths at 16,
Good.
whatever that means.
Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky. You didn't even have to get to arc tangents and triangles.
Well, I can do the triangle, Pythagoras and that.
I can do the triangle when they're like, oh, all angles have to add up to 180 degrees. But then when you have to do like the law of sines and like all that stuff, that's like, I'm out.
Yeah. Although I think they're trying to make us do maths until 18 now in England.
Well, the only signs I care about from now on is Carlos.
What?
I don't like the law of sines. If I remember correctly, it's a math thing. If you want to solve for an angle, you got to use the law of sines. But I don't like sines. I only like Carlos sines.
I hope that is very good. I hope that is that makes sense to someone listening.
That made sense to Arjuna. He understood it.
Well, it's not 20 past 1 in the morning for Arjuna, so
and
have
by the way, that's Papa signs I'm talking about. I'm talking about 2024 Dakar Rally winner Carlos Sainz.
Oh, did he win again?
He did.
Oh, well done.
Fourth time.
Very good.
2010, 2014. I should really remember this because I built a graphic with the years, but I'm happy for him. He did it again.
Yeah. It's
and it was the first Dakar Rally win for Audi.
Well, first ever. That's hard to believe, that. I guess it must be, yeah. Fair enough. No, I got a bit behind on Dakar this year, unfortunately. I do like to watch it, but it's difficult spectator sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy to fall back on. It's very fragmented with the coverage, so you have to find your place to do it. But also, Carlos Sainz won with 4 different manufacturers. He won with Volkswagen, he won with Mini, he won with Audi, and he also won with the manufacturer that I pronounced Peugeot, and I'm sure you'll pronounce differently.
Peugeot. Yeah.
There's no R. I think the reason
French.
that happens, is because in French they go Peugeot. They really go hard with the but for some reason the British have, well, not the British necessarily. You guys say Peugeot because you lose the R's, but then when Americans hear that, they say Peugeot with a hard R, and that's even wronger. So I go with Peugeot, and it works for me.
Peugeot, I don't know. It's difficult. I try and do it in the native country of the company generally, but but you can get a little bit too ridiculous with that sometimes. If you can go crazy with it sometimes. So it's better not to draw attention to these things when you're trying to. Although we're just talking about it, so that's drawing attention to it, isn't it? So
at least these are all easy to pronounce, except for Team PGZ, as I would call it. That one's always.
Well, I think that makes more sense. Point. But I can't pronounce the Z like that because that's wrong. So
just wait until if we get a German in the chat. It's not Z or Z for them. It's Zet.
Oh yeah, that's no. Well, I don't know who made PGZ as in the name, because I think PGZ in sort of a rhythmic rhyming fashion makes a bit more sense as the one of the cars, the race clutch car of this battle, by the way, comes into the pit lane, making it going this from a 3-car battle down to a 2-car battle between WSR and PGZ or Z.
Apparently they're based in Brighton, but I still
as
like
in English Brighton.
I would assume so. I would assume it's not the Brighton that I grew up on in America, on the street called Brighton.
Brighton, interesting. Yeah, PGZ then I'm going to go for. Although
Gustavo Ariel's in the chat, by the way. He says, Arjuna, I want an autograph. And producer Arjuna does have the ability to do that. He could sign the screen right now.
Yeah. Yes, he has done as well. We'll see if he does. Let's see. No, he doesn't seem to be. He doesn't seem to want to.
I'm so sorry, Gustavo. You were so excited. You know, I'm sure after seeing.
Oh,
there.
I can see the pen.
There he is.
Oh, what's being written here? This could be interesting. Oh, that's. Oh, look at that. That's not a signature, but it will do.
It does the job. Screenshot that, and he'll be able to take that. He'll be able to take that everywhere with him.
You can tell it's midnight, can't you? Or the night time here at Daytona. We are sidetracked, I think is the word. Sometimes there is a race on though, and Williams Esports are leading it. Jed Munoz about a second in front of Moreno Sirica. Primoslav Marek Lemonek is in third for Drago Racing, and then it's Sebastian Gerben, Mitchell de Jong, and that is your top 5 with Zach Campbell another 12 seconds back, but we're in the middle of a pit stop phase in GTP. There's the rest of your top 10, in fact the rest of your field. Ryan Barneveld has been distanced now by Campbell, who had to overtake him on his outlap. Sean Campbell is at the wheel of the 15 car in 8th place, at a Kevin Ellis Jr. in 9th, and then it's Cooper Webster to round out the top 10 with the Auto C Sports BMW 11th, Simone Maria Marcheno at the wheel of that one, and then the only Cadillac in the field remaining of Filip Metretsky, 5 laps down unfortunately, but still running in the race, and there are still 15 GTPs still running, which we could be very thankful for. Joey, I mean, sometimes in these races, especially with the teams at the level that they're at, if they can't win anymore, then they'll retire, but plenty of teams have fallen on problems and are still going, which is good to see.
I'm glad to see that number 13 still out there, because with only one Cadillac left in the race, you're guaranteed to be the lead Cadillac, so that's at least something to fall back on. And also, we mentioned Sean Campbell, who's now the last driver on the lead lap. He's currently in the car for what is likely to be a titanic 6-hour stint, and I think they left him with basically the entirety of the night. Oh, that's big trouble in GTP.
Oh, it's the 81. Oh, excuse me, it's the 81. Dane Warren.
I thought it was the 18 because it was backwards.
Oh, goodness me. Wow, that gave me a fright. And it probably gave some people at Coanda a fright too. The 92 goes past, and the number 8 car is the other one. The 81 has gone around. It's Dane Warren. Let's see what happens to him. He just brakes late, trying to get past the Apex car, and wow, Daniel Subisavo nearly hits him. But Dane Warren, in trying to make this overtake, was a bit over-exuberant on the brakes, I'm afraid, and he's gone around.
Very, very late in the brakes, has that little bobble in the middle of the corner, tries to save it, but has to still engage in rotation to get around the rest of the corner, and the tires just didn't grip back up again. Lost it once again. Once the rear of the car starts penduluming around like that, there's basically nothing you can do other than let the ABS do its job, get on the brakes, and then get back going in a straight line, assuming you didn't hit the wall. That's unfortunate. The Dane train has been slightly derailed, but luckily it was the Coanda car that's already run into trouble, and this Coanda car that's 18 in the session, but also the number 92 in the session, they're still okay. They're still in the likely lead. Okay.
So, excuse me, that was Marcus Sommer who was overtaking, by the way. Apologies for that one, but anyway, Dane Warren's behind him again now, 7 seconds or so in that battle for 13th place. So that's where they're at in that battle, but at least for Coanda, it's not one of those two race contending cars at the front of the field. Mitchell de Jong still going well in 5th place, Zach Campbell 6th, 30 seconds apart in the race right now. So they're doing Okay for the moment, with still just over 11 hours remaining at Daytona. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary and Joey Tebben alongside me for the next hour and a bit here on RaceSpotTV. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here this evening, even if we are getting sidetracked somewhat by conversating about other things. But anyway, it's that kind of time in the race. And that was our closest battle, by the way, that we were just looking at there. We do have one, though, in LMP2. Mag Performance LMP versus VRS Coanda is going on for third position. It's Alessandro Moraz and Xander Reed, who has been doing a good job in the 12 pretty recently, and is looking maybe for a podium place in this middle class.
Can we send somebody out to the back straight? I think one of our cameras has fallen over inside the safer barrier. I think we need to save that.
Is that what that is? It's a good pickup, to be fair, because I didn't recognise that as the inside of a safer barrier.
Hopefully somebody's out there. I don't know if all the camera ops are at lunch right now, but somebody needs to get back there and figure. Well, it's the 24, so lunch can come at a very strange hour depending on what shift you're working.
That is true. Yes. Oh, whoa! That was very nearly in the grass. It's one of the Falcon GTDs there. Falcon Sim Racing team 6 laps off the lead in GTD, the number 44 car. Still one of the best liveries in all-time motorsport, by the way. But
big teal fan?
Teal, is that what that colour is?
I think so. Maybe turquoise.
Okay. I call it Falcon.
Probably
I call it Falcon, that colour, because I don't know what it actually is, but it's the Falcon colour.
I think that works. I think that they might be able to trademark that. I don't know. Maybe if we look in the Falcon's an American company. Am I not crazy? They might have been able to patent that color or trademark that color.
I don't know. Arjuna, do you know? This is the kind of thing I'm useless with this kind of thing.
Falcon tire is Japanese originally, but it was introduced to North America very early. But also there's Falcon tire North America.
Oh, here we go.
So I don't know what's.
Sorry, Joey. Down the inside for Coanda, and they're up to third place ahead of Mag Performance LMP. It's been a good run for Xander Reed now, and unfortunately Alessandro Moraz can't quite keep up with the pace here, and they lose their podium spot with 11 hours to go.
I was so distracted looking at where Falcon tire came from originally that we have had an actual pass on track. That was just textbook stuff. Well done there from the Coanda LMP2, and Xander Reed now can look forward for the first time in a little bit, see some clean air, and try and put the hammer down. Let some good laps get on the board. It's 30 seconds up to the Calsa team. I believe this is going to be the overall ranking, at least at the end of the race. This is probably what everything's going to look like. So it's a lot of time to be made up.
Yeah, I think so. In LMP2, as we've noted a lot when we've looked at the stint lengths, they're doing almost exactly the same thing. And this is what happens when you're allowed to change fuel and tyres at the same time, by the way. But that's a discussion. One day I'll get through an endurance broadcast without talking about that. But anyway, today's not that day. So what's happened is everyone's doing almost the same thing here inside the top 5. And it means that gaps are only going to close based on pace. And now that's not impossible, because Coanda have lost about 15 seconds since I arrived here. Calsa team have lost about 6 or 7. And so, these gaps can extend and close, but say we get to the final 4 hours with these kind of margins, you're going to start to run out of time to close them. So you can't always think, oh, I've got ages to close this gap, I don't need to worry about it. No, you do need to get on with it immediately, because suddenly you'll arrive at sunrise with little time remaining, and you won't have any time to gain back the time that you need to. So they do need to get on with closing this gap to WSR Esports if they want to win this race in LMP2.
Exactly. We're past the halfway point now, so if you have been holding back anything, if you haven't been pushing, it is about time to start thinking about the end of the race, because there's less racing to do than we have already raced through the day and the night. So it is time to start thinking about the finish. This is still very close up front, though, which is interesting because Munoz is very clearly, I think, the faster of the two drivers, at least right now, at this moment. Every lap he's able to pull a little bit over Sarica, but he hasn't really been able to pull anything huge. The gap has ballooned a little bit. He was as high as a full second, actually broke the draft for at least a moment over his teammate, but since then it's come down to as low as 0.2. Right now it's about half a second with the Calsa team LMP2 between both of the Williams Esports GTPs. I think it's just it's even enough. I think that Munoz can feel slightly comfortable in the lead, but it's not so even that Sarica's getting held up at all.
I think that's correct. Yeah, I think they're better off this way round though, at the moment, because there's just no real situation where Sarica would rationally be put ahead at this juncture. Down the inside there goes Munoz. He laps one of the Race Clutch LMP2s, it looks like. Still plenty of LMP2s running out on the circuit, by the way. There was a point where we had more LMP2s than GTPs. Still got 13 LMP2s in the race, but we've got 15 GTPs, so we do have a few more in the top class, and so the bottom class has been pretty decimated by the early moments, but there weren't that many to begin with in GTD, unfortunately. In the 50 cars that entered this year's iRacing Daytona 24 hours. I'm not sure whether we've got quite the numbers through from the overall amount of drivers that are taking part in this time slot of the Daytona 24 this year, but you can imagine that it's been astronomical numbers once again for this race that just keeps on growing seemingly, and with the addition of GTP it has grown even further from heights that, you know, some didn't think that we could go any higher than. But I was certainly reaching a point with it a few years ago where I was like, surely it can't really get any bigger from here, and it just does, and more enter the race, and the addition of a multi-manufacturer battle in the top class of this race for the first time can only help that.
It's fantastic stuff. I always say, what did we do without GTP? How did we live without these top-level sports cars on iRacing? I don't know what we did. I'm so happy they're here.
Didn't know any better.
Exactly. You can't. There's some phrase. You don't know what you don't know. Something like that. I don't know. But what I do know is I saw Steve Myers' tweet. 15,983 unique drivers entered in the Daytona 24 on iRacing in one way or another in one of the many splits.
You don't know what. No. You can't.
The unknown knowns and the known unknowns.
Yes,
I think that was like George H.W. Bush.
Yes, that one. Yeah. Very good. Down the inside of the Falcon Mercedes there for the race leader, and that is going to separate the leading two now. So Jaden Munoz, not only is he going to be deserving of this race lead, but he's also going to have a second and a half now.
And is this going to come down now is the question. Do they tell Jaden to maybe slow it down a little bit? You know, you can afford to let a few tenths go and give the other car a little bit of the draft to make sure both cars are in the best position possible? Or do they say right now, you know, there's two different teams?
Well.
There's an easy question. Williams Esports play seat the number 6 down onto pit lane as soon as they've lost a little bit. I call that minimizing your losses. I think that's pretty smart. And, you know, it coincidentally happened that they lost all that time right on the lap, or around the lap probably, that they intended to pit anyway.
That solves that problem. Then into the pit lane then for the number 6 car of Moreno Sarica as he gets to the end of his first driving stint in this stage of the race. He has been driving previously, those of you who have been watching from the start will note, but he is back in again now and will stay in at the conclusion of this pit stop. He's changed all 4 tyres, as you can see, and he's now down on the floor again, waiting for the fuel to be complete. Team Redline also in. Sebastian Job at the wheel of that one, competing in his first Daytona 24 for Redline, having moved over to that team. And what a team Redline have now. The amount of drivers they have, but the amount of top quality drivers they have now as well is quite remarkable to see.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good Sebastian job.
That was expected, but you know, had to be done.
It did.
Anyway, he's in the
It's
pit
not
lane.
even a correct pun. It's just factually incorrect. That's not his name. But sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
It's not how you say it, no. But I'm willing to let that slide. Maybe he's not, but I'm sure he's heard it all before.
I'm gonna get a cease and desist from Sebastian Job.
I'm sure he's heard it all before from commentators.
That's probably not very creative.
He's taken part in his fair share of commentated races, so I would imagine he's heard it once or twice in his life, but there we are. He'll be back out there on the circuit again very shortly. He'll actually go a lap down in the process and go behind Kevin Ellis Jr. of the Apex Racing team, but they're only about halfway through their stint right now In fact, the 98 Apex team, because they're in the Porsche as well, are also on the same strategy that Coanda are. So maybe they're doing an extra stop compared to some others at some point today, and that could change the course of their race as well, with that extra stop or not, or where that's going to put them out, or what we're expecting from this strategy in the final hour or so. It is good to know, though, that we've got something to look forward to in this race. We've got 11 hours to go, and sometimes in some races at this stage it can feel a bit demoralising, can't it? That there's so long to go, and there's an obvious leader, and without any problems, even if they knock the pace off by a little bit, they're going to win even at this stage. But that's not the case in this race. We've even seen it in this race before, but not in 2024. We've got an engaging race to look forward to here, and while it's not going to be solved in our stint here, Joey, not even in your one, which finishes at 8 hours to go, I believe, it's going to be solved right at the end, and that's to look forward to in the very near future.
Exactly. Normally at this point of the night, we fall into the audience Q&A portion, but there's so much going on track that we're gonna have to keep postponing that later and later into the night. And we're going to have to talk about racing for more hours, because there's simply too much going on to let anybody else get in on this.
In the pit lane for Drago Racing, who I believe normally come in with Williams Esports, and they are. That's why. So Matt Farrow is now at the wheel of the. It had just disappeared. Apologies, because they were making a driver change there. Jaden Munoz is out of the car then, and Matt Farrow gets in the number 5. Virus Coanda will retake the lead, and so this is all kind of to be expected here, really. Just depends how far they are behind Zach Campbell. It's probably going to be 12 or 13 seconds. How close will Sarika be to Matt Farrow here, you wonder? Well, not entirely sure for this stage, as a bit of a Coanda train makes its way through the infield section.
That is all Coanda all the time there. That's going to be their race-ending screenshot, I think, with how close everybody was going in there. But that is that's the leader in GTP, the number 92. That is a damaged Coanda car that ran into trouble early on. They're 7 laps down, and it's also a Coanda LMP2. So 3 different flavors of Coanda to get your mind around. An important gap is the gap between 2nd and 3rd there, between the number 5 and the number 8. That was stagnating at around 10 seconds. After that pit cycle, it's now up to 11 seconds. That's not what Williams Esports wants. The gap is only expanding, and like Ewan said a couple minutes ago, once you start to get into the single digits of hours to the end of the race, if you're sitting on a 10-second gap up to the lead, or a 20-second gap up to the lead that keeps growing, it becomes harder and harder to think about bringing that down. So they gotta stop the bleeding soon and start moving forward instead of continuing to fall back.
Yeah, so Virus Coanda lead again in this race. Mitchell de Jong adding more laps led at a race he's won 6 times. The most successful driver at the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. Martin Kroenke the closest to him with 4 wins. Josh Rogers has the chance to get up to 4 this year as well. He's won 3 previously as a prototype driver. They are the only 3 to have won more than 2 along the way. Through the infield they go again, past the Falcon car. Just feel at this stage as if everybody's sort of worked out how they can deal with traffic a little bit better than maybe previously. We've reached a comfortable amount of cars for this circuit, and we've not seen any multi-class incidents for quite some time. I think I've only seen 1 actually in my stint so far, which is good. Yeah,
that was just the incident at the bus stop right before I came in, but that still makes things difficult. Even when you are just passing little bits of traffic instead of passing, large packs of cars, it still does set you off a little bit, because as much as we talk about how these drivers are locked in, about how all of them have done hundreds upon thousands of laps around this track to lock themselves into the smoothest possible way of driving, there's still things that pop up. There's still things that change. There's still cars in different places on the track. Your targets get fixated on other portions. You're closing up on slower traffic. It's almost like in ball sports, in basketball or in football, when you think these players have been practicing doing free throws in basketball, or they're practicing kicking penalty shots for weeks, but they miss them when the game actually happens. It's so much different when the pressure is actually on, because there's so many different variables that factor into it that, yes, you can miss something that you've practiced so many times that seems simple, but it's not the same as when you're doing it in practice.
I suppose you're talking about soccer, football.
Yes,
there, are you?
I was doing that for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's great. No, it does make me laugh.
I got my terminology correct.
Yeah, well, this is, I never know, I can never trust an American saying football because I've got to let them, carry on with the sentence for a bit more before I work out which one they're talking about.
Though. I think I got that right.
Yeah, they do, yeah, but they exist in both, which didn't help me.
Because that's the closest thing I could think of to a basketball free throw.
Yeah, I guess it is. They're just slightly less, a lot less frequent actually than a free throw in basketball, which, would you ever go without a game in basketball without a free throw?
I don't think so.
No, so it would be quite, it's somewhat rarity. I think you see maybe one every 4 games, maybe a bit less than that. It's very much a rarer occurrence. But it applies to any, as you say, it applies to any ball sport in that situation, any team ball sport anyway, where you've got that situation where it's such a quote-unquote easy task in practice, as you say, but once the pressure's on, it's very different. And in some ways, motorsport doesn't really have an equivalent. However, the same sort of principle applies, because, you can apply it to this bump drafting situation here or any stint driving. It is easy in practice. When you're on your own, you don't have any multi-class traffic to deal with, you're absolutely fine. You can do it all day long, but it's about having the pressure, having the eyes on you of everybody watching, having all of the other cars and teams and all of their efforts around you as well, all on the line at the same time. Having to deal with all of that at the same time with the pressure on is a very, very different thing. That's what the best have been able to do. And time again, the likes of Mitchell de Jong, Josh Rogers have shown that they can do it at this race, and they have done on multiple occasions in the past.
And it also helps that I think among every driver in this field, at least in GTP and GTD, I think the large majority of drivers would probably say they're just as fast as anybody else, and they could win on their best day. So
yeah,
there's a difference in execution. So the order you see in GTD, for example, with Florian Lebigra ahead of Max Verstappen right now, if it was any other day, that order could be flipped around. But it's on the day that you have to deliver, and that we see lots of shifts like that.
You can dig deeper than that, though, can't you? You can go, Jimmy Antunes, very good driver for
Parker White, Sven
Apex.
Haase,
yeah,
keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Tristan Iglesias, Jakub Kwiatkowski, Damon Woods and Michael Jarni, to give you the full list of 9 who are currently driving in GTD. You could make a strong case for any of them leading this class on their day, You're right, and so it really does depend on the execution. But this is where endurance racing is different as well. It's not only on your execution, is it? Because the opening drivers for Apex did a very good job to begin with, but then it all fell apart quickly. It's not just about yourself.
It's all about adding everything together. It's one thing to be very, very fast, but if you don't make it to the end of the race, then you're not going to win. You got to finish the race. You got to finish the race to actually win. That's what Jackie Stewart said, and he's never wrong.
To finish first, you first have to finish.
Exactly. Yep. Did he say that, or did Jim Clark say that?
I don't know who said that. I've just heard it before.
I'm pretty sure it was Jackie. It must have been.
Well, let us know if you know any better, and if you can. There is the not the class leader in LMP2, but they have been done also. That's the Mag Performance LMP2 car. Now, will they get ahead of Bobby Zelensky here? And Alessandro Maras was, of course, behind previously and is behind again now. Marvin Stroll still behind Maras as well. There goes Zelensky. And he's quite comfortably ahead, isn't he? Coanda have really made some strides against the Mag Performance car in this last hour or so. They've just started to show their class and are beginning to confirm or get one foot on the podium, if you like, with Mag Performance slipping away from that. They've lost about 20 seconds in the last few hours.
I'm thinking about Coanda's move forward now, because the next car on their list is the number 299 for Apex.
Yeah, but they'll pit soon.
They'll pit soon. But the Kausa team and World Sim Racing, those are the two real teams they're trying to chase. A 30-second gap is very, very big, but with Bobby Zelensky behind the wheel, you never know what could happen. I'm going to look at their last lap times. I'm going to look at the data right now as we speak. Last lap for Zelensky was a 1:34.7. Last lap for Jose Soria in the Calsa team, 1:34.9. So Bobby's a little bit faster. If he can keep chipping that away and maybe bring that down to a 15-second gap instead of a 20-second gap by the end of the stint, that's good progress.
On board with Zelensky here. Glenn Hinge, by the way, in the YouTube chat says it was Jackie Stewart, Joey, so there you are.
Do we trust Glenn Hinge, though?
That's not a phone notification, by the way. That was a YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's not Glenn Tinder. Glenn Bumble.
Oh, dear.
Glenn Plenty of Fish.
Too many. How far can you go for? That's an interesting round of... what's that game called where you have to name things in 30 seconds? I've forgotten.
Taboo?
I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's that. But
there's one that I haven't said, but I could.
I say yes. Okay. Maybe don't.
That's just for me and Glenn.
I know it's quite late, but maybe we'll lay off
RaceSpot
that.
After Dark.
Yeah, this is very much RaceSpot After Dark, isn't it? This is what happens though. If you've ever noticed, by the way, on RaceSpotTV's YouTube channel, hours 13 to 18 are always the slightly unhinged ones. That's not a pun, by the way, but they are slightly odd. So welcome along. I hope that you're enjoying the coverage this evening. And if you are elsewhere in the world, of course, and not in Europe, then it's a sensible time in the day, and I hope we're doing it justice for you at this time. But as we're being reminded as well, of course, worth noting as we're following Bobby Zelensky here, Joey, that he is a prolific NASCArer as well. A very multi-talented driver, I think, is the very least you can say about Bobby Zelensky.
Yeah, it's a tale of him, and it's a tale of many drivers in this race. Bobby has both oval and road experience. A lot of his Coanda teammates do as well. When you talk about Zach Campbell, he's strong on ovals. Talk even more about Mitchell DeYoung with all of his experience in the same series as Zelensky. It definitely, when you're strong at one style of racing, it is easier to be strong at another style of racing than when you're not strong at one style of racing and you want to focus on one. If you're a very, very strong road course driver, I think it's easier to translate your skills to oval racing than if you're just a random person who wants to happen to be good at oval racing. It's good to have a skill set from another form of racing already. Yeah,
well, you do get some drivers though who are only good at one thing, which is it's somewhat of a problem for them as well. Is that Coanda into the pit lane again? It is. Oscar Pye now into the pit lane. We get into that stage actually here, Joey, where Matt Farrow was only in 7 laps ago. So I reckon by the time your stint is coming to an end, we'll almost be matched up with about 8 hours to go, and we'll really see where Williams and Coanda are. But for me, these pit stops are getting closer and closer, and Coanda are not getting much closer to Williams, really.
Well, I think eventually all the strategies will kind of regress to the mean, because there haven't really been race-impacting incidents for...
Well, yeah, but look at the gap between them right now. It's nearly 40 seconds. It's more than that.
Yeah, but I think they'll regress to the mean of strategies being the same, and we'll see this big gap as it is. Because I think they're going to have to bring this down on track. I don't know if I don't know if strategically at the end of the race that Williams are going to end up finishing the race with one less stop than Coanda will. So they're going to have to make it happen on track.
And I don't see how that's happening at the moment, if I'm honest with you. They do seem stronger in these nighttime conditions. Zach Campbell was about half second quicker than Farrow on that last lap, but then again, there's fuel difference there, so it's hard to give too much credit to that. I'm not sure how Coanda are going to close this at the moment. I think Williams are in a strong position, and despite their slight frailties in terms of pace that we were seeing there briefly not so long ago, they are in a comfortable position because of the strategy. And when it normalises, they will have made one more stop, of course, Coanda. I'm not sure they'll have to make 2 extra stops at this stage, and based on conversations Arjuna was having with people at Coanda, I'm not sure they really know where they'll be at this stage either.
that's one of that's one of the debates of the drivers. Do you know the strategy all the way to the end, or do you just go out and drive? And then once the race gets deep enough, then you start thinking about, wait, we should probably count this back to the finish. I think what we need to do, and I've thought of this idea far too late to actually put it into practice, for the next endurance event, we need to put together, I think, like the race spot optimal strategy, so we can constantly have something to pull up and compare strategies to, so we can actually count back to the end. That's a lot of math that we can't do on the fly.
I feel like we're going to get laughed at by teams if we did that.
Maybe, but we could also... I feel like we would get laughed at by teams, but also when it comes down to math, when it just comes down to how many stints make it to the end of the race, if you're going to the length of a stint that's as long as you can possibly go, I feel like we could probably do something similar to that.
Maybe, but it's just very difficult to work it out for ourselves versus what these guys are going to do. You know, it's pretty tricky. So we'll see where they end up. It's a long way to go, of course. Still 10 hours 50 remaining. Now then, battle for 8th in LMP2 is livening up here. Team PGZ ahead of the Apex Racing team, and Race Clutch are not too far away either. This battle has been sort of reoccurring, hasn't it, really, in the last hour or so. WSR Esports bookkicker and Daniel Ferguson was involved previously, but he's now got away, so this battle's no longer for 7th, but now 8th, and Apex Racing team are not doing quite the job that I was expecting them to in terms of defending their status as the race winners of this class in the last 2 years.
And right now, they're both in a little bit of danger, because look at that red flash in the back of your screen. That's Marcus Deck and the Race Clutch Black number 24 joining this train as well and joining this battle. Now less than a second behind the number 299. That's close to within draft range. This could be a 3-car battle for 8th before too long. And Marcus has been pretty fast, so this could be the most titanic battle on the track. We'll have a 3-way battle for position in the middle of the night.
This could be interesting into the bus stop. I think Apex are going to be more than happy to just follow here, though, in the fastest corners on this racetrack. It's Louis Belicki at the wheel now, trying to take on Kash Tabasia in the Team PGZ car, and just loses a bit of time through the bus stop chicane there, and so won't be able to find a way through into turn 1, you would imagine. Race Clutch Black here in 10th position, and are not close enough either, really. They'll just be picking up the draft now, and they'll be there soon, but no attempts made in towards turn 1 either. And in some ways, these guys have got a very difficult job on their hands. They've got GTDs to overtake and GTPs to let through as well, all of which makes for a very intense 24 hours for them.
You're always in an annoying position in an LMP2 car, though, because these cars are so fast in a straight line that they're slower than GTP in the corners, but if you get passed by a GTP, say into the final corner coming onto the oval, you will get past them again in an LMP2 car before the bus stop comes around. So you can cause a lot of trouble in an LMP2 car. It's difficult, especially when dealing with traffic on the straights. When you're faster than them, but you're actually slower than them, it gets a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and even in the corners, the gap's not that big. The two classes are pretty well matched in the end, to the tune of about 3 or 4 seconds is the margin between them, and that does make for some pretty awkward interactions in traffic. Great view from up above here at the bus stop chicane. Team PGZ following or leading ART around, and now they'll have to go around another GTD on the way round NASCAR turns 3 and 4. I think for another lap in a row. Apex are too far away from PGZ to really make a move here, and I'm starting to get the feeling they don't really want to make the overtake at this stage in the race. You can sort of see why, with the amount of time remaining and the way they're clearly evenly matched, relatively so, but it's a little bit frustrating to see them not going for it. Now there might be a chance, though, with a couple of GTDs just up in front here. They'll go down the inside of them, and in fact Apex won't have the opportunity to go down the inside either, so looking pretty uninterested, to be honest, at the moment with this overtake, or lack of.
both Redline GTD entries in on the same lap. That has not been the case for the last couple times. They've actually switched things up, and drivers are switching up as well. Ole Steinbraten behind the wheel of the number 4, and Alexei Nezov behind the wheel of the number 2. Double driver change. Goodbye, Florian Lebiger and Max Verstappen.
Time for them to go to bed, I would imagine, with the time at 3 a.m. over in Europe. But interesting to see that Alexei Nezov is at the wheel of that Redline car. Of course, moved over from Urano after that team's disappearance at the end of 2023. A big shame, of course, but at least Nezov has found a new home, and I'm sure he's going to be a great asset to Team Redline in the next few years.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can accomplish the exact same strategy as their teammates were. I imagine they are, at Redline especially.
Careful.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit dicey. Those are some of the Williams Esports GTPs coming through. They are okay there. Got a little bit dicey into the horseshoe, though, especially on cold tires. One little bit of target fixation can catch out even the best, but Alexei and Ole, they're both fine. They're going to continue on.
And they're going to settle in to the stint with a 35-second lead as well. Through turn 1 goes this battle now for 7th place in LMP2, as the Grid and Go LMP2 came into the pit lane. It's Grid and Go Esports 003. Rico Wenzel now at the wheel of that one. We go on board with Race Clutch, who were dived there by the last remaining Cadillac in the race. We're going to do the same into the West Horseshoe, and this is what you were speaking about, Joey. The difference between these two classes is really not that big,
especially in the slowest portions of the corners. It's basically identical, and the downforce isn't important. There's not much difference. But then when you get to the high-speed corners, the downforce of even this ATRS Cadillac that hasn't been the fastest car in the field, it is very, very important. But now, as we ride on board with this PGZ car, you'll see that in the initial stage of acceleration, the Cadillac GTP is a little bit faster, but he's closing just that little bit. He's not going to get by coming into the bus stop, but these LMP2 cars are a little bit faster in a straight line. And if you're a little bit closer, if you're even side by side, you can cause even more of a nuisance than he was able to cause there.
You can, certainly. Zach Campbell is now into the pit lane at the end of his first stint of the race, and so Matt Farrow and Moreno Sorica are going to be now the leaders in this one. Almost a puff out of the cheeks there, just to gather his thoughts before another stint in this car.
That's a sim racer arm right there, and his forearms are thicker than the rest of his arms. Those are all the muscles you need for a steering wheel.
It's very rude of you to point that out, Joey. What are your biceps like?
Oh, my arm is like a tube. It's not different in any way.
Tube.
But you can tell that Zach has been doing so much practice that all of those, whatever muscles are in your forearm, those are the most important ones when you're steering, and they're locked in. He's a high performance athlete in that one part of his body.
That can't be that can't be healthy. That a tube.
Tube. I mean, what are your arms not tubaceous? Is there a difference
not
between
really.
the two?
They're not muscly, but they're not a tube.
Not a tube. It's maybe a thin tube.
I can't. Yeah, like not like one of your water pipes. More like, I don't know. What's something
straw?
Yeah, straw. What are those things you get fed with in hospital? Yeah,
that kind of feeding tube.
Yeah, yes.
You and arms like feeding tubes, O'Leary.
No, I'm not saying mine are. I'm just imagining yours. But I guess you could compare mine to feeding tubes too. That's okay. Out towards the line again for Team Redline, who are only getting further ahead of Apex Racing Team's Stormforce car now. 36 seconds at the line. Ole Steinbraten now the leader. The 4 is now ahead of the 2, by the way. They've reversed positions, as you can see. And what are they going to do if they get to this situation in 10 hours, I wonder. But we don't have to worry about that for the moment. They're still... I guess we were saying the same thing about Apex about this time last year. But anyway, they're leading 1 and 2. And they are going to do so for the foreseeable, I would imagine. But just... What they decide to do later on is really up to them, and we shouldn't worry about that until later on. But they're still leading, and in LMP2, it's still Team PGZ ahead of the Apex Racing Team here for 7th place, and still Apex can't find their way through, or don't want to find their way through.
I I think they might want to find their way through. There was definitely an attempt into turn 1, but they just haven't quite been able to get close enough. But now that this is a 2-car battle again, that race clutch LMP2 not quite in this battle, at least for the moment. I think we might see another attempt. It's going to be a little bit too far back for anything to happen into the bus stop. There's just about 4/10 separating PGZ and Apex. It's a little bit too big to even think about changing anything, but you're going to see Luis Bialecki get to the inside of the Falcon GTD coming into the bus stop. That's going to minimize some of his losses, but he'll get the full effect of the draft down the front straight. Probably too far to go for a move into turn 1 this time, but he's still hunting. He's still there, and he is still in draft range. He's not lost that yet.
Yeah, I'd say he's too far. He got to 6 1/4 attempts behind there at its maximum, but now he's starting to be reeled in. He's the driver of the 114. That's Cash Tabasia in that LMP2, and down towards turn 1. They will remain about half a second apart, in fact. So they will continue, and they will embark now on lapping the Redline cars again. The number 4 and the number 2 in GTD now leading the way, of course, once again after the pit stop phase. They'll both stay to the left-hand side, and both the LMP2s will, well, not get through. It will be side-by-side through the kink onto the grass for the Apex car. That's got to be a nerve-wracking moment for everyone involved.
That was very scary. Luis Bialecki gets onto the very edge of the curb there. If he was even an inch further over, he would have had one wheel on the grass and one wheel on the asphalt while turning, and that is frequently a ticket to a spun LMP2 car. So Alexei and Ale may have been a little bit worried there to see some grass kicked up, but everything worked out okay. It didn't work out okay for Bialecki, for that matter. He didn't spin, but I think he is now even further back than he was before. He's in danger of falling out of that draft bubble, and he really needs that.
Yep. He's keeping it at arm's length quite nicely now, which is a good thing. That is the closest battle on the circuit. I'm not counting the red line, guys. That's the closest battle on the circuit in LMP2. We've got the Williams guys together as well. That's also not a battle, but we do have another one in GTP. Kevin Ellis Jr. is just ahead of Sean Campbell for 9th place in the field. However, this is about to be disrupted because Kevin Ellis Jr. is, Sean Campbell is not that far away from a pit stop.
Look at this, race clutch v race clutch. The GTP gets by the LMP2. That does bring up an important point, by the way, that Sean Campbell in that race clutch GTP is racing for race clutch red. That car is red. The LMP2 is race clutch black. That's also red.
Well, it's redder.
It's red, exactly. That doesn't make any sense.
Should have really reversed that. But
there's also race clutch white.
I bet that car's not white.
I wouldn't. That's a good bet to make.
I know what these teams are like.
It's like if the Redline livery was gray.
Yeah, it's just
because
not.
It is mostly blue, but it does have a red line, so they live up to their name.
Yeah, that is true. But they do call themselves sometimes like Redline Yellow and Redline Blue and stuff, and it's just...
Yeah, but they still have the red line at least. Although I guess it's not a total line. These guys do have a race clutch.
Yes, that's true.
You kind of have to.
Although everyone does, so it's not really, special.
Exactly.
As in, not everyone has a red line, though. That's the difference there.
It's true.
So, anyway, where are we going with this? Redline, though, you got me distracted now. Race Clutch, trying to find their way through here for 8th place. They've just overtaken Redline. And Sam Coiter, who's now at the wheel of the 21 Team Redline BMW, those two Redline cars are getting really separated now. Is that an unusual time to make a pit stop? No, it's not. It's fine. So I just answered my own question immediately there.
Those are always the best ones when you're able to answer your own question.
That is true. No, that's normal. That's another Urano driver, by the way, over at Redline, as I'm sure you've noticed. But so that battle's now for 8th place, but doesn't look like changing once again as these two leaders continue to follow one another. Here is a look at the standings. Let's run through the top 10 of each class, shall we, with just over 10.5 hours remaining at Daytona. It is Williams Esports leading the way with Matt Farrow and Marina Sorica 1 and 2 at the moment. Drago Racing are in 3rd place ahead of Team Redline. The best of the BMWs in 4th ahead of Coanda, who have a lot of chasing to do from 5th and 6th. BS Competition are 7th ahead of Apex Racing Team's battle with Race Clutch for 8th. Then it's Team Redline to round out the top 10 as well. In LMP2, we've got WSR Esports Bookkicker having a great debut at the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. Lucas Prada leads the way by 17 seconds in our middle class ahead of Carrosseria team. VRS Coanda are in third with Bobby Zelensky, with Alessandro Moras now 6 seconds behind that podium plate. Marvin Stroh chasing him down from fifth, with the sister WSR Esports Bookkicker car in sixth position. Team PGZ is seventh and ninth, sandwiching the Apex Racing team in eighth position. And then it's gridandgo.com Esports rounding out the top 10 there. And then the remaining cars in GTD, Redline 1 and 2, with Stormforce ART now 33 seconds behind them. A further minute back for Parker White in the Williams Esports car. Delta Simtech by Grid and Go are fifth, despite their big crash with the wall about 3 hours ago. Then it's Simufy, who are on the other side of the virtualcoach.gg by Grid and Go car in seventh. Then it's Falcon Sim Racing Team and Apex Racing Team to round up the GTDs. That's where we are in the race as it is. Not too many battles out there on the circuit. There is just that one for 8th in GTP, but even that has extended to more than a second. But for the time in the race that it is, Jerry, there's a considerable amount going on, to be honest. It's normally very quiet at this stage, but it's been a pretty lively stint.
And the question is still, right now as we sit, that gap between Williams Esports and the first Coanda car is about 44 seconds. But when Coanda pit, or when Williams pit rather, Coanda have the lead by about 15 seconds. Which of those is the true scenario at the end of the race? That's something that I don't know if we entirely know. I think Coanda thinks they're on the back foot right now, and we thought they were on the front foot. They had the advantage. But I think we might have to start doing some math to figure out who really is overall going to be in the lead of this race. Will it be Williams with their big gap, or will it be Coanda with their slightly less big gap?
Well, all to be decided.
That is the ultimate question of the night.
It is. It is all to be decided. So let's see. I mean, as we said, it's so hard to provide any sort of answers at this stage that it's almost difficult to talk about, isn't it? Because of where we are. But you know, that's the nature of endurance racing, and that's why we enjoy it so much as well. It's been good so far. Been a good race, a good edition of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, and there's still a lot to give. I mean, any endurance race to have its biggest gap between 1 and 2 at 17 seconds is one well worth tuning in for at the remainder.
It's going to be worth watching for the last 10 hours, because what else is there to watch right now? In the hours between 9 p.m. and about 7 a.m., at least in the U.S., what else are you going to be watching? You got to watch this. In Europe, those are even more unreasonable hours. So it's going to be plenty of exciting stuff to watch for the next 10 and a half hours, and I will at least be here for a couple more of them.
Yes, you'll be here with Arjuna in about half an hour's time. Well, I'll go for a bit of a break. I'm not sleeping because I won't wake up again. So I'm not going to sleep, and I'm not that tired either.
You won't wake up like permanently?
Well, possible, but also it's not. It's not impossible. You got to think about these things. But no, I mean, in time for this stint, I've got coming up about 2 hours after the end of this one, so I'll be back again, and I'll get to see the sunrise for the second year in 3. I think I was here overnight for the 2022 Daytona 24 Hours. It would have been, and. It's a spectacular sunrise. I always get to watch it in real life, because when I wake up, it's obviously still middle of the night in America on the Daytona 24 Hours day. So get to enjoy it in the sim as well this morning, and then go to bed when it's daylight outside, which would be a bit of a brain... well, I don't know what the word is. I know what the word is, but I can't say it. What is it? What's the nice way of saying it? A confusing moment for the brain.
A brain-confusing moment.
Yes, we'll call it that, because that's the nice way of putting it for the moment. But anyway, we'll get to enjoy the sunrise, and I hope you'll stay with us here on RaceSpotTV for that this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. Over here in Europe, we'll bring you every hour of this race live, of course, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Still Williams leading, as you can see. 1 and 2 out front right now. just negotiating the traffic, running within a second of one another. Matt Farah and Moreno Sorica. And these two seem to have found a sort of common ground with the pace. 31.0 on the last lap from Farah, 31.1 from Sorica. And that was faster than quite a lot of the others on that last lap. Oscar Pye and Zach Campbell for Coanda were both slower. And that's a disadvantage in some ways of Coanda's strategy, is that they do spend quite a bit of time with a heavier fuel load than Williams are doing.
There's so many elements that we have to factor in here. That's why I think we're lucky that we're not in the strategy rooms to decide all of this. But these are two of the, I guess we can say, biggest teams in sim racing. They're two teams that absolutely have strategies planned out. They have people who are planning that, and they have their pre-existing infrastructure to know what those strategies are, to have them planned before the race even begins. And if it goes wrong, they'll have backup strategies, they'll have things to fall back on. And that is that's a big thing to have compared to, I'm sure, a small amount of teams, a small amount of drivers in this race who will just be saying, we're going to go drive, we'll figure out the strategy later, and we'll just try and make it to the end of the race.
Yep. That's all the aim at this stage. Now, well, I thought Sean Campbell would have been in by now, but he's still there in 9th place on his 27th lap. Surely this has got to be the in lap now, hasn't it, for Sean Campbell? I was hoping we were going to get a fight between these two, but I think we're going to be spoiled.
I think theoretically, at its longest, you can get to 29 laps on a stint. I don't know if it's ideal. I feel like most teams have said it's just not worth it to go that far, but I think when you expend the fuel tank, you can go 29 laps.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's not, as you say, though, I think it's not worth it, really. I mean, you know Sean Campbell a bit better than me. I mean, he often does a very long stint in these races as well, doesn't he? I wonder how long this stint is going to be for him. Were you doing Spa last year when he did like 10 hours of the race at the end?
He told me earlier this week that the plan was that he was going to be in the car for a 6-hour kind of mega stint through the night, and I think that's exactly what's happening here. He had a little bit of an appetizer earlier on in the race. He did one stint, probably just get himself combobulated, and now, ever since he's gotten in the car, I think he's going for 6 hours straight.
One's a bit unusual, isn't it? Just in a prototype, just one.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Wow, okay. Well, is he going to cut across the LMP2 here, or is he going to stay out? Well, it would be suicidal to cut across, so he's going to stay out again, and he's got the fuel to do so. But once again, he's got no interest in going through on Kevin Ellis Jr. here, so just stays behind him for the moment. He does a fair amount of driving in different cars as well, just Sean Campbell, but I'm more associating with GT cars, but clearly GTP is to his liking as well.
Well, he was a prototype enthusiast before he was a GT enthusiast. Back when we had the old flavor of prototypes with the HPD and a couple of others. But he's competed in prototypes. He's competed in virtual Le Mans. He's competed in LMP2 here last year, and now they said, you know what, we're going up to the top class. We're going to compete in GTP, and we're going to see what happens. They are still on the lead lap, so it's not gone the best for them. They're probably not in contention for the win unless things go terribly wrong, but a top 10 for race clutch, maybe even a top 8, 7 if people start to fall off, that would be a solid performance from them.
It would be. It certainly would. There's Zach Campbell in the Coanda car. What I'm noticing by watching him though, Joey, is the force feedback levels, which seem excessive to me for whatever reason. He seems to really want to have that wheel highly up, as we've got a replay here of what was going on earlier on in the race. This is a bit interesting. Down into the West Horseshoe. Apparently not. Zach's not pleased about this, not best pleased about whatever is going on around him. Is he going to make this dive at the 6th turn? He is indeed. He's going to work his way through, but not a happy camper particularly as a result of the traffic around him, and that was quite a close moment on the way towards the kink there.
Yeah, there was nothing anybody really did wrong there, but that's just one of the unfortunate realities of multi-class racing. Occasionally, you'll run into a pack of cars that have you blocked off in both lanes, because there was the LMP2, that was the number 123, that was trying to get by the Apex GTD duo, and they were on one side of the track. Zach was on the other, just couldn't get through. But yeah, he's gotta get back in the rhythm. He was able to do that. Didn't get too frustrated. He's back to focusing. Gets sent up almost into the wall, up in the third lane there by again an LMP2 passing a GTD, and he has to pass both of them. It's at least been exciting for Zach, but he hasn't really been able to get into a rhythm in the last couple laps.
I don't think he's been enjoying it, especially in the last couple of moments. He's 11.5 seconds behind his teammate, by the way. A good morning to Vince Cussy, who's joined, or Cussy, who's joined in the YouTube chat once again. He said he would say hi. Actually, I'm sure maybe you see this, Joey. I actually met Vince last week.
I did see that happen.
Yeah, I actually I met him in real life. He said that he would say hi, although he's driving in his own splits in the Cadillac, interestingly. It's in the GTP class, further down the splits. So tell us how your race going, Vince, if you're still there. Because maybe it's time for bed after a driving stint, I'm not entirely sure. But last time I heard, Vince started the car, spun immediately, but then got back to 5th. So I wonder how the race is going now.
I mean, that sounds like that's a way to temper expectations. If you make things go horrifically wrong early, and then you can only improve from there.
Yeah, you can only move forward. Well, I'll say that. That generally does happen in these races, especially if you're in the lower splits. I don't know if you've done any iRacing 24-hour racing recently, Joey, but I remember when we did it for the Spa in the summer, it was very much a case of, even when qualifying as best as we could, we were racing a lot better than we were qualifying, if that makes any sense, because of just the way that these things generally happen. We didn't put any effort into qualifying, but a lot more into the race, and that often pays off a lot more in the end. After all, that the Daytona 24-hour isn't awarded a winner after qualifying, is it? It's after the 24 hours of the race, so that is the way that it goes. Vince says that they're leading by a lap at the moment. Oh, and apparently he got spun. He didn't spin himself. He'd like to clarify that.
Oh, sure.
Yes, everyone says.
We can't see that split, so we'll have to believe what Vince said. But I don't have any proof of that. I also just don't possess the skill to succeed in a race like this. Every time I've competed in a 24-hour race, which was only twice. The first one was the 24 hours of Spa, and I spun on an outlap and crashed into the wall at Podium. And Daytona, I think the car was already dead when I got into it, but then there was even more trouble. Because it was back when there were massive sausage curbs on pit exit, and my brakes were decalibrated, and a couple things come together over the sausages, suspension broken, car dead. Was it the
pit exit where you still had to you could release the pit limiter a bit earlier than you can these days, or was it not then?
Maybe.
Oh no,
I don't even remember.
Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, I guess that doesn't matter, because the sausage curves, don't really.
But we did have
matter.
A miracle in that race, because I ended up crashing. We had like 40 minutes of repair. Well, actually, the engine blew. We didn't just have 40 minutes of repairs. I crashed so hard that the engine blew. I got out of the car and just let the repairs go, because we knew we weren't going to get back out on track because it was over. But we waited 40 minutes, and they put a new engine in the car, and it was totally okay. Not such the case for Bobby Zelensky. No new engine in that car, but he is back out.
He's the first of the LMP2s to pit, but that shouldn't be abnormal. The others should be in on the next lap or the one after that. In fact, Coanda do normally pit the earliest of the LMP2s, so that's not out of the ordinary. It just does scare me every time I see him on pit lane, because I generally can't believe how quick the time is passing from the last time they've pitted. The LMP2s do need a lot of stops in these races.
Yeah, they're in an interesting place on strategy. If you look at all three classes, in GTP, you think about the pit window, it's as wide as 29 laps, but everybody's been going a little bit shorter than that. You're going to change tires every stint there. In GTD, they have been changing tires, I believe, every stint or so, because the tires are wearing enough to make that worth it. But in LMP2, it's all funky.
And yeah, I mean, changing fuel and tyres at the same time means that it's a pretty linear strategy in that respect for most of these teams. It's why it's so interesting in GTP at the moment. We're seeing the next example of that with the Williams car here in pit lane on this occasion. The orange car, as we all know, Maranessa Rica, on pit lane at the moment in the Acura. Should go out to the upper end of the 40 seconds mark, towards 50 seconds in the pit box here. He's waiting for all the fuel to go in, be 48.9 to be very specific. And Moreno Sorica will be back out there again behind Coanda. But not even that far behind Coanda anymore. Williams is starting to... I've got to say, when I got into the booth here, and the first part of my commentary stint, I was thinking, I don't know how Williams are going to win this race. Coanda are starting to get on top in the night stints. But now, as I'm about to leave, the momentum in my mind has shifted to Williams again.
Yeah, and I'm sure when Zach Campbell gets out of the car, we might get to speak with him and hear what he has to say about how the strategy's tracking to the end of the race, if it's going their way or if it's going Williams' way. But until then, all of these guys are still just pushing at 100%. Sorica getting a little bit held up here behind the race clutch number 16. That's Andrew Dawson. That is the white race clutch car, by the way. Not that white. But Sorica is going to get around him after losing a little bit of time. That's gonna make things interesting with him in the number 5 once Matt Farrow probably brings it in the next lap or so.
Yeah, next few laps for Farrow. The Redline cars making their way out onto the track again as well. But yeah, so we're seeing the next sort of stage in that battle now. Zach Campbell said apparently that he'd join us at midnight Californian time, which, oh dear, this is the race car going off the road at the bus stop chicane, by the way. Another GTP going almost suicidally down the inside here. It looks like it's a Coanda car coming from a long way back. Be interested to see which Coanda car this is, because that was very late on the inside line. Who was that? Was it Zach Campbell?
Pye.
Oh, was it Oscar Pye? And there's the flash of the lights, and deservedly so as well, I would argue.
It was almost Oscar Pye in the sky there. That was almost total disaster, but that's 2 scares now, Ewan, in the bus stop. There was a couple hours ago with the Apex GTD and a couple others. You don't get 2 scares and then get away with a 3rd incident in the bus stop. I think something catastrophic might be coming.
Okay, I'm glad you said it, not me.
The rule of 3s.
Yes. By the way, just to complete that point, Zach Campbell was saying apparently he'd come for an interview at midnight Californian time, which made me think he was from California, because who on earth would talk in Californian time if you're not from there?
How about midnight East Coast time, Zach, instead, in 2.5 hours from now?
Or
how about
what
that
about
instead?
Just now?
Or just now? Yeah, I mean, in-car interview. I wish we do that sometimes. If people are unfamiliar with sort of the wide world of iRacing, league racing, there are occasions where we get to talk to drivers during the race, but for some drivers, this is a little bit more focused of an effort and not quite so laid back to be able to talk to us in the race spot, which is a shame.
It is. I mean, Sean Campbell spoke to us during the 24 hours of Spa this last year. I keep saying this year when I mean 2023. I mean last year. Sorry.
It was only 3 weeks ago.
I know. It's I can't get my head around it, to be honest. The 2024 just seems a bit wild to me at the moment, so I'm just it's not in my head yet. But anyway, more pit stops here in LMP2. WSR Esports by Bookkicker have been in. Lucas Lindqvist is actually at the wheel of that one now. Gap still 15 seconds. It's still an interesting race in LMP2, and that gap is still very closable from this stage in the race, even on pace, where there's no strategy difference at all in that class.
Here comes the MAG performance number 120 in LMP2. Alessandro Maras has been in that car for an absolute age. I don't know exactly how long this stint has been, but ever since Gabriele Mini got out of the car, or Andrea Bristow, by the way, but there was trouble for one of the Williams Esports and GTP in the International Horseshoe.
Farrow.
And Matt Farrow, was that a solo incident from him?
It's entirely on his own. Oh. He's broken too late, and he's made a big error here. It's cost him a lot of time. Well, I'll say a lot. It's cost him 5 or 6 seconds, but that is costly. Matt Farrow of Williams just braking a bit too late into the West Horseshoe and goes off into the grass. That's an unforced error.
Yeah, and cold tires, but that's another thing that we were talking about earlier. I mentioned how in practice you would assume that every driver in this field is capable of getting around this track with 0 mistakes whatsoever and completing their optimal lap. But when the pressure comes on, when you're on cold tires, when you've had a little bit of a break, you maybe stretched your hands a little bit, It's easy to just get that little bit too late on the brakes or lose your focus for a millisecond, and then by the time you realize, it's too late to correct. He was lucky he realized that he was braking too late at the right moment, and he was able to just take control in the grass. But if he waited a little bit longer and that slide starts to get on, it's very easy to just end up in the wall here after losing focus.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's Moreno Sorica, who's now assumed the sort of leading position, if you like, of these Williams cars. I wonder how that will affect the two of them in the coming hours. I mean, over the course of a 24-hour race, will that 5-second sort of mistake from Farrow really be a factor that we're still thinking about at the end of this one? I mean, surely not, but you never know, do you? You never know when 5 seconds is going to cost you in one of these races. You would imagine the winning margin is going to be bigger than that, but you just can never really be sure. And, you know, Farrow's going to be kicking himself. That's going to sort of put a dampener on the whole stint for him now. When he gets out the car, that's what he's going to be thinking about. Not any of the good driving that he's done throughout this stint, not any of the good lap times, but I'm afraid he's probably going to be thinking about that mistake there.
That's tough when you're a driver, because it's not just you on track. If it's just you making a mistake and losing out, you know, in a single car, single driver kind of race, that hurts enough. That's embarrassing enough. But when you're racing for a team and you're the driver that made the mistake, maybe at the end of the race that lost you the race, they have good team environments, I think, at Williams Esports. I don't think they would put any blame on him and make him feel any worse, but you do still feel worse as a driver if you were the one who caused it.
Yeah, you certainly do. That was Alexei Nesov there, by the way, not in a Redline shirt, but no one can notice from that distance, so it's fine. He's in red and black. Who cares? He's in second place at the moment, trailing his teammate, his new teammate, Ollie Steinbratton. And what a sort of... I'm not sure if this is his very first race, Nesov, in the Redline car, but it might be his first 24-hour. And this is quite a way to build team camaraderie, isn't it? 24-hour racing, and they're spending it a bit closer together than usual as well.
You know, corporate forced bonding. You love it. You love to see it.
Have you experienced that? Team
building.
Yeah.
You love it. It's not usually as close as this is.
That's very close. That's a case for HR, I think.
Yeah,
if you're that close.
Redline HR might have to get the conversation here. But one thing I do love about Alexei Nesov is he is the only driver in this race representing the fine country of Kyrgyzstan. Nobody else can say that.
Is that true?
It is.
How do you know that?
I do my research, Ewan.
Okay.
But Ole is representing Norway, so just one of the many international drivers of this race. I tend to do this every single time we get to this, Ewan. I go through a list of every driver who is representing whatever country. It's probably in the 20s or 30s here, but that's iRacing for you. It's international.
It certainly is. Great to see so many nationalities as well in the field, as we know. So we like to have everyone here. What I've got to say though, at this stage in the day, there's the proportion of well, I was going to say Americans, but that's not slightly fair, is it? No, it's North and South Americans, really, isn't it? The proportion of those nationalities out there on the circuit has slightly increased, but there's a fair amount of Europeans, and a lot of these drivers are experienced enough to know that that's what's required of them in this 24-hour race. There's still plenty of drivers from Europe still up and about, and will be throughout the entirety of the race, although I wouldn't like to say that has a great effect on your driving, but anyway, that's
I think we've got every continent, Ewan, other than obviously Africa and Antarctica. It's unfortunate that there isn't much African representation in this race. There's always a couple. You run into a couple on iRacing, but not the biggest club there. You do have North America. You know, you can go through the list of Americans. South America, Augustine Canapino's just reconnected to the session. He'll probably be getting back in the seat soon. Europe, Asia, you've got Sotomuto and Kazuki Fujita and a couple others. Australia, of course, but I want to get the African representation up, because we're not getting Antarctica anytime soon.
No. We also need a club sort of more specific than just Africa, because that is a huge place.
North Africa, South Africa, West Africa.
Yeah, well, even more specific than that, to be honest, we could probably go. But anyway,
Club Sahara.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get a bit more specific, really, than just Africa. But anyway, especially considering America has all the states. So anyway, that's. But as Arjuna has often said to me, like, you know, America is almost an entire continent, which is fair enough. And you know, I'm not opposed to having America with more than one club, but you know, Africa has just one, so you know, need to branch out a bit there. And Eastern Europe as well, which is just all one.
Yeah, then we don't even get into international, which I believe covers like Central America and the Pacific Islands and a couple others.
Oh God.
So there's
Southeast Asia probably. Oh,
I think that has its own club.
Does it, or does Japan just have one?
I think there's the Japan club, and I think there's the Central Asia club, I believe.
Oh, because that's a small place.
I think there's the East Asia club. I think so.
Okay. Okay. But anyway, we're a very sort of North American and European sport, I suppose, in some ways. But anyway, that's probably a discussion for another day. As we have a look at a replay of Zach Campbell. Oh no, this is not Zach Campbell. This is the 81. And it's an outbreaking into the West Horseshoe. What has happened in the last 10 minutes? Because that's two drivers who've gone deep there now. Dane Warren now at the wheel of that Coanda car to join Matt Farrow in going in the grass in the last 5 minutes. That's a bizarre turn of events.
Yeah, things haven't been going very well for Dane Warren, unfortunately, but that car is already 6 laps down, so maybe just pushing a little bit too hard, or maybe losing focus because he's not really competing with anybody else for position on track. But I think he's coming down pit lane right now, may actually get out of the car and let somebody else take that car over. Oscar Pye in the other Coanda entry is down pit lane as well. So it's about that time. It's pit stop festival time in GTP over the next couple laps.
It certainly will be. Somebody asking YouTube whether Redline have a GTP also, and they certainly do. They've got two, actually. Clush Lulham is 7th in one of the Team Redline GTPs. And we've got Sam Coiter in the other one in 9th place. They're both on the lead lap at the moment, but they're not troubling the podium places as of right now, and they haven't been for some time now. So that's where Redline are in terms of the prototype field, but in GT they're doing a lot better. They've actually struggled to win this race in recent years. 2020 was the last time that Team Redline actually took a win in the Daytona 24 hours, and that's the only time that they've won this race as well. And it's somewhat remarkable, Joey, that a team of such pedigree have only won this race on one occasion in the 9 previous times that it has taken place.
Yeah, they have put a lot of focus in GTD today, so I think they're going to be happy with the fact that they might win in class here, or at least they very likely will win in class here unless something goes horrifically wrong, because they've got a solid duo here. But yeah, maybe in the near future they'll start thinking a little bit more about that GTP class. Maybe if more cars are added, maybe if some other teams start to shift to other categories, they'll start focusing in a little bit more on that. I also saw a question in Twitch chat, by the way. Somebody was asking why there's mostly Mercedes at the head of the field in GTD. Well, it's very fast in a straight line. That Mercedes is a rocket. It's so fast, and when this track is like half straights, you definitely want that.
Well, I did a league race with Arjuna around here in just GT3s at Daytona, and there were Porsches everywhere doing very, very well. And that was only like a week and a half ago. So, you know, were you surprised to see this amount of, well, it sounds like you were expecting to see this amount of Mercedes. We're expecting to see a few different manufacturers out there as well, other than Mercedes, because we've got just Mercedes and Ferrari this year.
Yeah, I mean, I was hearing that the Mercedes would be a pretty popular pick because it is just so fast in a straight line, and overtaking in a straight line is pretty important. So, but I didn't really expect it to be this dominant. I didn't expect it to be this many Mercedes in GTD, but there was big trouble in the bus stop just a couple moments ago. You and Michael Romanidis, after taking over that number 81 for Coanda, was he involved with one of his teammates in the bus stop, or was this an incident with GTD traffic? It was one of his teammates.
It's contacts between the teammates. One of the Coanda cars. I think it's the 92. Oscar Pai has gone straight into the back of him, and he was expecting his teammate to go for that, and Oscar Pai goes straight into his teammate. That is a disaster for VRS Coanda, who make contact within the team. On board with Oscar Pai here. He's trying to follow his teammate through, who doesn't go for it in the way he was expecting. Pai absolutely smacks him. The Stormforce car goes across the corner. Pai has damage, and he's back into pit lane. One bullet in the gun now gone for VRS Coanda. What a disaster for them.
Absolute disaster. Romanitas was trying to be a little bit courteous, I think, to the GTD traffic and slowing up a little bit and not totally sending it, taking them out into the bus stop. But in the process, his teammate not expecting him to slow down that much, wasn't able to react in time. It just wasn't within the window of human reaction time, and that is just total disaster. The number 81's race was already going terrible. They were already 6 laps down. They're going to be even further down. And now Oscar Pai leaves Coanda with one car in contention. Just that number 8 car is left.
Well, if you're Romanides in that situation, though, why are you even poking the nose down the inside? Why are you not sat right behind the Apex car, take the nice line in and get the run off the corner? Why is he even poking his nose down the inside if he's not going to go for it? And by the way, I agree, I don't think he should have gone for it down the inside there, because that would have been pretty overly aggressive. But why is he even out of line there? I don't understand what benefit there is.
That was also his first lap out of the pit, so that's another addition to it, that he's been out of the car for a little while, was just trying to, I think, get back in the rhythm, and then that's an easy time to make a mistake, especially for him. It's the middle of the night for him, so all of those things add up to maybe the decision-making not being quite what it would be if he was in total awake racing shape, I think.
Well, that is quite an incident to mark the end of the 14th hour of this race. One of the VRS Coanda GTPs out of the running for this year's iRacing Daytona 24 hours. Oscar Pai has been in the pit lane for around 2 minutes now, and the 92 is out of contention. It's now up just to the number 8, and even more heartbreakingly for them, I suppose, the number 92 was the better placed of them as well, which it makes it all the more painful.
So now Williams really has an upper hand. Even if their strategy was gonna be the one that wins out in 10 hours anyway, if that strategy isn't the winning strategy, they're still closer than they were before. Only 15 seconds separate them from the lead Coanda car, and that is not easily surmountable, but it is certainly catchable. And if Zach Campbell and the other Coanda car runs into any trouble whatsoever, it's single digits in terms of lap time, or it's single digits in terms of gap, or he could just be off the track altogether. It has suddenly become much, much easier for Williams Esports to win this race.
Well, I said a few moments ago that the momentum was switching their way anyway. Surely the momentum's got to be right with them now, with Coanda suffering that. It's got to be demoralising even for the teammates.
And it's going to be hard for Zach Campbell, because he's the only one left. The entire weight of VRS Coanda, at least in GTP, rides on Zach Campbell's shoulders now. They're still alive in LMP2, but to win this race overall, it's all going to come down to Zach Campbell and the drivers of the number 8.
It certainly is. And with just over 10 hours to go, it's time for me to step out of the commentary box, finally, and say a very good morning to our Junior Kunky Puddy.
Ewan's complaining about 4 hours in the commentary booth, but goodness, he's had a short stint, all things considered, if you go back in time to how we used to do things here at RaceSpot. Wow, how things have changed since, well, I said goodbye to the commentary booth 4 hours into this one. By the time Ewan returns, it will be as we're getting ready for the sun to rise. Who knows how it will have changed since then. One thing that hasn't changed, I'm still struggling to get my words out from underneath me. It's been an interesting couple of hours so far, Joey, as we've gotten past the halfway mark of the race. And, well, just as momentum was shifting around, big drama in the bus stop, and suddenly the danger of Daytona becomes apparent. You've got to survive the night in order to be able to get a good finish.
And you look at the track right now, these shots, it looks idyllic out there. There's no traffic anywhere. There's a couple of cars driving around. But don't let that distract you. You look at the outer view here, there may be a bit of separation, at least in that part of the track, but there is traffic everywhere, and there are always going to be those unpredictable moments, like the one that took Oscar Pai and the number 2 for VRS Coanda out of the running. you're never going to be able to avoid that trouble for as long as there's other cars in other classes on track.
Yeah, you can see the marbles building up from some of these aerial shots as well. Track conditions have very much changed since this race got underway. The, well, unfortunately sorry sight of two very damaged Porsche 963s adorned in the traditional purple and orange of the Coanda SimSport crew. Got to stop calling them Coanda SimSport, but they've been so dominant here with that name, it feels somewhat fitting to still refer to him by that. So Campbell, like mentioned, carries the hopes for now, but all things considered, with Josh Rogers and Elvis Rankin, the other two drivers in that car, it might actually have been one of the strongest lineups if maybe the pace so far had seen it drop backwards through strategy. And I think strategy is going to be a bit of a crucial battle, I think, for some of these drivers. The Apex Racing team, Kevin Ellis Jr., down to pit lane.
There they are. We need one of those like FCC mandated 7-second pauses, Arjuna. So if you say SimSport, somebody can catch it, bleep it out in 7 seconds, and then we're good.
No, because the only way I'm going to ever stop calling them Coanda SimSport is if I have a T-shirt with it that I can look down every time to correct myself. You see?
Well, I'll go for one too. If they're selling, if they're offering, I'm here. I'm taking one.
I would particularly like one of those blue hoodies, guys. I know they're old. But if you can get one out of the wardrobe, dig it out for me, please.
They're blue? How are they blue? They got to be purple and orange.
There's a special blue hoodie. That's all I'm going to say. And it's apparently the most comfortable one. So it's the one that obviously I would want. We haven't talked too much about LMP2, and I think that's got its good and bad. After being the most nutty of the classes at the start of 2023's Daytona 24, let's not forget, they were 3-4 wide inside of the opening 10 and 15 minutes, and yes, it ended exactly how you think it was going to. It's been a little bit calmer, all things considered, but ultimately, because the WSR Esports butt kicker team have been absolutely storming away at the front. 16 seconds back to the Culture team is, I think, more a reflection of the fact that Jose Sori and the rest of those drivers, Joey, have been able, in especially the last 6 or so hours, to bring that gap steadily down to a more manageable spot with what will be 10 hours to go.
Yeah, Lucas Prado was in this car for the last stint or two. He did a pretty solid job of maintaining the gap. Now it's alternate universe Lucas Lindqvist behind the wheel now. We'll see if he can maintain that gap over Jose Soria, who is also a recent addition to the car. It was even Machado Perez behind the wheel for the longest time. He's only gotten in the last stint or two, but Jose's very fast. And you know, we've seen many times in the past, he's been able to do a little bit of a chase. He loves to have a carrot in front of him, I think, to have something to chase, to give him some sort of incentive to try and bring it down. But it's not going his way, at least on this lap.
Now, you've got to love the fact that the livery that was designed by Juan at iLiveries for the VCO Cup of Nations going on now almost 3 full years ago has been such a favorite that the Culture team continue to run it in these special events. We've seen it be a bit of a fixture here at Daytona in particular, and so Juan, of course, 2023 VCO Simi Award Hall of Fame winner. It's great to see some of those paints continuing to work their way around. Speaking of his paints, always love the look of the Williams Esports BenQ car. This time it's on a Ferrari. One thing that I did note is that Parker White behind the wheel. You see that in the picture. He's got the Apex Racing Team jersey on. He left the Apex Racing team at the end of 2023, currently quote-unquote unaffiliated, is quote-unquote guest driving for Williams Esports, but of course eNASCAR free agency is just finished on up, and well, as far as I'm aware, Parker White has not announced where he's going racing. I don't think Williams Esports have announced who's going to be racing for them just yet. Can we put 2 and 2 together and Sherlock Holmes a little bit here?
I'm going to let you dig your own hole, Arjuna.
I'm going to do it.
You do it.
I'm doing it. Maybe.
His name should be Parker Blue, by the way. At least today.
Why Parker Blue? Come on, give it to me.
Because the car. That's not white.
But that's like a purple and blue. I'm struggling here, Joey. I'm struggling.
His name should be the color of the vehicle.
Which part of the vehicle is the question?
I'm sick of the lack of nominative determinism in sim racing. We need more drivers with last names that are relevant to the vehicles they're driving.
I'm just saying, purple or blue, though. I still don't quite know what you want.
Imagine if his name was Parker Ferrari, too.
I mean,
Wouldn't that be great?
Parker Purple sounds, I think, better than Parker Blue.
Parker Purple?
It's just my opinion. And
Williams.
Confirming, by the way, as far as I'm aware, Williams Esports have not announced their drivers to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Whoever gets Parker White is going to get a very, very capable and talented driver. I think that is the end of the story. He's trying to hunt down, by the way, Jimmy Antunes in that Stormforce ART car. One of the best liveries in all of motorsports, I will maintain, as they're currently being pushed around by Michael Janney after the 198 had its big drama. They are, 10 laps down from the class leader, but helping the team out where they can.
Yeah, this is one of the most interesting dynamics, I think, on the track, because they literally have just a dead buddy to be able to do their bidding. It's a little bit like at my job we export a lot of files, so usually we have to spread work across multiple computers. So we have one computer just in the side of the office. We call it a word that I'm not allowed to say on air, but that's the computer we exclusively use to do our grunt work and export files. And that's what the second Apex Racing car is like here. His only job is to be a team player. His only job is to push. He has no other purpose for the last 10 hours, but it's a good thing to have.
And again, it goes back to the fact that the team has brought out so many of the drivers, the support staff as well, to their facility in Corby to really make a tentpole event of this for themselves as well. And that's why, even though they may have been down and out, there's no point if you're all there for the point of racing anyway. If the car is fixable and not down on speed, which it seems to be, at least for the time being, take full advantage of it. What's your opinion on that paint, by the way, Joey? This amazing Stormforce livery.
I do like it. It's easily differentiable too. It's yellow, which is not a common color in terms of liveries on track right now. It is slightly confusing that it's not the usual Apex Racing colors, because I'm always looking for those, but I do like it. I like a bright yellow.
It's a highlighter yellow in some ways, right? Not maybe the same harshness, but just in terms of grabbing the attention of those watching on in towards the Le Mans chicane. Still having to catch myself to say that properly as they mind the track limits. That was pretty tidy as two of the GTPs filter on their right-hand side. And a third one coming through as well, the VRS Coanda 963 of Zach Campbell, who has come down pit lane and stayed in that car for yet another stint. Maybe that is why he said that he can't come and talk to us until 12 p.m. midnight. Maybe that's the next time he gets out of the car, although that would be a pretty ridiculous stint.
Yeah, what is it with these GTP teams and making guys named Campbell do ridiculous stints?
I mean, he uses Imperial units, so he deserves it.
I guess. That does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the weather right now, not in those incorrect units, 19 degrees Celsius. I mean, from what I understand, Daytona this year is not going to be that cold, so the Michelin low weather spec tire not going to be at least so required. Partially cloudy, of course. You can see touching around 4 a.m., getting closer and closer to seeing the sun begin to rise. After this, in terms of special event schedule, it's back here to Daytona for the Daytona 500, Joey. Complete the triumvirate of special events here to open up the calendar.
Yeah, I wonder what the Venn diagram of drivers in this field and drivers in the Daytona 500 special event are going to be. I imagine it's going to be two separate circles.
Well, are we talking top
like
split?
To see somebody crossing over.
Or every split?
Top broadcasted split. I wonder.
Oh, then we're at zero.
Unless like maybe Parker White or Bobby Zelensky, maybe they want to go the other way.
I completely forgot about them, but outside of them, there are actually quite a few NASCAR drivers that have been competing in some of the other time zones, some of the other splits. I saw Vicente Salas won yet again on the Friday night split, so there are plenty of the NASCAR drivers that are very capable road racers, and here at the World Center of Racing in particular, at the end of 2023, Joey, winner of the final round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, Casey Kerwin, in the XF for Cadillac Racing.
That's just unfair if you're in a race with Casey Kerwin. Whether you're racing in a sports car or whether you're racing in a stock car on the oval, it's just take the L already.
He had a pretty good teammate, Owen Carroll. Again, Carroll withdrew from this event, which he was really hoping to kick off the year on a high with, because unfortunately the news of his mother passing away just a couple of nights ago. The team have put a decal onto the side of all of their cars in this top split, so again, just wanted to send our thoughts out to Owen, his brother Reese, and to the entire Carroll family, who I'm sure are spending some time together in these difficult times, and looking forward to seeing Owen back out there and racing for Rachel for sure in the future. Cars leading, by the way, in terms of manufacturer as well. Not necessarily a talking point when it comes to the LMP2 class, where it's just the spec Lara LMP2 P217, but in the GTPs it's 3 Acuras at the front, and the GTDs, Joey, 3 Mercedes at the front.
Yeah, these are very comfortable times to be an Acura driver. It has very big power in a straight line, just like the Mercedes does in GTD. It tends to be a comfortable choice, and one somewhat impactful thing that I don't think drivers are really worrying about, it's slightly less fiddly, because it doesn't have driver-controlled MGUK deployment. It does that all itself, so you don't have to worry about adjusting the modes on your own. I don't think that's going to be important at all, but that is one fun thing about the Acura that makes the driver have to do slightly less work behind the wheel. Yeah,
the other thing about that Acura, of course, is the fact that it's running higher downforce than some of the other GTP machines, and in some cases drivers using the short gear stack as well, which maybe slightly compromises them on top end potential, but they can get up to that VMAX a little bit quicker, which could be relatively important. We see the race-leading GTP car roll through the Le Mans chicane into pit lane, the number 4 of Ollie Steinbraten, and after Redline had come in synchrony last pit stop cycle, Joey, they've actually offset as Alexei Nesov saved just that extra lap of fuel.
Yeah, that is surprising. I would have assumed they would be in lockstep, because you don't really want to lose the other driver, but they've done both strategies. They've split everything up by 1 lap, they've come in simultaneously, and they've both managed to find each other and continue the tail of the bump draft buddies. So I don't think it'll be too much worry, but I do also still think about 9 hours from now or so, if they are the bump draft buddies still, when does that stop happening? When does Alexei or Ale or whoever's in the car behind the wheel in the final stint say, it's time to stop working together, it's time to start actually fighting for this win? What's that going to look like?
1 hour to go. That's what I think.
I think it will be around then, but then the question will be, how do you actually make the pass? When do you go for a move? How do you break up the ultimate duet and actually go for a move? That's the ultimate challenge.
So here's where I'm going to say right now, there is a favorite in this race for me, and unfortunately, it's not the car we're watching on screen right now, which is the one which has the newcomers Alexei Nesov and Gustavo Ariel paired up with Josh Thompson and Florian Lebigra, who joined the team last year. The only reason they are not the favorites in my mind, well, because the other of the Redline cars, that's the one with Ollie Steinbraten, Gianni Vecchio and Max Verstappen. Well, Gianni Vecchio in particular has a history, a knack. It was 3 years in a row that he opened up the BMW esports calendar here at Daytona with a drag race out of the chicane to the line and coming out on top. He's had some great teammates along the way. He's bested Max Verstappen in some of those races as well. I just feel like, yes, they're in a Mercedes, but you've got to know at a track like this, Joey, how important the draft is, how to use the draft as well.
It is important, and I hope we get one of those famous Daytona finishes, like in last year in the real life race in the Rolex 24. LMP2 came down to a photo finish at the line. I don't believe we saw that at all last year in the iRacing Daytona 24, but I'm always waiting for it. I want that on the highlight reels for the rest of the year.
Thinking about the special events, of course, you and I, Joey, I think plenty of people expect that we are going to be most excited about the return of the iRacing Indianapolis 500, and yes, that's probably true. I don't know. I look at the special event calendar, though, and I see the likes of the Martinsville MX 500, and I say, you know what? I love that we're adding that to the special event calendar. It gives a little bit more diversity to what's already a crazy, diverse schedule.
That's going to be very funky. There's also the Indy 6 hour that's coming up. That's going to be fun stuff. Lots of and the Road America 500, I believe, is coming back as well. There's always you know, the events associated with real life, Indy 500, Daytona 500, all of those. But there's also the ones that are still associated with real life, but are a little bit more fun. And I might have to get out there for the Martinsville MX 500. I don't know if I'm going to be very good at it, but I might have to try it.
Trying to figure out what it's going to be like to commentate on that race. Now, we're not Moon Car. We have to set the expectations, Joey.
Yet.
No. We're not allowed to be. We're not allowed to be Moon Car.
Yeah, the government would probably shut down that monopoly if we merged.
Yeah, that would be too powerful. But also, let's be honest, we're not good enough to be Moon Car. Like, I mean that I'm not capable of shouting for that long. My voice would go.
Yeah, I don't have Travis's vocal cords.
Stamina.
He's very powerful. It's a lot of like
That's
Waffle
true.
House fuel, I think. I like Waffle House, but I don't go often enough to fuel my vocal cords like that. And I think that's the biggest difference.
The thing is, though, there's only one appropriate time to go to Waffle House.
I wish there was one around me because
you know what that is, by the way, right?
Yes, I middle of the night.
Yeah. No, just to make sure that people outside of the U.S. do not know this. That's the thing, you know? We got a global audience here.
The Waffle House equivalent in other countries, I feel like doesn't really exist.
No, I don't think there is one. Ooh, here's the Italian stallion, Simone Marcello, off of the banking. BMW gets a little bit too hairy as the rear end steps out. Bucking Bronco sends him into the grass.
That was a big slide. That was like a pendulum going around. It almost looked like he hit the wall on the inside, and I don't think he did. Just taking absolute tons of speed into the corner, and the tires say, nope, you are not getting to do that. We do not have the grip to let you go through this corner without sliding. And that's yet another case of when you start to lose it in one of these cars, you can save it, you can get on the brakes, but you're not going to be able to slide it through the corner. It's going to say no. You're gonna have to recover here.
Note how the Redline Mercedes are being very careful and intentional in how they bump draft to hit a very specific part of the rear bumper, especially on the large banking that we have to factor in here. Now, one thing that the drivers didn't have to deal with here in the sim that maybe iRacing should look to add, along with, of course, the expected rain moving forward. Joey, fireworks, we need them in the middle of the night, if only to distract and wake up some drivers.
We could probably simulate that on the stream if we tried very hard and we had somebody powerful enough with a graphics machine and After Effects. We could probably do it ourselves.
There's a swap around, interestingly, as Ollie Steinbratten's going to take the point back. Of course, part of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship winning outfit paired up with Gianni Vecchio. Maybe another reason why my prediction would swing the way of the number 4 machine. Alexei Nesov, though, has been competing in some real-world GT3 cars over the last 12 months. Got to go out and race at the 24 Hours of Spa, all GT3 event, obviously. And, of course, because of the way that SRO do things, where they have the sim race before the real race that actually pays points into the real-world championship. Joey, it's a great opportunity for someone like Alexei to go out there and make an impact for the team that he's representing.
I'm just in awe of the sentence you've just said, Arjun. I can't follow it.
I think it's really cool. We saw James Baldwin, of course, do that last year when he went to race in the McLaren. I think he won his esports race before the real race, but I think it was almost 60 seconds over a field of some of the world's best GT3 drivers. So, yeah, again, just a great way for these young drivers. I don't know if Alexei Nesov's necessarily as young as some of the others, but definitely gets a chance to show exactly what he's done. I'm trying to, if you can't tell, search on Google who he was racing for last year, because I couldn't remember. Mad Panda Motorsports. What a wonderful team name, Joey.
He is very young, by the way. I believe 2003.
You're kidding me.
Year. So that's...
He's 20.
He's a young man. There are younger, like Parker White is 17, for example, and I'm sure there's even younger in the field, but he's still a young man.
I don't believe you about Alexei.
Take that to driverdatabase.com.
Exactly where I was going right now, and you are 100% right. So, wow. I'm going to have to send him a message. Funny that we're talking about that because, you know, he's left Urano, joined Redline. Great switch for him, but some of his Urano teammates have, quote-unquote, retired. The likes of Dylan Shrivens, Bobo. I won't call you Becky. It's Bobo from now on, I promise, in retirement. I think maybe Ute Delict as well. I haven't seen if he's going to be moving over anywhere, but some of the drivers gone to PS Competition. Luca Keita's over at the Apex Racing team. A couple of the drivers have made their way to Door. Nicholas Laubish is there, so great to see some new homes being found for those drivers. Culture team off and away from pit lane, Joey, 35.7 seconds, and it's Ivan Machado Perez back in.
Yep, Jose Soria gets some rest, and Ivan gets to go do some more work. He was doing a fine job when he was in the car before, and I think he'll do a fine job again now. The Calsa team, last year, they finished second at Daytona last year, if I remember correctly. Am I correct?
Oh, you're asking a lot from me. I did almost 300 broadcasts last year, Joey.
I believe they finished, because I remember distinctly the fact that we had our RaceSpot commentator predictions, and I picked the Calsa team to win at Sebring after they finished second here, and I was very wrong. But they have been Daytona specialists. They've been very, very strong here. I don't know what it is about this specific place and this specific combination of drivers that works so well, but this is the place where you see the Calsa team up front and in competition for the wins, at least in the last 2 years.
And again, I love the livery. It looks fantastic.
Why mess with perfection if it already exists?
They literally have just taken the livery from that event, the VCO Cup of Nations, and brought it forward as Lucas Lindqvist is down on pit lane.
I do want to know what Calsa means, by the way. I don't know what that means.
I'm going to go and look. Here we go.
I looked it up, and I got the University of Maryland Center for Advanced Life Cycle Engineering. I don't think that's what Jose and Ivan are working on.
So I've got something in translation. Google is not helping me very much here. At the foot of is apparently what it's meant to mean. But not in the way that you're thinking. Please sign below is the way that it's being referenced in. Ferme in culture.
Interesting. I saw that in English, apparently, calce is the white substance left after heating limestone, used in making cement. I don't think we're getting anywhere here.
No, we're going backwards. We're not going forward. Arturo Melgar says, culture team, Calatin, sock. Okay, there's logic there. I'm still not quite seeing it, though.
It's a pun. It's a Spanish pun.
Is it? I'm not getting it.
It's like, what's an English word that ends in teen? Palpatine.
Palpatine.
So if somebody was the Palpatine, it would be a joke.
Yeah, but if Calcatin is sock, what's funny?
Calcitine means sock. Calsa team is a team that kind of sounds like a sock, and socks are funny.
I guess my sense of humor when I've been awake for...
I thought I just had to be a commentator tonight. Apparently I have to be Arjuna's comedy translator.
No, I mean, to be fair, Joe, you usually have to do that for your terrible puns anyway, so it's nothing really new to us here in the booth. But
that's in my contract already.
Yes, no, it is implied in your job description. The gap between the two at the front in the P2 class after pit stops, 1 lap separated. The WSR Esports team coming in 1 lap later holds at about 10 seconds, 11, 12 seconds or so. I think it will bandy around in traffic here and there. Gap between the leaders in GTP, though. I think now that the momentum is surely shifted away from Coanda. Zach Campbell now 53 seconds behind Moreno Sarica. But maybe more pertinently, only 4.5 seconds back. Matt Farrow running in that Williams Esports Fanatec car, hunting down Moreno Sarica. And I have just gotten word from Carl Janssen that it does sound as though Augustin Canapino is going to get back into the number 6 machine in maybe the next cycle of pit stops.
I reached out to Jaden Munoz after he got out of the car, and he says they definitely believe they're net 1-2 right now at Williams. Coanda has to make an extra stop comparatively, and they also have to push even harder because they have to make up for the time they've lost. So right now, not only are Williams leading on strategy, they're leading on being able to back off a little bit and save a little bit of fuel because they have that control. It is going to be very, very difficult for Coanda to bring that down. Moreno Sarica is now in for his next stop.
And so are we going to see the driver change? Will the Juncos Hollinger Racing driver get back in? Or is it going to be Sarica, who's been competing, of course, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup now for going on 2 years, 2 full years at this point? Will he stay out there and continue to rumble around? Instantly jumps out, and hello to the Argentine Augustin Canapino, who's going to set our YouTube chat alight surely. I still remember that I was introduced to Augustin first as a driver for Williams Esports here in one of our 24-hour Daytona events. And then, of course, I learned what a storied history he has in touring cars back home, and since then. Michael Preston, all that Carl was trying to do was set me up with an interview with Augustin, so I'm going to get on the blower to you instead, and we'll get that all sorted, the contracts signed and sealed and delivered. We've got 9 hours and about 40 minutes left to go, as Canapino's going to drop behind Zach Campbell, as we would suspect. Joey, only a couple of hours from the sun beginning to rise. This is when you get to golden hour, hypothetically. Cold conditions, but great visibility, and drivers with that impetus to start pushing.
And you see that single digit on the clock. It is no longer 10 or 11 or 12. It is single digits, and you know you've got to start pushing. If you're in GTD right now, if you're these two Redline leaders, it's not really that prominent for you right now. You're still on strategy. You're still working together. You're still going to keep doing that for as long as you're together. But if you are, for example, Coanda and GTP, they've got time to make up. They're pushing now, and they know they don't have that much time to do it. The Kaus team in LMP2, they're doing the same. It's starting to get into those critical hours, and when the sun rises and you haven't made any progress, you do start to realize it may be a bit too late.
So as the Redline contingent find themselves in a very comfortable spot, margin back to Jimmy Antunes in the Stormforce ART machine, the 199 holds at right around 40 seconds or so. Then Sotomuto finds himself a good 75 seconds back in the, well, what is the best of the Ferraris. It's really interesting, of course, that Redline, who competed in the Ferrari in IMSA Esports, Joey, have switched to the Mercedes for this event, clearly thinking they had a little bit more speed, whereas Williams have done the opposite, competed in the Mercedes in IMSA Esports here in the Ferrari today.
Yeah, it's strange in a way to see this Ferrari out there, because basically everybody else in the category has disagreed with them and said the Mercedes is the best car to have, but it does come down in a way to what drivers are most comfortable with, because you can be comfortable in or you can be fast in the Mercedes, but the Mercedes is slightly more awkward to drive. I've heard from some drivers that it's a little bit worse in terms of both front and rear grip. That's not good when both ends of the car are slightly less grippy. The Ferrari a little bit more under control and a little bit easier to survive in. But also, is it fastest overall? I think Williams Esports, unfortunately, are realizing that it's not really the car that's going to win them the race on pace, but if something starts to go wrong, people start to get jittery in the Mercedes, that's what they're hoping for.
And it's Daytona. All it takes is one moment with traffic. Attrition's actually been quite good, all things considered. We had 50 take to the green, still have 37 out there and running, and most of those retirees actually in the GTP class, where, of course, the most cars entered initially anyway. So as your race-leading machine is in, Williams Esports Fanatec are going to have Jaden Munoz see them out of the pit lane after Matt Farrow has done what's been another handy stint. The VRS Coanda machine, Zach Campbell cycles back around, and the driver, definitely not from California, but from Lawrenceville, Georgia, runs out on track.
Did he actually tell you that he was... Did he say that he was from California at one point? Or
No.
Made up?
That was just Ewan, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if there was some fake news.
There was
going
just
around
miscommunication because Zach and I were talking about him coming and chatting to us at some point, and he said, "Come do it at midnight." And so midnight California time for me, right? Because I'm brain dead at this point of the race. I've already been up for basically since the start, and he was being kind to me.
Well, it's only 7 p.m. for you right now, so it's barely even night for you.
It's only 7 p.m., but I've been awake since 3:30. Oh.
You're gonna have a nice long night.
Yeah, well, and then I've got to stay up until 3 p.m. tomorrow with a couple more broadcasts. Don't forget, we're busy here on RaceSpotTV. We've got the Next Level Racing Racecraft Race to the Summit, the I think 3rd annual at this point, hill climb up Mount Washington. There was an open time attack on the iRacing servers that people could jump into, the top 20 in times, and then a handful of random drivers have also been picked by Next Level Racing to join the fun. They'll get a couple of attempts. I think it's 3 attempts. Fastest one counts. They are allowed to pick up incident points on their way up, but should be a lot of fun. And of course, we also have the next round of the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland with some very, very talented drivers. What has just happened to Alexei Nesov? Because he has dropped from my timing screen, and with no good visible reason.
That is not a good sight.
Oh, I've just seen the dreaded disconnection message in the server, and that's going to put them 1 full lap down, and Josh Thompson's going to be the one to try and recover it. Again, Redline still in a great spot to get the win here, but unfortunately Alexei Nesov's internet, I think, is going to mean that the number 4 Redline machine, the one that's got one hand on that, well, virtual Rolex.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Alexei's internet that redlined, and that is not going to be... That's not fortunate for them. He's just now reconnected to the session, but Josh Thompson's getting behind the wheel of the car now. He hasn't left pit lane yet, but that hurts so bad. That was nothing that any driver or any part of that team did. That's just like in real life when you have a mechanical failure. There's nothing you could have done, but sometimes it happens. That's the magic of technology.
And I really feel for Alexei, because they were having such a blockbuster day. Redline stream, I'm sure, was going gangbusters for the way the action had unfolded as well. And so he may be slightly kicking himself, but through no fault of his own. I just want to reiterate that. Through all of it, just to keep a note, because of the way the tow system works, Josh Thompson gets in after what was effectively 67 seconds of a loss. Once Alexei Nesov had registered as being dropped from the session, it now sees him roll back on track and in 3rd position, a good 60+ seconds behind the Stormforce ART machine, but only about 12 seconds in front of Sotomuto. So while it's frustrating, yes, I guess in some ways, Joey, it's going to give us a little bit more excitement.
Yeah, it could have been far worse. So now the goal for Josh Thompson is that minute-long gap up to the number 199, and that could come down, I think. The fact that they pulled a 40-second gap with their teammate in the previous stint means that is likely make-upable if you give them 9.5 hours. The question is the win still possible? And the only way that's going to happen is if the other Redline entry, the number 4, runs into trouble in the next 9.5 hours. If that happens, the number 2's back in winning contention. If not, it's going to be a chase for second.
I feel like there's a song in there somewhere, Chase for Second. Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
it'll be like a B-side to a Cake song.
I'm just saying.
He's going the distance. He's going for the second amount of speed.
There's Supermax, and then you've got the new hit single, Chase for Second.
I get that's the B-side. There we go.
See? You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Somebody call the pit stop, boys. We got an Alexei Nesov song coming up for you. Or a Josh Thompson song.
Oh, I mean, let's not forget that the Fire Sim Sport driver Lasse back. I mean, it writes itself. Back is back. Guess who's back? Back is back. Yeah, no, we did that Backstreet Boys bit a couple of years ago here at the Daytona 24 when Fire Sim Sport went on to win the race. Front of the GTP field, though, let's keep an eye on some of the little things that we've got to note. 3-second split Canapino from his teammate Jaden Munoz, who's hunting him down. Last lap, there was only 100th or so between the two drivers, but realistically, that Fanatec car a lot closer than it's been for quite a while. Behind them, Drago Racing and Premislav Lemonek, the Turn Racing Grand Prix Series champion of 2023 in the Dallara Ira 1, is just in front of Kevin Ellis Jr. making his return to iRacing competition, albeit with the fact that Kevo still has a trip to come down to pit lane in a handful of laps' time.
But I do have to correct myself, as that was Sean Campbell getting out of the way, letting the Apex Racing team number 98 get by. They're on 2 different laps. I said a little bit earlier that the Acura didn't have adjustable MGUK settings. I meant to say it didn't have adjustable BMIG settings. It does have adjustable MGUK settings. Drivers just don't really touch them in this stage of the race because it deploys itself enough without really having to adjust it in general. But in the final laps, you will start to hear a little bit more about the adjustment you can make on that MGUK to give you a little bit more power from the hybrid unit. But that's very technical stuff, and that comes in more at the end of the race. That correction was for nobody but myself.
No.
I can't afford to be wrong on the internet.
I was just trying to think about how many drivers are actually using some of those settings, because it's one of those things where I feel like in the real world, there's a lot of emphasis sometimes placed, especially in Formula One, right, about how much sometimes the drivers are adjusting things through corners and stuff like that. But especially like the MG UK in this, the way it's built on iRacing, you only can change it a maximum of quote-unquote 4 times a lap. But because of how that works, if you go from rather balance to attack mode and then attack mode back to balance, that is all of your switches used for the lap, and so you don't really get the chance to play with it, and most drivers will leave it in a mode for quite a while and just hope that the modes which are targeting a specific battery percentage can do the job that they will need to do. Kevin Ellis Jr. sliding just that slightly further bit back as he runs in that Porsche 963. And I mentioned Kevin Ellis Jr. making a return to iRacing. I don't think Kevin Ellis Jr. did an actual competitive race, Joey, in the entirety of 2023 on iRacing. He was off doing ESL R1, and that was a lot of work for him. He didn't want to try and split himself too much, but it's good to see that at least starting off the year, he can turn his attention back to familiar soil.
Yeah, you know that better than I do, but we have just heard from our German unit that he did DNLS last year, so he did a little bit.
He did one DNLS race, and he did about, what was it, 90 minutes of it, 2 hours of it? I should know this, but the point...
Are you telling me, Arjuna, you can't remember every single detail about 100-plus sim racing drivers?
No, producer Dane, who's not yet producing, by the way, but getting ready to produce in 90 minutes time or so, is just reminding me. The reason why I should remember that, Joey, is because it was a fantastic fight between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rudy Van Buren. When I say fantastic, I don't think I've commentated on many better battles until it all went wrong for poor Kevin Ellis Jr. So...
Isn't that on your...
He's on my show reel.
Commentator show reel?
It's on my show reel. But yes, Dane had to bring it up, so now I've got to bring up the fact that it ended with Kevin Ellis Jr. spun around. So
yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Have that, Dane. I'm not wearing my Apex Racing Team T-shirt right now.
He almost spun in turn 1, by the way, about a lap and a half ago. He slid all the way through turn 1. We didn't notice it because he was at a slightly oblique angle to the camera, but he was sliding. He's pushing this thing.
I think that is also just kind of the way that these cars, both prototype classes, go through that opening corner, and indeed through some of these corners. They just have such incredible downforce that they have so much lateral load that's being placed through the car, and so it almost looks like they are sliding. If anything, in the LMP2 car, they are very much four-wheel drifting through large parts of the corner. Even after the disconnection, Josh Thompson back into the red line number 2 and right back to work. Sat in now behind Ollie Steinbraten in the race-leading machine. Only 2 cars left in this GTD class on the leading lap. I think that goes to show more than anything the dominance of Redline, but also the fact that we only started with 12 GTD cars to begin with.
Yeah, it was not a very big field. That's just how things ended up splitting up there. But it's pretty amazing that even with that big moment, the disconnection, they still managed to find each other on track. The timing worked out perfectly for them to still be able to be the bump draft buddies, and that's just, it's like they're star-crossed lovers. They were meant to be together for the entirety of this race.
I think we need to make a bump draft buddies t-shirt moving forward. We have is Max in the split shirt, but I think now bump draft buddies heading out of Daytona might not be a terrible idea, so look for that on social media. Maybe
I'd buy it.
I mean, have you bought our Is Max in the split shirt?
I haven't even bought a RaceSpot t-shirt because I want one of those for free.
Eh, none of us get them for free, unfortunately.
Darn.
We get them at a discount. I'll send you the
Well, if
discount code.
If anybody watching on Twitch or on YouTube has a connection to one of those Chinese drop shipping factories, can you just make one for me for cheap and I'll get it that way?
Well, I'm trying to right now. This is where it would help if I still had access to certain emails that I no longer do. I'm trying to find the discount code for our RaceSpot merch because
I thought you were going to say for Alibaba.
Oh, I mean, can you imagine if we had a discount code to Alibaba? I would have.
I love Alibaba.
I would have a very different production setup, I think, than
I would have a crane for a tractor factory on a barge from China the next day. If I had a credit card, a company credit card to charge things on Alibaba, I'd be going crazy.
So again, I've just gone and found it. I had to make sure it was correct before I misquoted myself. If you go to armor.gg / collections / RaceSpot, you can buy the very, very fetching Is Max in this split shirt. You can buy it on a hoodie as well. You can do it We'll Do It Live shirt, which is a personal favorite of mine, and you can get 10% off using the discount code RaceSpot. We're not quite Linus Tech Tips with our segues just yet, but best believe you and me, we're going to work on that, and we will get it sorted as Redline swap around and Josh Thompson regains a spot on the leading lap. But it's really just, I think, a bit of a strategy play here. Would not be shocked if Thompson, even though he will be full of fuel, still comes in at the same time as Ollie Steinbraten does, just to keep these two cars together.
Yeah, they need to be. I think they need to be together. The most they've been separated is about a second and a half after that last pit cycle, and right after that happened, the lead car backed off and made sure they were both together. They have so much to gain by working together like this and bump drafting that even if one of the two was much faster than the other, just on raw pace, it wouldn't be a time gained overall, because the bump drafting is just that powerful and gives you that much of an advantage in race pace.
You were doing some laps with Sean Campbell earlier this week, Joey. I've got to ask, how did it go?
He was doing laps, and I was peppering him with questions.
So you didn't get behind the wheel and see how far off the pace you were?
No, that would be a very frustrating session for Sean, because that would be me following him out of the pits and then instantly spinning, pushing too hard, trying to keep up with him on cold tires.
Yeah, I still remember. For those that do not know, RaceSpot, one of our producers, Hugo Luis, iRacing World Champion, has beaten Martin Kroenke, Gregor Hutu, that level of world champion. And so I was, I wasn't half bad when I did race a lot more. And so we jumped into some practice sessions probably a few years ago now at this point, since I've been working for RaceSpot since 2020. But some new content, fast cars. It might have been the Mercedes Formula One car. We go to Spa. I distinctly remember that. He goes onto the medium tires. I'm on the soft tires. So hypothetically, I should be on the faster tire. He was 1.5 seconds faster than me, Joey.
Yeah, that is inhuman. I can do human lap times with enough practice, but the amount of practice it takes me to get there is too much. So that's why I tend to focus on the booth and not the track, because nobody needs that to happen.
Practice. We've gotten to that topic, and it's now time that I have to go find a screenshot from Simona Marceno, and you have to tell me how many hours of practice you think he's done.
Total? For this year or in his whole career?
For this event.
For this event, I don't know, 100?
100? Okay, wait, I'm struggling to find the image. Now, are you thinking about just the amount of data that he's gathered for this car, or are you also factoring in the amount of data he's got for other cars as well?
I'm counting total. All practice that went into preparing for the iRacing Daytona 24. I'd say 100 hours.
You slightly overshot the mark, but to be fair, you're probably not far off. He uploaded a screenshot onto social media, yesterday. He said, Daytona 24 hour has been huge. Done his best to squeeze the setup, telemetry, driving, no regrets. He's left nothing on the table, and he's proud of his teammates because discipline is all totted up to almost 60 hours of practice between the BMW M Hybrid V8, the Porsche 963 GTP, and a handful of hours in the Cadillac before I think he decided he wasn't going, and they weren't going to be racing that. That's some commitment.
Well, it's very important, because at this absolute highest level, this is the apex of sim racing, or at least the apex of iRacing competition, so much of that comes down to being rote memorization and preparation and practice, and being able to be as mistake-free as possible. You can only do that with practice. It's not a driver skill thing. That is a practice thing. Here
comes Kevin Ellis Jr. I don't know if he's officially called the team captain, but that is kind of the role he's taken on in the recent couple of months behind the scenes at the Apex Racing team. Shares an apartment with Peter Berryman. I can only imagine the sort of shenanigans that they get up to. Hopefully no flammable liquids are allowed anywhere near their apartment. Those who know, I think, probably appreciate that comment. Car's looking pretty good, I would say, and that's a good thing given that they have seen a little bit of drama. Johan Hart actually dinged a, who was it? It was one of the Ferraris, if I'm not forgetting, off the bus stop in the opening hour of the race. But yeah, the new damage model that all of these GTPs are built with, Joey, is definitely something that you do have to watch for and be careful with how much damage you rack up.
Yeah, they're fragile little things. You can't really afford to make big contact, but Kevin Ellis Jr. back out on track. We're seeing him taking every single inch he can on that pit exit, making sure to maximize the speed. You will also, you can't really see that with him coming out. You're not really going to see these drivers on the pit limiter, because you can make a little bit more speed by not riding on the limiter and just riding under the pit speed. There's Zach Campbell. He looks absolutely thrilled.
I'm just saying, this is kind of why I think that he was saying that we would only have the interview with him at midnight. He is going for a bumper stint. Maybe we'll go off and grab a little bit of rest before he gets back into the car and then maybe comes to talk to us. And so I think he's just waiting for the cue. He's already dropped behind not just Canapino and Munoz at the front in the Williams Esports machine, the Placeit and Fanatec cars, but Drago Racing and BMW M Team Redline as well. Of course, Porsche Coanda's lineup seemingly already dialed on into this extra pit stop. And given that the BOP, let's not forget, had them at a 3% fuel cut, they do actually have slightly shorter pit stops than, for example, the BMW, because that has to put more fuel in at the same rate, but ultimately the damage somewhat reversed when it comes to how long they're actually allowed to run out on track. It was a 49.4 second stop there from the Georgia native. And again, Lawrenceville, Georgia has a bit of a cachet for prototype drivers, because Dion Fiallo, also a very, very quick driver who now represents BS Competition, is also from that region, and I would not be shocked if there's probably some more iRacers from there as well. Jaden Munoz within 2 seconds now of the leader, Joey, as he continues to reel on in his teammate up front.
Jaden was very, very fast last time he was in the car. We were almost questioning, should he go ahead of Augustine Canapino when they were on track together, because he was riding behind, saving a little bit of fuel, but he seemed to be faster. If he's able to make up this gap and get a little bit stuck behind Canapino, I do wonder if maybe they think about this time putting the order and saying, you know what, Jaden's a little bit faster, he can tow us forward, and he might be able to make sure we get even more of an advantage over Coanda, because they have 50 seconds right now in sort of the net lead, we're assuming, once everybody is equal on strategy. But if Jaden's getting held up, you don't want to scupper his progress.
No, I think that is one thing where haven't seen either car really be much slower, much faster. We have just seen at times breakaways build, partially because traffic. You can see there how much fuel Munoz elected to save. Switched off, of course, out of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing camp over to Williams Esports at the end of last year. It's been running very quickly on Friday night primetime as we've been covering the IMSA iRacing series, and looking forward to, I think, a kid from Texas that will continue to only get quicker and quicker, that is for sure. BMW for Team Redline, not the official BMW M Team Redline car, but the number 21's going to see, well, it was Sam Coitert out, and here gets Cooper Webster in, and he's a driver that, of course, is being shared in the alliance that Redline have, Joey, with the Oracle Red Bull Racing sim racing team.
And it might scare you a little bit when you say the first 3 syllables of that name. You might think Cooper Webb. Are we getting some super motocross representation in this iRacing field? But not quite. Cooper Webster is, in fact, a different human, but a very fast human at that. That would be cool. If we got some super motocross representation here. We've got IndyCar with Canapino. We got F1 with Max Verstappen. What about Cooper Webb? Are you listening?
I mean, we have had some motocross guys come and join us for some of the off-road stuff on the World Championship side of things, where we have All-Star Invitationals. But yeah, you're right, that would be quite fun. I did see that Zachary Drapkin who races some buggies, is officially part of the Racecraft Academy lineup, which is where a lot of the top-level short course racers come from. Part of the team, of course, that also helps power Connor Barry, the two-time iRacing Off-Road Championship Series champ. So, still some movement, even though somewhere, Christopher Plumley, just for you, I will mention that people are still wanting to see where Wheatland is, and hopefully 2024 is the year that comes. Someone clip that and please send that over to Chris himself. He will be thrilled. So as Cooper Webster back out on track, as I was mentioning, he's not only part of that Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing Alliance, but it's actually going to be competing in Euro Cup 3 in 2024. Now, I didn't even realize that there was Euro Cup 3 because
I think it's like a newly named series. I think it's.
Does it replace Euro Formula?
No, Euro Formula Open still exists.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Euro Cup 3 is the equivalent of what used to be Formula Renault 1.6 or Formula Renault 2.0. It's somewhere between F4 and F3.
Well,
and it's one of those new cheaper series. So if you can't go on the official ladder with the big Formula 4 championships or the regional F3 championships, it's a more cost-effective option like Euro Formula Open.
Yeah, and I think the better way to think about it is maybe that it's a bit of a alternative to Freco, which for people who are familiar with the European open wheel Formula ladder will maybe appreciate. It's the same chassis, just a little bit lighter and on Hankook tires. I see in the entry list that Cooper Webster is going to be up against Emerson Fittipaldi Jr. is going to be racing. That's going to be crazy. They go to Spa, the Red Bull Ring, Algarve, Paul Ricard, Zandvoort, Aragon, Jerez, and Catalunya, Circuit Barcelona, Catalunya. So, almost more than half of those tracks are available on iRacing. The only,
all but two.
Yeah, it's only Algarve, Portimao, and Paul Ricard.
Well, Algarve and Portimao are the same track.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's why I just clarified for people that weren't aware.
But also, that's coming. iRacing has scanned Portimao. They're working on that. And Paul Ricard, that's going to be the only in the very near future, maybe in the next year or so. Paul Ricard will be the only one missing.
Now, I was joking about this earlier, but the only reason we should ever have Paul Ricard is if we can turn on the sprinkler system that Bernie Eccleston designed. But we have to, Joey, be able to turn it on in very specific ways.
Well, imagine having Paul Ricard on iRacing would be like finally being able to race on the centripetal circuit. That would be a dream. Because you can just go out on the asphalt. Theoretically, we could have somebody using a keybind to clear all black flags, and we could basically put on an oval race at Paul Ricard, and that would be beautiful.
That's certainly one alternative to try and stay awake. Martin Haven, I think it was, suggested, what was it? All those years ago on midway through an endurance broadcast. It was how you could tell it had really gotten off the rails.
Heroin?
Yeah, it was heroin. That's what he said. Thank you for reminding me. My brain has gotten so scatterbrained.
He was like, I don't remember the exact context, but it was like they were talking about the kids who were still watching. It's like, oh, if you're staying up too late, you're staying up too late, you might need some energy. Don't be afraid to ask your parents for some cake or heroin.
Yes, the way he just slipped in it as well. It's why Martin Haven is one of the greatest of all time, without any shadow of a doubt. Jimmy Antunes into pit lane and the Stormforce Apex Racing Team machine, and of course, Michael Gianni in the sister 198 rolls in as well. No dramas with contact, which you do have to worry about in these transitions between the fast lane and then the box itself. Gianni out, gonna get in. It will be Sal Vittalens replacing him in the 198. It does seem as though Antunes, who is one of now a cohort of veterans once again in that Apex Racing Team, going to be staying in as the Michelins get fitted once again to the 199. It's back up to 3 seconds at the front for the Williams Esports pair in the GTP lead. And now that Ole Steinbratten's 23 laps into his stint, I think that I can work backwards from Jimmy Antunes' 32-lap stint and say that we're probably like another 10 laps away from seeing the race leader in again.
And they'll be in soon, and you'll start to see that that gap is still growing. For as in Tunes as Jimmy is with that car, these two Redline guys are just another level right now working together.
It is now the 2 in front of the 4, as we mentioned, so Josh Thompson is back on the leading lap, albeit in perpetual danger of going a lap down once again if there was to be a little bit of slip-up. Let's not forget, Josh Thompson was running in front slightly earlier when Max Verstappen was running behind Joey. A collector's item, if you will. A mistake from Max Verstappen, who ran into the back almost of Josh Thompson and then pendulumed around through turn number 1.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, but I have just seen that a few drivers have started to reconnect to the session. That's a sign they're getting ready for their stints. Carl Janssen has connected to the session. Max Verstappen has connected to the session. Some spectator named Olukayode Bankole has disconnected from the session, so unfortunately if you were looking for them, they're not going to be here anymore. But yeah, 2 big names getting ready to get back in the car.
2.5 seconds back towards the front of the GTPs, where Munoz once again started to reel things back on in out of banking the Redline counterparts come on the run in towards the bus stop chicane. I still can't stop calling it the bus stop chicane, even though it really should be the Le Mans chicane. It's like how I still call the final chicane, final corner at Spa, the bus stop chicane, even though that is also no longer the bus stop chicane anymore.
Well, maybe we should call it the Le Mans bus stop.
That's legitimately what I suggested last year.
Or maybe something in French. What's bus stop in French?
I should know this. That's the sound of someone going to Google Translate.
Arrêt de bus.
That can't be what it is.
That's right, I looked it up. Arrêt de bus.
Oh, arrêt. I thought you said allée de bus. I was like, what?
Allée.
Go the bus? No, that can't be
My
it.
throat doesn't make French noises, so
Arrêt.
I always struggle.
Arrêt.
Arrêt.
You're gonna roll
That's Dutch. That's Dutch at that point.
I mean, the Dutch fans would love us to be talking about Zandvoort. I will say, if you didn't realize where I was going with this, Arjuna loves a segue. This coming Monday night on RaceSpotTV, iRacing IndyCar Open Series action. The official iRacing competition will continue to follow it around. It heads to Zandvoort and to the new Grand Prix layout of Zandvoort as well, which means high banks and everything. So that's going to be quite fun, and looking forward to seeing potentially who jumps into that one. I did note that a certain Max Verstappen had gone and done some IndyCar racing at the Nordschleife this past week. You've still got some time to go do that if you want to go be crazy. Regardless, let's go talk to someone who's a little bit nutty and see, I guess, what's going on. Oh, I thought we were going to get a chance to chat with Justin Prince, but he is, by the way, keeping things updated on RaceSpot News right now. He's going to keep the updates locked down. A little bit of a new thing for us, Joey, as we keep things updated for 24 hours.
Indeed, RaceSpot.news. We got a couple of links I think people need. They need the link to the live news updates.
Timing.
Bent Pickle in the Twitch chat has asked for a link to the Is Max in this split shirt. I think we need to start doing some fan service here.
Yes. Again, you can head to armor.gg/collections/RaceSpot, and again, 10% off using the code RaceSpot. So figure that out. 9 hours.
Am I going to get banned from the iRacing Twitch if I post this link?
No.
I don't have your power, Arjuna.
I just got a little bit confused. It is all I was saying, because I think someone did try to post it and it starred their message out. So I'll see if I can do it at some point. Let's keep rolling though. 9 hours and 5 minutes to go. Swap around at the front. Jaden Munoz gets in front of Canapino.
It's finally happened. I think that was only a matter of time, because Munoz is just absolutely locked in here. Yeah, Agustin Canapino doing a great job himself, but when you're talking about this top level, when you're talking about being faster than another driver, it comes down to those little bits of time. It comes down to comfortability, and clearly Jaden Munoz just a little bit more comfortable right now, a little bit more in tune with the car. And he is going to be looking to run away, but not run away too far, and remove the draft from his teammate.
So, closing in on that next hour, is this just going to be a couple of laps of fuel saving for Canapino? Not exactly sure.
Well, if he loses the draft here, he's now a second behind Jaden. If he loses the draft, he's not going to be saving any fuel. So I wonder if this is the team finally saying, you know what, Jaden, if you're fast, if you've got this pace, we've got a big buffer over Coanda. We don't have to save that much fuel. If you want to go 100%, you can push right now.
Hybrid spools up as off the banking, long way around for Canapino. This is where we see the lateral load. He's going to be slightly compromised by mag performance as they now filter in behind those two Apex Racing team cars. Let's just see how committed Canapino was on the jink through. Passes that Stormforce 199 and slips on through. Nice little moment of traffic, but all it's done is allowed Munoz now 2 seconds clear. You talk about draft, no chance of that.
I wonder, is Augustine racing from Argentina today, or is he racing from Indiana?
Well, okay.
I have to imagine it's Argentina.
I don't think it's Argentina, because I'm pretty sure that stuff for the IndyCar season is starting to ramp up shortly.
Yeah, they had media day the other day.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's in the US. I just don't know where.
He did post on, it could be in Florida or something. He posted on Instagram, he posted his seat, but he only posted his seat. There was no window, so I couldn't go geo-guess or sleuthing on figuring out if Augustine's in the US right now.
Yeah, we will leave the sleuthing as well to people on X/Twitter, whatever you want to call it, because it seems like news articles have to try and make sure they include both names for SEO purposes, I guess. Canapino is now back within 2 seconds, so almost within the drafting range. He's within 6 laps of a pit stop. We are at that phase of the race where there's really not much actual wheel-to-wheel fighting right now. The only two drivers that are actually within any sort of a semblance of a gap are these two, Team PGZ and Patrick Thompson in the Apex Racing machine, that 299 car. These two drivers, they'd still owe us a pit stop as well. Having said that, we may still have a bit of a fight brewing because ooh, yes, my track map was not lying to me. Josh Thompson's closing on the back of the Stormforce Apex Racing team car in what is a fight for second, albeit with the 199 already having done a pit stop.
But even then, this is a pretty big thing for Josh Thompson to be able to do, because if he can get by Jimmy Antunes and actually, start to even build maybe a second, 2 seconds of gap, that's going to give a little bit of confidence to him, and also it's going to put a little bit of fear in the eyes of Jimmy Antunes, and that is those are both two very good things in the battle to make up what will likely be a 40-second gap between Thompson and Antunes on track. But if he can get track position, even though he does have to make another pit stop, he could be in a pretty good spot here.
Now, it's two Redline cars that, even with all the drama, are basically pristine. Apex Racing machines have had some damage. Actually, we saw in some of the pit shots earlier. We have seen that they get the damage worked on. It's been impressive that they find ways to use the fact that tires and fuel are done at the same time. Tires finish before the fuel is topped up. They can get a couple of seconds of damage repair with the extra pit crew members, but that's the level of detail that iRacing really goes into. I still distinctly remember the final of, what was it, the 2021 BMW Sim Live, when we had a mandatory pit stop, Joey, where drivers only had to change one tire, but it wasn't mandated which tire. And so Coanda very cleverly went out and realized that at the Red Bull Ring, the pit crew, if you choose the left side tires, has to run around, and iRacing simulates that time. So they took the right side tires, everyone else ended up taking left side tires, and bam, 2 seconds that gave them the track position and the victory.
That's just one of the things you would figure that out in real life, I think. If that was a thing that was allowed in a certain racing series, I think they would have figured out that strategy there as well. But this is a simulator. It is not real life racing, so there are differences in what you have to do. It is the most accurate racing simulation in the world, but there are still things that you have to play with the fact that you are on a simulator, and that is that's one of the many examples.
Yeah, well, we're wondering where Agustin Canapino was located. Now, what time zone is Argentina in? Now, I know that's a question that maybe spans several time zones, but it would be 12:45 a.m. apparently in Buenos Aires. It's 7:45 California, which means what? Indianapolis +2, going on roughly at 10 p.m. or so. In a 24-hour race like this, having a global team, that is really a benefit, Joey.
Yeah, there's a few teams that have people in kind of those awkward time zones, because there is a real center in Europe. Those are the time zones that a lot of things circle around. But if you have somebody in California in the U.S., for example, that's a big time shift. You can fit them into some awkward hours. Even Argentina and the East Coast of the United States, you can fit them into some awkward hours. You have people like Kazuki Fujita and Sotomuto in Japan. You can fit them in some especially awkward hours. The Australians as well. You do a lot of work with time zones, Arjuna, and making that work out, and trying to figure those out. But that's another thing that's just so complicated, and you need to have multiple people to actually work that out and build a schedule.
Exactly.
And don't get it wrong by an hour, because
don't get your time zone conversions wrong either.
Make sure you've got that UTC Google Chrome tab open, because even if you think you know, like I know that UTC is +5 my time, but then when it's daylight savings time and it's 1 hour different, you don't want to get caught out by that.
It just takes one moment, especially here with the high speeds for things to happen. And I very much prefer actually being up here in the commentary booth than driving. I mentioned this during some of the build-up to this race on some of the broadcasts that we've done. Never actually finished the Daytona 24. So that, I think, tells you the story of how brutal this race can truly be. And Tunez in danger of going a lap down, but with Ollie Steinbratton due onto pit lane and probably 3 laps time at most, probably not going to see the pass happen just here. Have noted that for Zach Campbell, he's getting ready, I think, to jump out of that car, because Elvis Rankin is, well, reconnected to the Zoom and seemingly is giving a bit of a look towards some strategy numbers before he gets in the car.
Elvis has entered the building. Also, we're hearing from our other intrepid reporter, Ewan O'Leary. He got out of the booth but hasn't taken a second of break. Apparently Elvis did not quite understand the time zone translation, so they had to wake him up a little bit, and now he is ready to go.
Now, what were we just talking about? Time zone conversions, and
it's hard. I'm telling you, it is not easy to convert all of those time zones, and especially when you need your beauty sleep, you need your rest to be at racing shape. It's very easy to get that wrong.
This is where the benefit of relationships comes in, by the way, because Josh Rogers' partner has actually reached out to Ewan O'Leary. They've been discussing all of this shenanigans. Shenanigans, Josh. Yes, indeed. Elvis, you're going to get an alarm clock in the mail, I do believe, sooner rather than later. Well, now he's got to deliver on track. I guess that's the thing.
Yeah, that's what he's all about. You know, he's a racing driver. He's not a sleeper. He's not a time zone converter. He's Elvis Rankin. He drives the car, and everybody else may have to help him a little bit with the other stuff.
I have finally, by the way, I'm juggling many things behind the scenes here. I'm producing, trying to stay awake, and also trying to talk to Joey and deal with his puns. Yes, I know.
That's pretty hard. I'm throwing some curveballs at you.
Yeah, they're not being great. Finally throwing that link into the iRacing Esports Network chat if you want to come and join us with your Is Max in the split shirt. Oh, Zach Campbell had a moment there. The eyes don't necessarily reflect the stress that I'm sure coursed through his veins, but we've talked about just how loose these GTPs can be.
It's slidey. It is... It's that part of the night where it is both, you know, it's deep in the night. Zach Campbell, it's not so deep for him. It's only 10:49 p.m., but mistakes start to come out, and we're right on board with them. Almost clips the grass on the inside. I don't think that was really the cause of that. That was just tires being very, very hot. And there's two different schools of thoughts into turn one here. We're right on board with Zach. He's going to go very, very wide out, send it over that white line, and then cut in. That's going to wear the tires a little bit. That's going to heat them up, but it also heats them up if you run shallow in there, turning the car even more to keep a tight apex. So either way, it's such a high-speed corner that you're murdering those tires either way. It's just a case of what's the most courteous way to murder your tires into turn one.
Well, I tell you what, if you haven't already ordered your Is Max in this split shirt, we might have to change up the store and get a new shirt out there pretty quickly, because I can tell you that here comes the Redline race leading number 4, the Mercedes AMG. Call Toto Wolff, by the way. Take a picture of this. Max Verstappen's about to potentially win a race in a Mercedes. He's back out on track and leading in that Team Redline car.
There's going to be many, many screenshots made of this, but Luckily, Arjuna, I think Toto Wolff has the ability to. Well, Toto Wolff isn't going to want to Photoshop it out, but I think any enthralling and enterprising screenshotter could just take the pen tool and black out that little AMG, and everything will be okay.
You see, this is the beauty of how I have the broadcast set up. If someone was to go rogue with the yellow pen tool, oh no, nothing can happen.
You just have to write RBPT over there.
No, it has to be RBPT-4-AMG.
There you go. Well, not the last part, but...
Just had to make sure I threw it in there. Max Verstappen has actually been racing in the Ferrari 296 GT3 car in that Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. That was the race where I was mentioning Kevin Ellis Jr. Was in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes. Max was paired with Rudy Van Buren, world's fastest gamer, all those years ago. And so Max is a bit of a gamer himself. Now, what do you think Max enjoys doing outside of sim racing? Now, Joey, I know I had to specify outside of sim racing because he's actually answered in interviews, what do you enjoy doing outside of racing? He's answered sim racing. So what do you think he enjoys doing outside of that as well? That's
a good question. He's a one track mind guy. He likes racing. He has the I don't know. What is it? I have a feeling something's coming.
I can no longer call it by its former name. It's no longer FIFA. It's now referred to as EAFC.
I mean, that makes sense.
Max could actually be one of the best in the world in that as well, by the way. I say that maybe slightly hyperbolically, but Max is a very good EAFC player. I wonder if Agustin Canapino is as good. Maybe we'll have to get them having a bit of a match side by side, but it's Canapino out, it's Kauppinen in the Williams Esports playseat, orange front-end machine.
I mean, Argentina versus the Netherlands, that's just a World Cup match waiting to happen, so that would be fun to see them battle it out. But Atte Kauppinen, the most fun name in sim racing to say, of Finland. I don't believe they have the most football prowess in Finland, but it's still good to see Atte out there because he is absolutely rapid, and I'm just going to say Atte Kauppinen a couple more times because I never stop getting sick of saying it.
The Finnish football team did decently. I mean, I'm trying to remember what the most...
Where did they finish?
The most... Sigh. See what I have to deal with, ladies and gentlemen. They did get to Euro 2020, if I remember correctly. That is now a long time ago. And Euro 2024 is this year, so maybe I'm not sure if Finland's managed to qualify again, but I'm sure someone in the chat can let us know and be a bit more reliable in informing us. Josh Thompson is into pit lane, and so he is slightly out of sync from Max Verstappen, but I think has come down now, is going to try and get back on even keel with the Redline race leading machine, because ultimately pushing 1 and 2 is going to propel Redline to victory with the 40-plus second advantage that they still have to the Stormforce ART machine on the other side of the pit stop window.
This is a lonely lap. Oh, that's not so lonely. The two Apex Racing GTDs that were working together, the bump draft buddies, they are no longer buddies. We didn't see what happened there, but that looked like there was maybe some interference that got a little bit scary.
Yeah, we're going to have to go take a look at the replay because we saw the aftermath. What set that all off? The Fanatec entry for Williams Esports is in as well, and so as SimRC work through... Oh my giddy aunt. I'm not quite sure how Sal Vitalin's avoided running into the back of his teammate Jimmy Antunes, but I guess it's good that we don't have to worry too much about how it didn't go.
Yeah, there was no real prototype involvement there, but that was Antunes just getting a little bit scared and not making the corner, a little bit of target fixation actually, and that was the real scary moment there with number 54 coming through. That was terrifying.
You say target fixation. I will stand up for Jimmy here, one of the veterans of sim racing, and say there was never really an opportunity for him to get to the corner because of how late the SimRC machine ended up diving. And well, again, that could have been a whole lot worse. I think some drivers, especially in the Apex Racing camp, were just thinking about how the race has been and gone, you know what, our luck's probably going to keep running that way. Zach Campbell takes the point once again, as Jaden Munoz is going to stay in that Williams Esports Fanatec car. Dominic Kaufman in that Drago Racing GTP behind. The 69 machine will roll off and away, probably net 4th or 5th position in the Acura, but Munoz going to See Kauppinen alongside in the play seat entry. Munoz is already off for the limiter. It is going to be the number 5 that holds on to second spot.
And no real surprises here. This is basically the order that things were in the previous stint, but how is Atte Kauppinen's pace going to compare to Augustin Canapino's pace? That's the big question. If Atte is a little bit faster than Jaden, is there going to be another switch? Is the battling going to continue between the two Williams teammates? That's what Zach Campbell is hoping for. He's hoping desperately that these two, in their total control of the strategy, actually start fighting and, you know, taking little bits out of each other, slowing each other down, because that's what Coanda needs. They cannot afford to have Williams in lockstep like this, leading the way. They need them to start running into some trouble soon.
Yeah, the fact that they can run like this also means that because they have probably similar setups, if not identical, then there is going to be the fact that they can just run as they are without being too worried about the maybe higher downforce that they have in these Acura ARX 06s. Peter Mackay was talking about it slightly earlier, an engine that was actually designed to go into the Indy cars. And I was watching a video with Jensen Button, who's raced in the Porsche 963s in the World Endurance Championship, but is going to be racing in the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Motorsport Acura ARX 06, the Dex Imaging Red entry, which also has the return of Jordan Taylor to the team. And he was basically saying he saw the rear bodywork come off the car, Joey, and he was like, where's the rest of the engine?
Where did it go? That's the big question. Unfortunately, once again, I'm not making it to the real life Rolex 24 at Daytona. I want to go to this race. I want to actually be at Daytona, but it's not happening. I'm going to Charlotte because I get to be associated with the production, luckily, in the U.S., but I don't get to go to the actual track, and I really want to go to the track.
Okay, defenses are coming in to the RaceSpot legal system. I have officially appointed myself as judge, jury, and executioner in the case of Elvis Rankin versus Alarm Clock. Elvis Rankin has just messaged me to say that Zach Campbell, I presume, did not convert the time correct. And so Elvis Rankin was told 3 a.m. wake-up time. And so guess what time Elvis Rankin woke up at?
Well, is it 3 a.m. right now in the UK?
I'm pretty sure it's going on about 4. So it sounds about right. You don't want the driver to get out of bed and straight into the car, right? So wake up about an hour before. Seems about right.
You know what, Arjuna? Disqualify them all. Coanda, you're done. No more.
Yes.
The great alarm clock incident. That's gonna be the end of their race.
And again, in the case of Elvis Rankin versus Alarm Clock, I think that the judges decided that the blue Coanda hoodie is going to be the price to settle this case.
Bribing the judges.
See what I've just done there, Joey?
Good old Arjuna Eccleston over here.
I sometimes amaze myself with my genius, I've got to say.
It is gargantuan.
Yes, and so Pash Gurgis, Jorns Jens, slide into the DMs. We'll have a conversation. Let's, though, now that I think most of the GTD class has settled in a little bit, we haven't really done rundowns very much. Let's see if we can do that very quickly, because as it runs right now, your eyes don't deceive you. Yes, Max is in this split, and he leads for Team Redline in the Mercedes, and by 40 full seconds over the Stormforce ART entry, with Jimmy Antunes behind the wheel, who's had a very, very close call in the last couple of minutes, but is still out there and on the leading lap. So is Josh Thompson, towing Max Verstappen around. But as they run right now, he is on the tail end of the leading lap, and after the disconnection for Alexei Nesov, Redline stranglehold on 1 and 2 now finds them sandwiching Stormforce on the podium spot. Sotomuto in the Williams Esports BenQ entry finds himself using the time zone impact to really be able to drive the Ferrari in the nighttime hours forward. They are finding themselves almost 17 seconds back from Thompson, but not far in front of the Delta Simtech by Grid and Go entry, Nicholas Rubelar, the ever-flying driver who continues to impress us, is behind the wheel right now. And still running, it should be noted, Simufy, they're giving the bumper to Sotomuto right now, so they're basically a lap down from any sort of competition, as are Jarno Kokken, the virtual coach by Grid and Go entry, the 002, of course, matching numbers there for the team cars. The Falcon Sim Racing entry, Damon Woods, not in a Porsche but in a Mercedes, as the Door Esports powered team continues to run. And then, last but not least, the 198, Salvatalens in the Apex Racing team continues just to be the best teammate that a teammate could hope to be. LMP2 is also in that sort of a sequence right now where pit stops very much have settled out and we're in the middle part of the stint. As it runs, WSR Esports Butt Kicker have basically dominated from the drop of the green flag. They haven't led every lap because of strategy, but they're still 13 full seconds clear of Kalcha and Ivan Machado Perez, as the chase comes down from a team that started down in 8th position. Xander Reed, VRS Coanda have been able to lock down the final step of the podium, but Mag Performance LMP deserve a bit of a shout out for what has been a blockbuster performance for them, pushing some of the biggest names in esports and continuing to vie for what is a podium spot and still running in front of the ever attractive Bumblebee entry for SimRC. Not running the Team 75 Bernard livery, instead it's the yellow and black, and it's on the prototype with Antti Ahola behind the wheel. Second WSR Esports Butt Kicker car is in 6th with Apex Racing, and then the two Team PGZ cars being promoted in front of Race Clutch Black, who have just come down towards the pit lane as their pit stop strategy sees them down and on the box. It's all sorts of modeled up though here in the GTP, so it's quite hard to really give you the story. Zach Campbell's up front in the VRS Coanda number 8. He's getting ready to hand over to Elvis Rankin, but does owe an additional pit stop as compared to the two Williams Esports cars behind, the two Acura ARX 06s, the 5 and the 6. Apex Racing in their Porsche, they're in 4th, although they should cycle behind Drago, as well as the BMW M Team Redline and BMW M Team BS competition cars after they come down to the pit lane. And then running behind them, Cooper Webster in the Team Redline entry, Race Clutch Red with Sean Campbell, and VRS Coanda and Oscar Pai, who's trying to recover after what was a bit of a tumble at the bus stop that saw, well, what was it, 3 of the different prototypes for Coanda all getting tangled up, Joey?
Something like that. There were a lot of them. There was a lot of orange. There was a lot of purple. It was pretty messy stuff. But this is very, very close. Atte Kauppinen in the draft of his teammate Jaden Munoz. That is a huge run, and he's not going to go for it because Munoz is blocking down to the bottom. Kauppinen to the outside. Atte wants to take this position, but he's going to have to make it work the long way around, and that is going to be very difficult to do, but he's highly committed.
No team orders just yet. They've got to be careful if they glue together. Already one Williams Esports car has been pushed off and out into the wall through that opening corner. Atte Kauppinen is now up into 2nd, but with still 9 odd hours to go, 8 hours and 41 minutes left on the clock. It's between these two right now at the front on strategy. They got to be there at the end though, and that was a bit of a risky move between the two teammates.
That was scary stuff on the front straight. I think Atte expected the door to be open on the inside, and it very much wasn't. So he had to make it work the long way around, and then by the time that happened, Jaden said, it's probably not worth pushing this. That was very close between the PGZ LMP2 and Atte Kauppinen, the Williams Esports number 6. That was nearly Atte Kauppinen getting turned around there.
Got lucky, I think, that with teammates, there's not such a desire, I guess desire is the right word, desire for the car behind to be as close as they can be on corner exit, maybe a bit more willing to leave some room and just stay in the draft and take advantage of the hole in the air. That definitely cost them some time though, maybe a second, 2 seconds here or there. Ultimately, it's just a margin in the traffic equation. It will give and take. And as much as that's a common refrain, Joey, I always break it out myself. I feel compelled increasingly nowadays to say that it's not always going to ebb and flow equally for every team. There is a bit of luck that you just have to get, the luck of the draw, but at the same time, experienced teams, experienced drivers have a knack, have an ability to make the most out of traffic.
Well, yeah, that's why endurance racing is still run. That's why we watch, because it is unpredictable. If you knew that everything was going to even out at the end, if you knew that every traffic interaction would be exactly the same, there would be no point in watching the races, because you would know basically what had happened before it had even ended. But if you are, for example, Zach Campbell, you've done a ton of these events, you've done a ton of multi-class racing, you can generally expect where a GTD car is going to be, where an LMP2 car is going to be if it's passing a GTD car in front of you. Where it gets tricky, though, is when you get moments like Zach had a couple of hours ago, when there were about 5 cars in front of him, totally blocking the track, making moves on each other. At that point, there's nothing you can do, and all of his experience said, back out, let everybody sort everything out, and then get through.
Yeah, no bad habits there, that is for sure, in the camp of Zach Campbell, heeding the words of the songsmith Ed Sheeran. Through the opening corner, LMP2 traffic being dealt with by one of the Redline entries. Campbell, of course, about to put a lap on Cooper Webster in the number 21. Not sure if Cooper's racing from the Oceania region or if he's based in Europe right now. Of course, part of that Oracle Red Bull sim racing program has been actually did some of the races in the Porsche Esports Super Cup last season from the factory because of some of his commitments in GB4, commentated on, of course, by RaceSpot's own Lewis McLeod, who will be jumping back into the commentary booth and, well, give it about 30 minutes time, and we'll be joined along with Ewan O'Leary to push you through to those final 4 hours of the race. I'll get back in alongside Peter Mackay. Lewis will join us at the 2-hour mark to bring us to the end. It should be a lot of fun as we bring things to a close. Wondering if Mag Performance are going to be part of that fun. We were singing their praises, or I was singing their praises, a handful of minutes ago as we ran down through the running order. On my timing screen, I see they've had a blip as they get passed by a GTP machine, and, well, heads-up reaction there to avoid making that about as least impactful as it could have been.
Heads-up reaction. Give Gabriele Mini there the Nobel Prize for being able to save that. That was incredible. You see the Coanda GTP coming around the outside, ends up hip-checking that LMP2. That should end up being a hellacious impact into the tires on the inside of the bus stop. But that was ridiculously fast reaction. Incredibly well done from Gabriele Mini there. Saved a little bit by the grippy grass, but to save it in the first place there, fantastic stuff. Yeah,
that's the first thing. You got to just be aware of surviving. We've commentated on some races on iRacing where we do have safety cars, and in those cases drivers are a bit more incentivized to get onto the anchors and avoid running into any situations, arc brake style, if you will. But here in the VCO Grand Slam, maybe a little bit less of an incentive, given there are no safety cars to bunch the field back on up. Talking of safety cars, we had them in the first season of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, didn't have them last year. Not sure what the stakes will be this year when it comes to the unveiling of the pace car, a safety car in situations that would warrant a caution. But regardless of that, one thing that we do have to kind of focus on in this race in particular, Joey, winners in the GTP and the GTD class do receive, in this top broadcast split of the VCO Grand Slams, an automatic invite into the series.
They do indeed. I mean, for Coanda and Redline, if they both win, I think we could probably imagine they would be getting invited anyway, but
they've got one already, both in GTP for Coanda, GTD for Redline, because they won last season.
But you never know what could happen. At Sebring, at Watkins Glen, at Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, there's always the possibility for something crazy, and for some team that, you know, maybe necessarily wouldn't have been invited any other way, but they pull something off and they get it done. Or alternately, just another team for a team qualifies, if that's how it's going to work. You get a third team qualified into the series or something.
You can have no more than 2 teams entered from the VCO Grand Slams. So that is a bit of a restriction. Last year, we had no more than 3 teams entirety across of all the classes for one particular team. So
what happens if theoretically three different teams win in 3 different races?
So if Redline wins every single class of every single special event, Redline gets 2 invites. No one else gets an invite. Stakes.
Well, what if say? Because I don't believe there's anybody who has 3 entries in a class. But if one Redline entry would win Daytona, one Redline entry wins Sebring, a third Redline entry wins Watkins Glen.
Nope.
Do you give it to second place for Watkins Glen?
They're both Redline. And the provision is exactly that you have to win. That's why the stakes have been raised. Can't finish second, you got to win.
I'm just making sure I cover all this, Arjuna, because there's going to be people asking about it, so I got to get every detail.
No, it's a good thing. Probably need to think about all those little provisions about the rest of the 2024 season as well. I'm very excited. I know you won't be at Daytona. I will be at Daytona. Looking forward to going and meeting up with Max Rosier at IMSA, who's been our main contact for the IMSA Esports Global Championship in partnership with VCO. Really looking forward to getting to see everything that happens there. And as we say goodbye to the Lawrenceville, Georgia native, boy, his hands do look sore. We were noting the force feedback that he runs is quite high. I wonder if he's had to do an extra stint or two because Elvis woke up late, or has Elvis still managed to get in time for his regular scheduled stint?
Elvis is in the car now, so yeah, I think Ewan O'Leary says Elvis was scheduled to be in the car here, so even with a little bit of a scare, I think everything has gone back to normal. So I think we can we dismiss the case, Justice Arjuna?
No, we cannot, because there is actually a very good reason for why you cannot, and you want to know why, right?
Yes.
Because what happened to Alexei Nesov? He had a disconnection, and Josh Thompson was there as backup. And so that's exactly why. And just to be clear here, it's not Josh Rogers' girlfriend that's complaining on behalf of Josh. It's just a comment that was noted that Josh Rogers had to stay up a little bit later as backup in case anything were to happen to Zach Campbell. And so that's why the case cannot be thrown out. Elvis Rankin still has a case to answer.
You know, Justice Arjuna may be Clarence Thomas corrupt with those hoodies, but sometimes he is correct.
What's my name in this team speak? Just so people who are listening can know.
Well, nobody at home can see the team speak, so I'm not going to say that.
Arjuna Kankipati is right. I'm the fact man today.
You people don't know that. You can't see that.
I'm the fact man today. If there are any drivers who do want to come and join us out of the car, waiting for their next stint, or now just watching to the end, come join us. ts.RaceSpotTV. You only have though about 30 minutes before you would have to deal with poor Lewis, or you would have to be compensated for dealing with Lewis McLeod, because let's be honest, no one should be forced to deal with that. What I will also say at this point is I put it on social media. I was trying to decide what t-shirt that I should wear between my Apex Racing team, Altus Esports, Marla Racing, and Arnage competition shirts. Now, Arnage aren't in top split, Marla no longer in the race, Altus not having the best of runs, and the Apex Racing team seemingly on for a podium at best. Redline, Williams, Coanda, send me something, please.
I mean, my mailbox is open as well. I'm not wearing any merch today because I don't have very much. I'm wearing a blank red shirt. But, yeah, I'll take any merch. Any team that offers me something, I will be singing your praises for the next iRacing special event. 12 Hours of Sebring comes around, and I'm wearing a...
Hey.
If I'm wearing a TC Corsa Esports shirt, I am going all out.
All I'm saying is, you give me a shirt, this car is whatever color you want to tell me it is. It's not orange anymore. It's gold. That's what it's the color of rainbows.
That is beautiful stuff. I wish I had that hoodie, because I was in glamorous New Haven, Connecticut today. 17 degrees Fahrenheit. I believe that's -8 Celsius.
In correct units, yes.
And it was very cold. I could have used a third jacket or a hoodie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the fact that Daytona this year, again, we've talked about it a few times, is not going to be below freezing. Have heard that there's chance for precipitation on the build-up to the weekend, but I don't know if we're necessarily expecting it to be rainy come Saturday and Sunday when the drivers roll out for the Rolex 24. Going to see some new cars, of course. Lamborghini joining the GTP category. If we're going to see the Ford Mustangs along with that Corvette as well, now in private hands, get its run out in some new livery. So looking forward to that. Parmezhov Lemonek has just said, if you want merch, just practice more and get signed by a team you want merch from. The problem is, A, Lewis McLeod tried to join the Apex Racing team. He wasn't good enough. They promptly kicked him to the curb, and quite rightly so. The other issue with that is, does every team actually give people merch? Because if so, I'm in the wrong business.
I have to imagine there's some that don't have the budget, but Przemysław, if you're watching, I will do anything. I see you in the YouTube chat. I will come to Poland.
They have Drago Racing gloves, Joey.
I will make homemade pierogi or halushki or something, and I will get in your good graces.
Yeah. So again, they have karting spec gloves that you can actually go and use, and then they have the sim racing spec gloves. So that they are catering to a wide audience, are the Drago Racing community. Although I'm just going to repeat the joke that we were talking about slightly earlier. A week ago, we had the iRacing Raw, the first of the actual iRacing special event. Drago Racing had touring cars entered that ran very well at the front. But Joey, not only did they not have a livery submitted for the broadcast, they had the audacity to send a social media post with a poster with their car with a white blank livery. They announced their participation in the race with a blank car.
That is the ultimate commentator's challenge, I think. We should flip everything around. We should have all white cars, no differentiation from any of them, and we have to see what we can do.
And when I said, by the way, on social media, I commented, even the poster didn't have a livery, because of course the joke sometimes is that teams don't get their livery submitted in time to get onto the top split broadcast itself. Przemysław Lemonek responded with he took the entire livery budget for that car on his McDonald's order.
Okay, that makes sense. That works.
What would your fast food order be? You don't have to tell us what particular restaurant is. Well, what do you get at this point?
Well, he's ordering at Polish McDonald's, so I don't know what special stuff they have there. Because international McDonald's, they're always doing something.
International McDonald's are the best McDonald's.
I'm going to look up, I'm going to McDonald.pl. Is that Poland's
I think it might
code?
be PL, yeah.
I'm going to McDonald's.pl. Let's see, what can I, oh, it's got the cookies screen, but it's in Polish, so I don't know what to click.
Now you're relying on the kindness of Google Translate to try and help you out along the way.
No, Google Translate doesn't even work on this website, apparently.
Oh, wow. What I will say is I maintain that international...
McChicken is still Polish. McChicken is still McChicken in Polish, apparently. Big Mac, too. Those don't change.
Well, okay, so I realize that right now we probably do have a bit of a split in audience. We might still have some Americans watching, but we're also starting to get some of the Europeans who have just woken up filtering back in. So we've got probably a couple of different perspectives on what people think McDonald's is, but for the American viewers, I want to be specific here. A Big Mac here does not compare to a Big Mac in Australia, where they use 100% real beef.
Interesting. I don't get the Big Mac just because I don't. It doesn't have enough stuff.
Oh,
the combination of stuff that it has is not what I want. I like the quarter pounder,
right?
When it has like the ketchup and the mustard, and the pickles. But
so
also, I just don't go to McDonald's that often. When I'm specifically craving that McDonald's flavor, I'll go. But if I want a burger, I'll go to Shake Shack because that's only 5 minutes away.
And so this is where I'm just going to say, you know how the US has got this craze for a spicy chicken sandwich?
Yes.
Yeah. Best spicy chicken sandwich. Go to Singapore. I'm sure they have it in other McDonald's regions.
Singapore McDonald's?
McSpicy. The double McSpicy in particular. Decadent, but my goodness, Joey. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Przemysław Lemonek is going back to sleep now because he has to be back in the car in a couple hours, so I think we're going to be talking about Polish McDonald's without him. But if there's any other Polish viewers, you can tell me how am I mispronouncing...
don't ask about pronunciations because we're probably saying his name wrong as well.
There's a new Apple tea, Rozgrzewajka Przemysław.
Wait, this is a TV show?
No, it's a tea.
Oh, okay.
It's an apple-flavored tea.
Ah, okay. We're talking about a drink here.
Yeah.
Got it. Understood. Well, once again, wonders of nighttime broadcasting. We have gotten so far off topic that to find our way back is very difficult. The only way to do so is Pit Stop Cycles. That's the Culture team. Not a very funny team name, at least to me. I still can't quite get the joke, but I'm sure it's funny to them. They're back out.
Just a hater.
They're going to roll out in, I think, almost in second place, just barring a couple of drivers yet to come down to the lane.
Arjuna's a hater, or as they say in Spain, no clue, no idea, couldn't tell you.
You're usually the language person as well. I'm disappointed.
Una hater.
What languages do you speak, Joey? Serious question.
English.
Good. Okay, you're as monolingual as me then.
Yes, I'm a failure of the United States education system. I took Spanish until 11th grade, until 3rd year of high school, and after that, I'm out of luck.
I think I did a total of 8 years.
I did 2 weeks of Norwegian on Duolingo.
Nice. I think I did 8 years of French. And outside
so, Alle Steinbraten, if you're listening in the car right now, jeg snakker ikke norsk.
I did 8 years of French, and I think outside of un petit peu, parlez-vous français, bonjour, like a few basic things, there's not much that I could really do.
You have to be careful with that, petit peu or petit pois.
Yes, no. There are very specific pronunciations in French. This is where, in high school, we had language day, and there were people that had, like, English, because I grew up in Singapore, multicultural place. There's, like, 8,000 national languages. So you had people with, like, English, Mandarin, Cantonese, Hindi, all sorts of other languages. And then you had me with English, JavaScript, C# and all these programming languages.
That's not a language.
Because that's the best that I can do.
Yeah, if you go talk to University of Pittsburgh linguistics professor Jevin Heath, he'll tell you all about how computer languages aren't languages.
Oh, okay, wait. Now you're gonna have to send me some links, because I will actually have a debate here that a computer language is a language. Maybe
but you're not communicating information with a computer language.
Yes,
you're just making it do stuff.
You're communicating what it needs to do.
I think we actually had this exact debate at Daytona last year. I told you what the definition of a language was because we were talking about Papua New Guinea and how they have 800 languages. I'm going to pull this up again. I'm going to pull out my old notes.
You're going to go and actually scroll back through the broadcast and find the exact points that I made?
No, I'm going to pull out my notes from the Intro to Linguistics lectures that I sat in and senior year of college.
For those wondering what we do professionally, well, clearly not commentate because we are not very good at focusing on racing. That is evident here on RaceSpotTV. Joey works in, how do you describe it? Broadcast production?
I guess so. Production assistant.
And what do you production assist on?
I am a production assistant for NBC Sports for motorsports, so I don't branch out very wide. It's all motorsports all the time.
Well, to be fair, you say you don't branch out very wide. NBC does a lot of motorsports, and there's, as you've told me, you have to bandy around kind of all of the different ones, and so
exactly.
You're going to go to Charlotte, where NASCAR Productions is, for Daytona next weekend. That sounds pretty cool. Where else are you going? Because I know you're doing some trips in February, aren't you, to do some other stuff?
No. I'm staying in
Connecticut. Okay, you're just too busy to come and do some broadcasts with me. Got it.
Yes, there's some basketball things that need shadowed. I'm going to learn some stuff.
You're going to shadow some basketballs?
Yes, those college basketball games. If any American viewers have been watching Big Ten basketball on Peacock, those are produced out of Stamford, Connecticut. So I'll be in the control room there, shadowing, learning how graphics work. Maybe that'll be the next stage of my career. It will not be the next stage of my RaceSpot career because my PC would kill itself, and I get to use software that another company is paid for instead.
Let's just say that even though it's actually quite cold outside, I came into this stint of I jumped onto the broadcast about 4.5 hours ago to do some production. I came on in my bathrobe because it's that cold right now, but because I've got 3 computers in here plus my laptop, I am very, very toasty. By the way, Patty Wolf says that we're fluent in the gift of the gab, which I would very much agree with. Although
Japanese.
I think Patty Wolf is very much appreciative of the fact that I'm not out on track with him right now, because last time I think that happened, I got very angry with him, and on my Twitch stream said that the next time he tried to lap me, he was in the LMP1 class, I was in the LMP2 class. I was going to take him out. That was 4 years ago now.
And the Twitch chat has devolved into people arguing with each other about computer languages.
It's a programming language, I'm telling you.
I'm pulling up definition of language right now. I believe to be a language, you have to be able to transmit information from one person to another by speaking and also by being understood. And I don't think a computer language does that. Because you're not communicating information that is understood by another thing. You're just making a process happen.
But you got to communicate. So is a recipe.
We really need an expert. If it's only 11:30, there is definitely a linguist.
A linguist
in the United
somewhere
States right now. Please, somebody call in. If anybody knows a linguist, call in, because I am not an expert here. I could be saying all nonsense.
Yeah, no, we are definitely speaking nonsense. I think that is for sure.
Jevon, are you watching Dr. Heath?
I work I'm a software engineer. I'm boring.
Yeah, that's boring.
But I write back-end APIs for those that are technically minded, and so that's why if you ever use a website that I have developed, I apologize for the horrific UI that you have to go through, because yes, I know it's not optimal, but I'm not a very good front-end programmer. As I repeat in job interviews, I can barely code my way out of a paper bag in any sort of React, Vue, what all sort of new frameworks that they continue to cook up in the front-end sphere of things. Boy, things are going to... I love how, by the way, we're at that point of the show where 8 hours to go. Give it around 3 more hours and more people will be around and the chat will be less nutty. Right now, it's about as nutty as you could hope for.
Yeah, this is the middle of the night stuff. And if you want to see what I do, well, if you want to see what Arjuna does, you can use whatever that company is that's linked in your Twitter bio, whatever that software is. If you want to see what I do, you can watch the Dakar Rally interview compilations on the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel. They've only got triple digits of views. Please burst up those numbers.
The highlights are great, Joe. I know you're not working on those. The interviews are good too, but those are the ones that get pushed to my subscription feed.
Yeah, the interviews don't... Well, they did. I told them to start pushing the subscription feeds, so... That's it got a little bit better at the end. So if you want to watch out-of-date interviews, there you go. And if you're watching the Rolex 24 at Daytona in real life next week, I will maybe have touched like one thing there, but we'll see what happens.
Joey, I know you've got a lot of power at NBC. A lot of power.
Yes. Direct phone number to the CEO.
Exactly. Can you try and get us a way to watch the Dakar live?
Well, I don't think anybody can.
Is there not a way to watch it live?
No, there's no. Well, because it's so.
Okay, don't make.
You would need like. Well, and also it takes such a long time because they launch every car and every bike differently, so it's not like a race. It's a rally. It takes a long time.
So the logistics, I agree, are difficult. But I grew up watching WRC and Formula One. Didn't watch WRC live. We got the recap videos that were 30 minutes of the entire weekend. About like a couple of weeks after the rally. Now you can watch every single stage live and on demand as well. You can go and watch individual cars run through individual stages. And so it's not perfect. Of course, there's slight issues here and there. But it really has excited me about rallying in such a different way, because I will sit there and I will watch an entire day and track what's been happening. The Dakar is such a unique thing that I do think there's a cachet, a niche audience for people that would sit there and watch it.
There definitely would be, but you'll have to forward your thoughts to the ASO, because they're in charge of the world feed.
So I don't have to talk to NBC here.
No, we just get what they make. The ASO. If anybody was watching the Dakar Rally this week, or last 2 weeks, the ASO makes the world feed. They send it out. So if you're in SBS in Australia, or if you're in NBC in the US, or if you're in MENA, the Egyptian state broadcasting channel, you are watching the world feed that they gave us, which was then cut and then re-showed.
I like how, by the way, they are going all sorts of McDonald's chat on our RaceSpotTV YouTube, and
this is what happens in the middle of the night. Oh, there's almost a total disaster right there. We finally got something on track to take our attention.
That wasn't Jaden Munoz down to pit lane, but I've got to say that was pretty close for him in terms of the jink back in to the left. That was a bit of excitement, but that was because really the TC Corsa machine of Tomoyasu Inatani is running in the blue and red colors, still out there, albeit 14 laps down. But yeah, all that chat reminded me that it's 8:30 here now in California, and I have like 10 minutes to order something on DoorDash before I can no longer order anything.
I had dinner sort of already, because when I went to Shake Shack yesterday, I got the Korean chicken sandwich and they gave me a burger instead. So I asked them if I could have the Korean chicken sandwich, and they just gave me it additionally. So I took a burger home and I ate a cold burger before we got in the air here.
I apologize. Now, you've got me wondering what they have in Korean McDonald's, and honestly, I'm looking at the menu.
Well, if you go to Korean Englishman on YouTube, they've got so many videos about Korean McDonald's.
I mean, that is my jam, is going and watching. But they do have some interesting things. We're focusing on McDonald's just because they have the most interesting things across of the world. Insert your favorite fast food brand here. They all do unique things. McDonald's just the one that's the most global. The Prosperity Burger is something that I've seen in Singapore that Korea has. The thing that's...
You guys have like a shrimp. There's like a, a mini shrimp patty in Singapore.
Oh, they have crispy shrimp in Cologne as well, we're hearing from Dane. But in Korea, they have a chicken with mozzarella. And it seems like marinara sauce on it as well. That seems like very American, you know?
Well, that's like the funny thing, at least seeing it from an outside perspective, is Korea, in terms of like fast food and like street food and that kind of thing, they're like very, very Americanized. Both Korea and Japan and China for that matter. Like if you see an absolutely crazy fast food item, like 9 different things deep fried, it's probably from there.
Someone suggests, by the way, in the RaceSpot chat, In and Out. In and Out, temper your expectations, is I think what you have to say, because people set it up to be the world's best burger. It's a good burger. It's not going to change your life.
Shake Shack is very good, though, and there's some people in the chat who are very mad at me for eating a cold burger, but
sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do.
It was in the fridge because it was old from yesterday. I didn't really feel like microwaving it. And at the end of the day, you eat sandwiches cold. You'd eat a roast beef sandwich cold. What is a burger if not a beef sandwich?
So,
with lettuce and tomato and a little bit of mayo and stuff.
All I'm going to say is, especially in the world of broadcasting, you eat when you can eat.
Exactly.
Simple
I mean,
as that.
I had lots of time because my stint here didn't start till 7:40. I literally had all day. But also, you know, sometimes a cold burger just calls. I also had a hot burger for lunch, so I double burgered.
You double dipped on the burgers today, I see.
I double burgered today.
All right, we're about 10 minutes away from saying goodbye here. Joey Tebben and myself, our Junior Kenki Party. And, well, we'll say goodbye to, as well, to Mercedes, Falcon Sim Racing, the Apex Racing team. Already we're laps off from the rest of the competition, but goodness gracious me, that's an unusual place to have crashed. Damon Woods takes the flatbed back to pit lane. Salva Talons is going to try and nurse his car back around.
That is a big impact. I almost wonder if one of them was coming out of the pits and it was kind of unsighted. We'll have to wait for the replay to see. Right now, we're just seeing the road spec Mercedes there with no rear wing.
You read it perfectly.
Bam! Yeah, just coming over, not knowing that the Apex Racing Team Mercedes was as close as it was, and that is just calamitous between 2 entries that weren't really in contention for the win anymore, but still, they're both going to be heavily, heavily damaged now and going back even more laps than they already were.
What I am kind of surprised about is that the spotter probably wouldn't have said clear, because it would have said 3 wide or 2 wide. My suspicion is probably 2 wide because there was a car on pit lane, and then when the LMP2 car had gone, maybe the Damon Woods just kind of got the message in his brain rather than from the spotter that, oh, the car's gone, we're probably clear. That's an unusual one, to say the very least.
I think it might have just been a misjudgment of the speed. I think Damon Woods might have expected to be clear by the time he got to where he was, because he didn't think that the ART Mercedes was up to speed. But unfortunately, South Talons was just that barely up to speed in a way that overlapped them by just that front bumper, and that's a big shame for both of them. And
yep, like I said, when it rains it pours. The Apex Racing team unable to buy luck here today, and what a change of fortune. Let's not forget that in that GTD category, the Apex Racing team defending race winners, and Salva Talons actually won that race, came across the line to see the checkered flag, and what was really a bit of a benchmark for him in in his new colors after he made the switch over from MSI Esports, following Alejandro Sanchez on that pipeline. And of course, let's not forget MSI Esports then ended up disbanding. A lot of their drivers have reformed in the orange Simufy Esports machine that currently sits in 6th and might still have a chance of grabbing a top 5 finish come the end of this day. As we get ready to say goodbye as well, we're at that point of the race where poor Lewis and Ewan are not going to be left with too many battles, and, well, the only real battle that I see right now, Williams Esports, BenQ, Delta Sim Tech by Grid and Go, but Nicholas Rubelar only about 5 laps away from owing us a pit stop.
It's coming soon. We haven't seen this car really for quite a few hours, so it's good to give them a little bit of a shout out. They are still out there. and they're competing for a top 5, at least for now. But if something goes wrong, which it always could in the final 8 hours, you've got to keep fighting. Even if you're a lap down, the podium's still possible. Every last position does matter, and you're not going to see anybody giving up unless it's just total destruction and they're totally out of the race. If you're still 1 lap down, you're pushing for the next 8 hours for every result you can get.
I'm getting a message from Zach Campbell right now. I'm just clarifying if he actually meant Pacific time or Eastern time for the interview, and he has just said 12:50 Pacific time. So I think that's when he's probably going to be done with the race. So he's going to be around until about 4 hours left to run. It goes again to show the importance of Josh Rogers has gone off and got at most an hour or 2 of sleep. Elvis Rankin's the one that's a little bit more well rested, I guess.
This has not been a good day in GTD for the Apex Racing team in total, by the way. I'm just noticing now because we've lost probably that number 198 now. They're not even going to be able to be bumper buddies with the number 199 anymore, which they were doing a great job of, even with the damage. I've heard from Alex Dunn over the last couple of minutes. They said they were probably losing about a 10th or a 10th and a half per lap because both cars in that bump draft pair had damage, but they were still holding pretty remarkable pace. And now it is just the one of that number 199, and he's probably going to be feeling the loss of pace a little bit more because he doesn't have a car pushing him anymore. He just has a slightly damaged car.
See some comments in the chat now about how maybe the drivers are going to need to stop at a fast food restaurant of their own to get recharged. Let's not forget that down the Mulsanne here on iRacing, we do have a certain chicken restaurant with a captain that you can enjoy. So there comes Ate Kalpanen onto pit lane as Williams Esports play seat. Not going to be the Colonel's choice, maybe for color, at least in Lewis McLeod's opinion, but definitely have had a pretty good run so far. Jaden Munoz re-inherits the lead. And Drago Racing, Joey, just before we say goodbye to the viewers, at least on my part for a couple of hours, Dominic Hoffman's only 17 seconds behind. I would say that we should keep an eye on them. Also in an Acura, of course, in a very dangerous lurking spot.
We can keep an eye on them. I don't know how big of an eye we should keep on them. Maybe a little bit, but yeah, they're around. So if something goes wrong for Williams, if something goes wrong for Coanda, yet again, that is a door open for a little bit of an underdog story. Dominic Hoffman and Timo Rewarda and Przemysław Lemonek, for that matter, three pretty solid names, most of whom are new to this team for this season. How good would that be for first race for Drago, for Timo Rewarda, for example, to end up on the top? That'd be a pretty good story.
Yeah, and in the case of Timo Rewarda, left Movano/CrowdStrike midway through the IMSA Esports Global Championship campaign, and I think in the case for Drago, very much setting their sights on exciting times. Of course, now iRacing World Championship winners, with Przemysław Lemonek winning the Turn Racing Grand Prix Series. And they rewarded him in a very, very nice way, which was giving him a gold bar.
They rewarded him in one way by rewarding him. They gave him Timo as a teammate.
Yeah, one more pun just to throw it in, right?
Yeah, just gotta lob that one out there.
Well, I guess we're getting ready to say goodbye. Joey, you get a chance to have, what, a good chunk of the race complete, just 8 hours or so left to run to make your predictions before you say goodbye. You got pretty good odds here. Come on, give us a gander.
I think... Do I have to pick which Williams Esports car in GTP?
Yes, you have to be specific.
Okay, I think the number 5 has been so strong that I think they're going to win, assuming nothing goes wrong. But I can't really say assuming nothing goes wrong. I have to make a concrete choice. So the number 5 is going to win in GTP. I think the Kalsa team get it done in LMP2. I picked them last year at Sebring, and I cursed them. I think they're going to get it done this time. And in GTD, I think, who else could it be but the Redline number 4. I think they're going to be untouchable unless something goes wrong, and nothing's gone wrong yet. I can only assume nothing will go wrong for the rest of the night.
And you say that all it needs, though, is for Max Verstappen's brake pedal to fall apart. There comes Jaden Munoz down to the lane. Probably going to see Dominic Hoffman in on the very same lap. We'll go say hello to Max Verstappen. He's found Josh Thompson once again, of course, as they continue to play the bump drafting game amongst the pair of them. Pretty good predictions. when it comes as well to over-under on how many cars are going to finish, 50 started, 34 left running. How do you feel there, Joey?
We're definitely going to lose a couple more because, you know, we just saw a lap ago, or a couple laps ago, that little incident coming out of the pits between the two GTD Mercedes. There's probably going to be a little bit more of that. There's going to be a little bit more in terms of traffic arguing with each other. There's going to be a little bit more trouble, I think in even 30 finishers, because we'll probably see some of the DNFs get back out there.
Well, I think we are just getting about ready to say goodbye. So don't forget, as Elvis Rankin takes over the lead here in the Coanda Esports number 8, that you should stick around. Part 4 on the YouTube will flick on over in about 2 hours' time. Twitch will stay live and uninterrupted through the conclusion of this race. But for now, Junior Kankipati alongside Joey Tebben stepping aside, and we'll leave you in the very capable voices of Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you, Arjuna. Obviously, deep into the night we are, and into the early morning we will go. Myself, Lewis McLeod, Ewan O'Leary, alongside to take you through into the morning. Well, it might be even for a bit longer than the next 2 hours, because again, we've got to hope that Cameron Rogers. Well, he does actually. He does wake up for his alarm. He's probably not going to, so we'll have to wait and see. 2 hours of us two, though. This is going to be fun. Poor guy.
I hope it's not any more than 2 hours. Goodness me. Well, anyway, we're enjoying it though. 8 hours to go. We're going to see sunrise. And I'm looking forward to that, because the thing about iRacing is that you can make a good sunrise every day, which is, not possible in real life. So we're going to enjoy that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's kind of one of those things of the bits of Daytona when you look at it. Obviously, because of when it happens in the year, being in January. Well, the sun was basically setting 4 hours into this race. It was gone 5, 6 hours. I think it was 5 hours into the race when I was on with Cam earlier. It was gone. It was down below the horizon. Obviously, here we are a lot later in the race. More than half the race done at night time, as we'll see proceedings. Obviously, VRS Coanda leading in GTP, but obviously they are yet to stop comparatively to the two Williams esports cars, who have been absolutely fantastic today, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been very, very strong. I mean, it's been one of those races that has slightly tipped and turned over the night, I've got to say. Coanda and Williams have both had the upper hand at points, I would argue. When I first started commentating, I would say that Williams were probably on top, but Coanda really started to turn the pace on about 4 or 5 hours ago, and they started to take the upper hand, in my opinion. But that has switched around now to Williams being back on top again. This is not the realistic situation to what we're expecting to see at the end of the race. Elvis Rankin is not that far from a pit stop, whereas Kalpanen and Munoz has only just been in. So that means, of the eagle-eyed amongst you will realise, Coanda are effectively a pit stop behind at the moment, and that the 45 seconds they keep coming out behind Williams is a realistic gap. That's what we're expecting to see at the end of the race, and that's a huge amount of time to close in just 8 hours.
Yeah, I think from what I'm seeing, we'll be expecting the VRS Coanda in about 7 laps' time. Due to that, they typically run about 28 lap stints. It's interesting that they're doing something different on strategy, and it's great that they're leading a few laps. That's wonderful. But like you say, is this going to lead to anything good? Is this going to be fortuitous for them later on in the race? To be fair, I think the important bit right now is at least keeping them in some form of contention, right? It's keeping them there or thereabouts. It's keeping the pressure on Williams, where you can't afford to make mistakes.
They can't afford to make any mistakes, but even then I feel like there are other teams better placed than Coanda to pick up the win, if that were to be the case. Now, I think, not Apex, Johan Half is also waiting on a pit stop, but especially Drago Racing are in a much better place, I would say, than Coanda, and even you could argue Redline are in a bit of a stronger position. That's the real battle for me. That's going to be the battle for third place between Coanda, Drago Racing and Redline, and I think that could be closer than the fight for the win in the end, of course, other than the teammate fight, which might be interesting in the final hour, but until then it's not going to be really worth talking about. So it's not looking great for Coanda at the moment, but they are still there at least. But I think the fact that they've started with 3 cars in the top class and they've only got 1 left in contention anyway is a bit of a kick in the teeth, really, to what was looking decent for them not so long ago.
The Team Redline car that's leading GTD, you will note that it's got basically a lap lead over the Stormforce ART car. That will be in the pit lane very, very soon. The Stormforce ART car came in 7 laps ago. They'll be in the pit lane this lap. So expect the number 4 to not relinquish the lead, but relinquish most of that gap for the lead. So we'll wait and see that one. But Team Redline are obviously in solid position, and kind of similar to how, not quite to the same degree because of where the number 2 car is, but courtesy of an issue for their second car, they're in a similar position to the Apex Racing team, where that second car can effectively sacrifice itself as much as possible to give the number 4 car the best position.
Yeah, they could do. I mean, I don't think they really need to. They won't need to be extreme with it anyway. They're not going to be throwing themselves down the inside and then defending like idiots. That's not going to happen. But it's helpful to have, and they can still get the 1-2 from this situation. And if you'd have told them that just after they'd have got their disconnection earlier on for Alexei Nesov that we had a couple of hours ago, a little bit less than that now, they'd be pretty pleased with that. 2 cars on the podium is a good place to be anyway, but 2 cars 1 and 2 is even better. So that's what Redline are heading towards at the moment. There's the Stormforce ART car just in front of these two. You caught a glimpse of the black and yellow just up in front, and they've arguably got the help of the first place car to try and help them do that. It's almost as if the leaders are helping the third place car to try and secure this 1-2 rather than the other way around.
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, do remember that as much as I said that the number 4 car has to pit, the number 2 car also has to pit to the same kind of level. It's not realistically. Josh Thompson can go a few laps longer should they wish, but I think realistically we will see Josh Thompson at exactly the same time that we'll see the 4 in, for obvious reasons. They want to stick as close as possible, slipstream-wise, so they can keep this bump drafting up. They've been doing such a fantastic job thus far. Still 3 cars on the lead lap, but like I say, this lap they should, I say both be in, but at least Max Verstappen will be in the number 4 car. We'll see if they do dive down to pit lane exactly there and then. And they will leave Josh Thompson out on the race circuit, curiously.
Yeah, they have been doing this on occasion, leaving one of them out, but only for a lap or maybe 2. But it's not happened very often. I think that they want to alleviate the potential calamity of them hitting each other as they're braking for the pit lane, which could go wrong at tremendous speed, and they don't want that. So I think that's maybe the reason why. But other than that, it doesn't seem to be neither here or there, really. It's just one lap either way, and it's not really affected either of them. Max Verstappen up on the jacks then, doesn't seem to be getting out of the car, and this has been quite a long stint overnight for him. He did a couple of hours earlier on. He got out of the car at, I think, 3 a.m. in Europe. It's now, 4:45, and he's been in the car again for another hour now, so he's been awake pretty much all night.
Yeah, I'm taking a look back. A few stints ago, did 4 consecutive stints, which is about 130 laps early, which does take just shy of 4 hours. Did that, then handed over to Wally Steinbratton for 2 hours, then got back in the car and did the stint that we just saw.
Yeah, he's not been to bed, has he?
Well, it's just because he sleeps for the week.
You've been to bed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I'm weak. Why do you think I don't drive this stuff anymore? I had a great 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, thanks for that.
No worries, no worries. I was lying about I had this race on my laptop and then decided that none of you were interesting, so I turned it off.
I don't blame you.
There is Jimmy Antunes. I was wondering where the Apex Racing Team car was. As you can see, Josh Thompson in the background dived his way down into the lane, so you will see the number 2 down as well. And I'm sure once they come out of the pit lane, they will reconvene with the number 4 of Max Verstappen. But Jimmy Antunes behind the wheel, now 40 seconds off the race lead, and does have the assistance from the other Apex Racing Team car, which, unlike the number 2, has no chance of battling for a podium or whatnot. They're literally just there to help.
That is their only job now. They're 18 laps off the lead, if I'm doing the maths right at this point. And 14 laps off the next car. They're a lap off. Sorry, Falcon Sim Racing are out of the race actually with Damon Woods. I don't know what happened to them actually, but they're out, so that'll be 8th place. Not that it really matters.
Yeah, it was a departure of pit. I can't even fully remember the to kind of. So I think it was the Apex Racing Team car that was leaving pit lane, and the Falcon car just came straight over the nose of them, not realising they were there. And the pair of them ended up in the barrier. And George Simmons dropped a hold on. He said, "Wow, ... nice job" in the in-game chat, which I think is a pretty fair response, to be honest. It's easily done though. When you're coming out of pit lane, basically what happened was they were 3 wide because an LMP2 went through the middle. And obviously once the LMP2 had cleared off, as much as the spot wouldn't have said clear, you wouldn't necessarily expect there to be a car on the inside still.
And that actually happened, interestingly, to the Delta Simtech by Grid and Go car. You would have definitely been asleep by this point. It happened to the Delta Simtech car. It wasn't Nicholas Rubelard in the it's Cody Deeth in the car at the time. They got absolutely slapped into the wall in such a big way. I thought, wow, they're going to lose laps, but they're still 5th, and they're barely a lap down. I think they are, but they're not. They're not far away, and they've recovered very well from that issue. And it sounds like a very similar incident to the one you're describing there. A 3-wide moment on the way out of the pit lane, which is awkward round here.
So I'm trying to, as I'm looking at this, I'm trying to work out if I can work out why they leave the number 2 out longer than they leave the number 4. And I think there is actually good reason. Tyre wear's not very high round here, and obviously with the lower fuel, you'll be going faster, and they want to leave the number 2 out ahead of the number 4, because if the number 2 slows down a little bit to allow the 4 to catch up, that's not a problem. Whereas if they do it the other way around, that is a problem for the race. So I think they leave the 2 out for the extra lap so that they go faster. So effectively they're kind of like undercutting, but then they can meet up without the number 4 having to slow down.
Yeah, because it's not really an undercut, is it? It's
not really.
It's under disadvantage. No, there's got to be a better way of saying that.
No, I think we'll roll with undercut.
It's
actually overcut, rather, isn't it? Sorry, it's the other way around.
What I mean is, undercut suggests it's beneficial, but it's actually not. So, yeah, I guess overcut we'll have to stick with. But anyway,
it's the overcut for the 2.
Yeah, exactly. So that does make a lot of sense. There's always logic to the things these guys do, isn't there? It's but most of my theories come down to, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? It makes very little difference in the end, but these guys are thinking about every fine detail. Every single detail has been thought about. Not a single stone has yet been unturned, if you like, in terms of the preparation and the execution of this race for everyone, not just Redline.
Yeah, I know. People behind the scenes, Andre Kuntzman and that lot, they'll all be working hard to crunch up. I did see Jeff Rietveld was keeping a close eye. Was engineering for one of the cars, from what I could see in game earlier. Yeah, from when we did our stint in a 24-hour race earlier, I don't think we were quite thinking of it to the same level that this lot do. It was more just, let's drive round, and I didn't quite follow the strategy of the team.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God, he's back.
Oh, my goodness. That was an enormous connection issue there for Max Verstappen, which, considering that the other car has had a disconnection from the race, I'm pretty sure would have been very uncomfortable for the team. Okay.
Tremendous bad luck it would have been as well, in some ways.
Yeah.
To have 2 very, identical things happen to the sister cars. So, thankfully, that's not happened to Max Verstappen. It was just a pause in internet, but not long enough to cause too many major dramas, or any more of a drama than it already was. So that's good news. He's still out there in the lead. 40 seconds is the gap, but that's not even realistic, is it? Because Timmy Antunes is yet to come in. Well, he tends to come in about 10 laps before Redline, so it's somewhat hard to work out whether that will give whether that will leave their strategy falling on the right or the wrong side of the checkered flag.
That's something for me and Arjuna to deal with later on, and by us to deal with. I won't be conscious, mate. Elvis Rankin is into the pit lane, by the way, from the race lead in GTP. I will, like I say, speaking of that Stormforce ART car, it will be in the pit lane. Hold on, in 20 laps time. So it's not coming in anytime soon. Like I say, it's about 10 laps prior to to the number 4 Redline car, so we'll have that to deal with. I just like, honestly, as I saw that the lag moment there for Verstappen, I'm thinking, could it be the second consecutive year that I commentate on a certain 24-hour race, Max Verstappen's in it, he disconnects to no real fault of his own? I'm like, oh, please don't. Oh dear.
When did that happen last year? I don't remember.
In a slightly different 24-hour race.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
I wasn't picking up what you were putting down there at all.
You were not. You were not.
That was terrible.
Yeah. Banter though. But no, obviously, like I say, just with a slipstream. A bit of heart and mouth moment, but that might be the... okay, when we stop, maybe we do want to pull him out of the car. But trying to pull Max Verstappen out of the car probably is not going to be the easiest. You can see there in the on the tower the last stops for each of the... long stint for the Falcon.
That's not true. I think that's how many laps they've done in the race, isn't it? 531. Not how many they've done since the last stint. That would be incredible, though. So, fair enough to them. Good advert for Falcon tyres, if that's correct.
Whoever's doing their fuel, they have indeed done 531 laps total in the race. Let's double check if that was the case. 100% is. Like I said, it's long stint. We've seen some long stints around here, but 16 and a bit hours probably would be a little too much. Sadly, they do find themselves out of the race. Yeah, 16.
We've done 14 hours so far. Oh no, oh god, maths. Oh no.
Whoa!
Oh,
by the way, they're not out of the race because Dane Woods has rejoined.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he has. They've just pulled themselves out of the pit lane. 14. Wow, nice maths.
Nice maths. That was not nice.
For someone who is normally so on it, there is David Woods coming out of the pit lane. For someone who's normally actually on it, breaking the trend generally of never trust a commentator's maths. That was horrific.
That was really bad, wasn't it? Yeah, that was actually... I could have done that on my fingers, but anyway... that's not my proudest. That's not going in the show reel. That was.
I'm bringing that up constantly. Have you updated your show reel yet? It's a work in progress. Okay,
it's working. I was actually working it about 24 hours ago, but
really?
It's not finished. I was preparing myself for tonight, so I thought I'd do something.
Oh, right, you have to do a lot of preparation to this, didn't you? I understand. Yes. It's a lot of work. I was trying to find out how many, because you know my the stat I love in this race. I was trying to find out how many laps Mitchell de Jong has led today. I can't find it.
Really?
But yeah,
I'm willing to bet it's around 100, but that's no use for you, is it? You want the actual stat?
I want the actual number. I can find out how many laps he's done today, but I can't find out how many of those laps were in the lead of the race. I'll have to wait until afterwards, unfortunately. But I do want to update that stat. I like that stat. No, I don't think, genuinely, I don't believe anyone's going to touch the stat of most laps led around here for a
this
long
race.
time.
Yeah.
No,
what was it before?
Years.
What was it before today?
Over 1600.
Yeah, it's going to take some doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think just generally about how many laps is in, you'd have to lead an entire 2 races without interruption, pretty much. And that's not going to happen.
I did have a stat somewhere with I think one of the races in that. I think Coanda led like 98% of the laps.
That might have been 2020. They led a lot. I remember that year.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't on RaceSpot that year because they didn't like me enough. I had to go and win an award, and then I had to drag you lot along with me. But it's fine. Don't worry. As the Kaz team is into the pit lane in LMP2.
LMP2 has been one of the most interesting categories I've found so far. Not in the fact that loads of stuff has changed. In fact, almost nothing has. However, I can just see a good finish coming up because everyone's on the same strategy. It's easy to work out that they're all quite similarly paced, and Kazza team are giving WSR Esports Bookkicker a bit of a run for their money. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but they've just pitted, so it doesn't make sense. 1 minute and 5 is the gap, just over a minute, but there you go. The WSR Esports car is in the pit lane now, so that's going to come down, if we're lucky, to below 10 seconds, and that's more than closable with 7 3/4 hours to go. Although I said that with 14 hours to go, and they've not really closed it at all. So that does, not encourage quite so much. But it's closable, and it's very much within a mistakes region of losing the race for WSR.
Yeah, I'll have to go back into my little stats after this race. But I'm pretty sure. Speaking of laps, and the Coanda team, by the way. I'm pretty sure today that they might pass 5,000 laps led around here. Because as far as I can read in my stats, I know it was. I think it was in 2021. It was 3,908. Oh, they might have already passed it actually, because they might have passed it in 2022. I've not updated it, but I know after 2021 they had 4,779 laps led. But I know they didn't lead that much in 22 because Apex decided it was a good idea to slap them.
Well, they led for a fair amount, but it was just very close, wasn't it? They led roughly even amount. They
must have led over 200 laps in there. So yeah, they've probably passed 5,000 laps led.
Yeah, I would say.
It's
so.
Disgusting.
It is really, but they have won 6 times, so.
Yeah, it's more than our win this race. Have you ever done the Daytona 24-hour?
No. Oh, I did a Daytona 12-hour back a long time ago when I was like 14 or something, and I think we won. I don't remember. I crashed about 3 times in my stint, so I don't remember.
No.
I only did 2 hours.
Come on, you can't have a race and not remember if you've won or not. That's unreal. I remember.
But it was 8 years ago.
I remember every win that I remember. In fact, actually, because it is January, I took my first ever win in sim racing, and I can tell you exactly what it was and how it happened. I started from the back of the field in a Clio race on a circuit which, if you're American, you may know it. It's a club circuit. It's called Ginger Man, which is a hilarious name for a track, by the way. And it was on a different simulator. And I started from the back of the field, and everyone crashed. I came through, and I took my first ever win. That was 2000. Was it 15 or 14?
I don't know why you're asking me.
I want to say I think it's 15. It was 20. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, it was 2015. It was 2015. Yeah, there you go. So I remember my first win. That was
same. I remember my first win because it wasn't my first win. It would have been my first endurance win, but it wasn't my first win. A long way from it. My first win was in 2016, I think. I started somewhere near the front. I got in. It was the Catalunya circuit, but it was the one where you do a hairpin before turn 1. So where would that bring you out? To that left-hander before turn 9 at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
I hope you can picture what I mean at home. And yeah, I was in the lead by that point, pretty much on lap 1. I defended from someone like the whole race, but it wasn't one of those defenders where you like defending the inside of every single corner, if you see what I mean. It was just, he was just kind of there, and I was also just kind of there, and he never really got close enough to me. And there you go. It's slightly less dramatic win than yours.
When was your first win? Everyone at home, let us know in chat.
Yeah, let us know.
Dane Bed says his was Skippy's at Zolder, P8 to victory, August 2018. So he knows.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the month. I can tell you the year, but
I genuinely reckon. Okay, this is
Elvis. Elvis Rankin's been off. I'm sure he has. Wasted on his line out of turn 1 there.
0 out of 10. Well, we'll have to take a look on that on replay. Let's take a look on that on replay. Yeah, he's just driving it in too hard. That's not the first time that we've seen that. Seen quite a few do that, but we know this VRS Coanda is pushing hard comparatively to take, for example, like the Acuras and the Beamers that are fuel saving a little bit around here. We know the VRS Coandas and that Porsche are pushing all the way through, which sounds far more interesting to me, by the way. I'd much rather do that as a driver, but at the same time.
Yeah, but
actually, I say that, but wasn't I the one fuel saving a lot at Spa when we did that race?
I think well, it was incident saving you were doing a lot of.
Well, apart from the crash, we're not going to do that.
Oh well, yeah, but that was the only 4X, so that was fun. Well, what did we need to average? About 4 a stint or something? 5 a stint? I think
it was like 5 a stint, and I'm
Enzo
pretty
got
sure
11 in the first hour.
Yeah. Enzo got 11. I think Cam picked up 16 in his hour or like 2 hours, whatever it was, behind the wheel. And I remember getting behind the wheel being like, we are on target to get like 3 drive-throughs in this race.
Yeah, but it's strange how something like that sets the tone, isn't it? Because then I started to drive a bit better, and I didn't get very many instant points at all in my next stint. And it was... it's weird because... why would your lack of incidents have any effect on me? But it did for some reason. And then Cam did a few less incidents in his, and Enzo started doing less. And I guess these things happen in the middle of the race too.
because we were all competing to be better than each other.
Yes. We just didn't want to crash after.
I'm right.
Anymore.
Yeah, that's fine. I had the least incidents in the car, and I also had the fastest lap. So just saying, it wasn't nothing to do with conditions. I wasn't in the car in the best conditions. That's absolutely fine. As we'll keep our eye on Alpha's ranking. Car seems fine. It's just a couple of snaps when it came down into the brakes, into that T1. I like what I was saying, by the way, is that I have every time I've taken a win, you know how I used to do photographs in sim racing.
Oh yeah.
Right. So every time I've taken a win, I've made and edited a photograph of my car. That's like my trophy. Right, is that? So I've got one of those of every single win that I've had in sim racing. I do not mean iRacing official wins. I'm talking about league wins here. But I have a photograph of every single win that I've ever had in sim racing, and I genuinely reckon from memory I could go through all of them.
From memory, you haven't had very many.
No, I've not had very many. Not league wins. No, hold on. I think it's 28.
28. 20, and you can remember all of them by memory. Goodness me.
Yeah. Hold on. I can actually. Hold on. Hold the phone.
We're not going to go. We're not going to go through them all now, are we?
No, we're not. It is 28.
Wow. Yeah. I have more than that. I've got to be honest. But anyway.
Yeah, but are they actually good league wins? I mean, to be fair, when I say league wins, there was one league that I did. It was 24 races long. I won 22 of the races in it. I don't put any of. No.
Oh come on! You got to count them.
No, absolutely not. Because it's just like sending the same photograph. Of the
just
same
because the other people weren't good enough to beat you doesn't mean it doesn't count.
That was a great series as well. I had a great time. Mostly because everything they did in that series to try and slow me down made me faster. Yes! But no,
I can imagine that making you so happy.
Yeah.
I could just see you.
Yeah, this was literally, that was the first season where me and Dan Kell, we became teammates in this championship. It was a person that I've been teammates with for quite a while. This is 2018, and it was in a championship in VH Supercars. Elsewhere in sim racing.
I think I remember when it, but anyway.
Yeah, the mod was kind of broken for them to the point where the tyre wear was far higher than it should have been. They made the decision at the start of the season. They were going to turn off tyre wear for the sprint races because it made more sense for them to turn it off because it's a club league. They didn't want it to be too serious or whatever. So I was like, yeah, fair enough. Obviously, it makes sense. But then we had a load of sprint races throughout the season. But then we also had an endurance race, which was an hour long. And in the endurance race, they were like, right. And this is when I was leading the challenge by a lot. They were, and I do know because I've seen the admin chats. They were like, right, we're going to turn the tyre wear back on again. And the most of the reason was because it's an endurance race. They wanted it to have a little bit of tyre wear. But part of the reason was because I was a fair amount faster than them, and they wanted to be. They were like, well, obviously, speed must mean that you're wearing your tyres out more. I won both the endurance races that season by over a lap, purely because speed does not equal more tyre wear. Just because you're going quickly does not mean that you're using more speed, more tyres, or more
not
fuel.
Necessarily. No.
Not a chance.
No.
Anyway, throw those lot in the bin.
There we are.
We're not going to name and shame the league, though. Don't worry.
I think I can remember which league it was.
I wonder if you can.
I think I can. But anyway, let's maybe not go there. Did you see the graphic there a couple of moments ago, by the way?
No, I wasn't. I don't pay attention to anything.
You weren't paying attention. You weren't watching when everyone else is watching. Here we go again.
Oh, brown or orange? Who knows? It's orange. We've accepted it.
You're scaling back. Or are you sitting on the fence?
No, I said I'd accept copper. I will say, as I was saying when I was on a little earlier with Cam, at night, especially now, it looks far more orange than it did during the day.
Yeah. And but having said that, because you've put your neck on the line earlier on in the day, I'm afraid you've been attributed to that comment quite a lot over the course of the time you've been asleep.
Oh yeah, no, I tried. Honestly, I opened up a Discord this morning, where the Discord of an Alan Terzic, and on there was a picture from this broadcast of Lewis equals wrong, just on broadcast.
Yep, that was Arjuna writing when he was producing.
Yeah, no, I felt that. It was actually Joachim who was the one that dropped that one down. So, if you're still awake, Thanks for keeping me apprised of the situation. It's a Brorange car. It's the Brorange Beast.
It's a nice livery. I don't mind it at all.
I'd like the orange to pop more. I'd like it to be more of an orange, to be honest.
Well, I would, so we didn't have to talk about this anymore, to be honest. But that's another issue. Yeah, well, it's clearly going all right for them. They're leading the race, and then. But I really like this one, I've got to say. I think this one's better.
Oh,
with the
menacing, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic.
I kind of want. I'm trying to work out what my favourite of the Williams cars are. I do quite like that when they do the Razor one, which is green on the front. But there is something about the Fanatec one, which is the black fronted one. I don't mind the normal one, which is just white fronted, but having that menacing black front. I am not saying to make any livery better you must make it darker. Controversial opinion, I don't really like the Mercedes in Formula 1 when they're black.
I think it looks better than the silver.
I don't know. I think the silver at least is I guess different, but the black, every time I see the black I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't know, it doesn't do anything for me. I don't know. Anyway, we'll not go into that then, because otherwise we'll have an argument. By the way, it did see in chat, orange is just light brown. You're absolutely right.
What?
Orange is just light brown. If you get an orange and then you darken it, it becomes what colour? Brown.
Well, I've gone a long way past caring. I did. About 6 hours ago, I stopped.
Only 6?
Further than that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, but we keep going back to it. Every 24-hour race has got a theme of the race, hasn't it? And this one
pineapple
is
pizza.
No, let's not go there.
Well, yeah, because there was
toast.
There was quite a lot. No, you can't do wet toast. No, don't. No, I know the pineapple on pizza conversation came up quite a bit. What race was that?
I don't remember.
Where it was in chat. God, like what? I think it was only like a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? A week or so ago. Britcar 24 out. No, I'm sure it came up. It came up in a race even more recently than that. It came up in a race far more recently. I'm pretty sure it was last week.
I don't know.
You're absolutely right. It was the US 500 when IndyCar, of course, returned to us broadcasting here on RaceSpotTV. Thank you, Dane. Absolutely spot on. It was that. And I still maintain, if you do not like pineapple on pizza, I think 90% of the people that say pineapple on pizza is disgusting, right, have never tried it.
Oh, that's a fact. That is a fact.
It's just because people are like, oh, I don't like it. Thus, it's the general consensus of, I don't like it, I'm not going to have it.
To be fair, though, that's not uncommon with food. People who've not tried it at all just say, well, I don't like it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, to be fair, that's to some degree. It's pretty much like me and mushrooms. Cannot deal with them.
Have you ever had one?
Cannot stand. To be fair, only in like small portions in things, but I think like I'm so like against it.
Oh yeah, if you've had it in something and you didn't like it, then you wouldn't like it on its own either.
Yeah, exactly. But it's more. I think like it's more like it's like, I guess, guilty by association. It's like I know a mushroom's in it. As soon as I see it, I'm like, nope. Whereas sometimes I'm just like, oh, just get on with it.
When you find out a mushroom's been made in the same factory, you're just ready to lob the food out the window.
It's not bad. It's not bad. But I can handle like if someone turns around and is like, oh yeah, there's like a like powdered mushroom or whatever that has been put in. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Before anyone comes at me, I know mushrooms aren't made in factories.
They are. Are they not?
No.
I thought they were grown in a factory.
I suppose you could grow it outside.
Genetically. Well, yeah. You could, anyway, let's move on.
We're unintelligent, as it turns out.
We are unintelligent. How are mushrooms made? No, there's a lot of things in life that I wish that I would just actually enjoy. Two things though, being coffee and beer. I cannot stand either.
Oh, really?
No, can't do it. Which is really awkward when going to like Europe and stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, what drinks are available? And it's like, I went to Assen in 2018, and all you could get there was water, Pepsi Max, coffee or beer, and so I was drinking quite a bit of water or Pepsi Max because coffee and beer just ain't it for me.
Well, that's. I went to an event that only served beer or wine, obviously alcoholic, in a bar, and that's what forced me to like it. Beer, so
Forced me to like.
well, I wouldn't have really tried it otherwise, or drunk it very much. But I was like, well, I'm here, and there's only beer, so we've
See,
might as well persevere.
I have tried it enough to know that I really don't like it. Like
It's
it's
just, I don't know. Well, it's fair enough, isn't it? It's like with any drink, isn't it? Really.
yeah, exactly. I'm a cider man.
Okay. Southern
yeah.
is what you are.
No, it's not even a southern thing. Those are people that sound like beer. What are you talking about?
Cider's southern.
Cider is. So I will accept cider is fairly southern, yes. But just it just tastes better, doesn't it?
Not always. No.
Well, no, not always, but yeah, it's like percentage, generally speaking, it's better.
How did we get here, by the way?
We
I
are
don't even.
really off topic.
We are.
Aren't we?
Nighttime commentary is
We've been
in
here for
full
half
swing.
an hour. Fully derailed.
Yeah, immediately.
Well, no, actually, you say immediately. When we joined, they were discussing some nonsense about other stuff. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really listen to Joey or Argina. But I know they were talking like absolute rubbish. We joined for 10 minutes. We were right on topic. I thought this was going to be a great hour. And suddenly we're talking about about mushrooms. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely stupid. I would rather talk about everyone's first win, but I've not. Honestly, if you have posted in chat, I've seen first online win F1 2010 Japan Grand Prix. Wow.
Nice.
That's a long time ago. I've just finished playing F1 2010 again. I hate myself.
I don't know if I. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if I ever won an F1 league race. I did so many of them. I must have won one, but I don't think I did.
Honestly, I never really played F1 online.
No, what?
Because I never really played F1 online. Sorry, do you want to say that again? I never really played F1 online.
Well, no, but I'm just surprised.
Well, yeah, because back in my day, you could only really do those 3-lapper races, and by the time that I'd started doing sim racing, it was all iRacing or RF1. I mean, I've been on iRacing for a few years, so in fact, actually, hold on, let's go find out how many years I've been on iRacing for. Because it's I wonder how many years you've been on iRacing for.
Been on iRacing?
Yeah.
I mean, I started commentating on it before I used it.
10 years this year.
Oh, God.
It is 10 years in July for me.
2.5 years at best, I think, for me.
2.5 years at best!
I think so, yeah.
Goodness me.
I'm not rich, though, so...
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Vince says old head McGlade. Thanks, mate.
That is rude.
That is very rude. That is very rude. How long has everyone been on iRacing? Drop it in chat. Let me know how long you've been on. I'm pretty sure of all of the people in RaceSpot, Hugo might have been on it more than everyone else.
I think he'd won a world championship by the time he got iRacing.
Yeah, right. Even by the time that I got iRacing, he definitely won. When did he win the world championship?
I think it was maybe 15, so maybe I'm...
No, it was
2011? Oh,
I was going to say, I thought it was earlier. 2011.
Okay, 2011. Wow.
Anyway, we've got a battle on screen, which is actually for position. It is the only car with everyone above 10k rated, trying to take on the Delta Simtech by G&G. Nicholas Rubelard behind the wheel. There is Sotomito in that number 1 car. A very fitting number 1 car for this. Not because they're like defending champion or anything like that. It's literally because they are the highest rated car on the grid.
Yeah, it makes iRacing sense, even if it doesn't make motorsport sense specifically. But I'm afraid what I saw on the banking last lap has not been very encouraging for the battle or non-battle that we're about to see, because Sotomuto was just pushed there by Rubelard the whole way around the banking, and as a result of that, I don't see why that would sort of change in the next few laps. So it looks like these two are going to work together now, really.
Well, it's been on, Max the Spy says they've been on iRacing for 2 weeks.
Nice.
Although, did then follow that up with rookie class for the win. That's unacceptable. You need to be out of rookie class immediately.
Yeah, 2 weeks to be in rookie class is quite a long time.
That's brutal. That is brutal. Although I will say, when you play iRacing, when you're on iRacing for the first time, getting out of rookie can seem like it's really, really difficult, right?
Not really. Well,
but
yeah,
the first time it could take a little while to get out. Even if like you've been fairly experienced on other platforms or whatever, it could take a little while to get out the first time. I promise you, if you've been on iRacing for like a year or two, and then you were to make a new account or a Smurf, as the cool kids call it, and then go through it again, I guarantee you can get out of rookie. I think I helped a friend get out of rookie, and it was like 4 races.
Well, yeah, it doesn't take very long. So just don't qualify, and then
just keep out of trouble.
Yeah,
safety
exactly.
rating's more important than iRating at that level.
Yeah, to be honest, who cares about iRacing at any level? Well, other than these guys' level, obviously.
I'm 3.2k, mate. I'm a little higher than you. Don't worry about it. I cared last week when I was gaining it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear, this is awkward. Very awkward.
RC.
I don't think Rubelar really wanted the LMP2 to do that, but he didn't have a choice in the matter in the end. And, well, thankfully there was no crash, but it could have been.
It took Dane 3 races to get out of rookies, and he's now 2.6k, so I'm better than Dane. That's the important bit. At the start of last week, I was 2.5k, and then I clicked with one car and one track, whilst everyone else was crashing. I had a great time. Worked my way through the field, just kept my nose clean. That's what you need to do.
Yes.
I've seen you've been doing some racing a bit more recently, no?
Not really. I did a couple of races over Christmas, but my laptop's starting to get on its last legs, and so
that's why then.
It's not really up to iRacing anymore. I don't think. I got about 15 FPS during my races, so it's not really playable.
I wonder how your laptop would take this circuit, especially considering how the main grandstand is on the Starford Straight.
Yeah, not very well.
No.
You can turn it off.
You can turn it off, but I hate that.
Well, I know, but you got to do what you got to do.
I like that you can turn it off, by the way. When I mean I hate that, I do not mean that I hate that you can turn it off. I like the fact that you can turn things like that off to boost FPS, and you do that. Like, I can't go out onto the start-finish straight and then not see it. I'm like, this looks ridiculous.
Well, I can't play when my laptop can't cope with the grandstand being there. So
how much wood can a woodchuck catch up with? That was a bit in that category. That was.
I know. Yeah, I can't do it. Too many words at this time. No, yeah, it's unfortunately on its last legs, and so it can't really do our racing anymore. But I want to get it back into bit racing at some point. It's just finding the time to do it, which is the impossible task at the moment.
Into the pit lane, Attic Alpinen, by the way, has headed down. So Jaden Munoz will probably lead for a couple of laps and come in fairly sharpish. We see once again our Redline leaders, Gustavo Ariel in 3rd position in class, but still on the lead lap courtesy of Max Verstappen. Give it a little cheeky bump. The highest I-rated driver on the platform at the moment is Gustavo Ariel at 11,100. It's a few more than me and you. In fact, if you put the commentary box together and the broadcast producer, and hey, do you know what? Will Vincent's also in here as well. Chuck him in there as well. We still ain't getting anywhere near that.
Double it, maybe. But,
no, I think with one more would be there. I think like what you're about 2k, right?
No, I'm about 1.4.
What?
Oh yeah, who cares about our rating, man? I've got a good safety rating. That's fine.
There you go. It says it at the bottom. 11,100 I rating, highest on the service. The second highest I rated driver, who is also 11k, is racing today, but not in this split. They're in split 2, which I think is kind of hilarious.
That is, yeah. Teammates must be rubbish.
Aaron Vasquez.
I'm joking, by the way.
Is the driver? Yeah, exactly. Drago Racing going to be coming for you, mate. You're not getting a Drago Racing top anytime soon.
I'm joking. Is that the car that Jaden Laddick's in?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so he's in split 2.
Yeah.
Did we ever figure out why he's not in the GTP for this race?
Okay, so as much as we were discussing, like we kind of like talking about this a little bit earlier on about like high I-rated drivers. right? I don't really know why Dane is on the GTP, but maybe has driven this and has gone, actually, I prefer the GTDs. When it comes to strength of field, the GTD is highest on this grid by far. Do you know what the estimated strength of field is, by the way, of the GTD category? Were you listening earlier?
I probably missed it. 8 or 9k?
9,889 is the estimated strength of field of GTD. That is foul. That's horrible.
It is, yeah. Wow.
It's honestly that is crazy. That is by far the highest strength of field I have ever seen.
Yeah, I didn't think it was quite that high. I think it's like 8.6 for the entire field, is it?
Something in that vein, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was basing it off. I thought, well, maybe they'll get to 9 at a push, but 9.8 is quite remarkable for a strength of field. And that's sort of, just to sort of put it into perspective, it's sort of an average of the drivers who are here, isn't it, about their iRating. So if you were to be above the average, you'd have to be very close to 10k, which is outrageous.
There are quite a few drivers that are very close to 10k. To put it into perspective how much that's grown, the first iRacing Daytona 24 hour that I did as commentary, which is 2021, which wasn't that long ago, the strength of field of the highest category in there was GTE, and that was 7,599.
Wow, but iRacing inflation as well, or iRating inflation, sorry.
There is a lot of iRating inflation going on, but still, for that to have grown 2,000 in more than 2,000 in the strength of field in only 3 years is crazy. It shows how impressive. And if you are wondering, by the way, what we mean by iRating inflation, basically what happens is if you join the service, effectively there is 1,250 extra iRating dished into the service, and iRating is a zero-sum formula. So when you enter a race, if you lose 50, then that 50 iRating doesn't just get deleted or whatever. It ends up in someone else's account, basically. It moves around like that, generally speaking. And so the more new people that join, the more iRating there is around, meaning that, technically speaking, the more that there is to gain for these top lot. So if you want to think about it in a nice way, you might have signed up to the service with a bit of iRating that you then lost, that has ended up in the hands of someone like Gustavo Ariel or Max Verstappen or something like that, you know?
You can put a positive spin on losing iRating in that, in that way. By the way, Mia Rose speculating in YouTube about whether next year we'll see a 10k strength of field. I mean, it's very possible, isn't it? Yeah. I suppose that would be pretty outrageous. But anyway, that was we're only 200 away. Only 200 away, and next year we might well be there.
Yes, I did see, by the way, that we did have a question about the difference between GTD and GTP. Well, this is a GTD car, but GT3s. They are quick, and they go around the circuit zoomy. GTP, however, slightly quicker, and they zoomy faster. This is Cooper Webster behind the wheel. As you can see, it's a prototype, so lower, faster, faster, potentially slightly more ugly.
Oh, more ugly! Wow, controversial.
Depends on the GTP. I still can't get the front of the Beamer. I do like the Porsche. I was having this discussion. We were having this discussion earlier on. And I was having this discussion yesterday as well with Peter when we were doing. No, I say yesterday, day before, on Friday night. With Peter.
It's all the same day to me.
Yeah, exactly. I love the fact that of the GTPs, we've got 4 GTPs. Obviously, the Porsche, the BMW, the Acura, of course, and the Cadillac, and all of them look different. I love that. You get the Porsche so smooth, and it almost looks like it's so sure of itself. The Acura is crazy. It's aggressive. The Cadillac's big, and the BMW has that enormous front that looks a bit.
You don't like that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't like it, but I will say it's very BMW at the moment.
Exactly, and that's why I do like it, because the thing I worried about with the GTP class was or what I like to see in a prototype, I should probably phrase it, is sort of a manufacturer's character remaining within it, because sometimes prototypes can look pretty the same in terms of the setup that they've got. If you look at the LMP2 class at the moment, in real life, it's pretty uninspiring with the lack of variety. Everyone uses the Orica anyway, but even when you do use different chassis or bodywork, it looks pretty similar anyway. But what's been great in the GTP class and in DPI before it is that some manufacturer DNA has gone into it clearly, like you see with the BMW here, because as you say, I think the best way to describe the front end of that is very BMW, really.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way to describe it. And I especially like the Mazda DPI as well, which had a very Mazda front end feel to it as well, I've got to say. So yeah, I like to see that. I think it's a good thing when the manufacturer DNA comes through in a prototype like that. So I like the front of the BMW, although out of the GTPs I'd probably pick the Porsche as a favourite.
Acura. I think that Acura looks good. It's just, I think I like an aggressive looking car, and I think there's just something about this car that just looks insane. I love it.
Not quite as aggressive as you, maybe.
Are you saying that I'm quite aggressive? Well, according to
you just said you like it. So.
Yeah, it's true. Hanyoski says he lost all his iRating to someone called Lewis McGlade. That's true. To be fair, I've never. Yeah, literally. So I was about to ask the same question, but then I was trying to think. I'm pretty sure North Macedonia's. Was it +2? Sure, it's +2. It's like 7:30 in the morning. Is it only one?
I think so. I think you have to get out to Turkey to get +2, don't you?
6:30 in the morning.
Whoa, that was close. Goodness me. Got to Carpenter there, nearly swiping a GTD, but it was okay.
Yeah. Oh, goodness me. Now everyone's talking about. Look, this car it's orange at the moment. It's fine, but it is brown during the day. I'm not colourblind, I promise. That said, do you remember when we found out that Zach was?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Someone was telling this story literally the other day, and I can't remember when or why, but you can tell it again if you want.
Yeah, just to throw him under the bus. He's not awake. It's fine. If you ever heard on RaceSpot broadcast and stuff, a commentator called Zach Sweeney, he's fairly young and he was doing his exams. GCSEs, yeah, exactly. And he came onto our little Discord one day and he was like, lads, what colour's this? And he showed us some of the writing that he'd done, and we were like, it's green. Instantly we were all like, that's green. And he was like, yeah, I thought it was black pen. He did all of his exams in black pen.
He sends a picture of a track map he'd drawn in green.
Yeah.
And he said, hang on, I've used this pen for all my exams. I've written my exams in green pen. I had to sit down with him and do a colourblind test, bless him. Yes, and it turns out, well, I don't think one was required actually.
No, it wasn't, but we still want to figure it out. He is quite colourblind. Bless him.
He also, I can't remember what colour he said that the front of that Kauppinen car looks like, but I think he said it was like green or something ridiculous.
Surely not.
Or yellow.
Yellow
maybe.
I think like he'll probably do it and play a bit of a game with it. You know what he's like.
Maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, here we go though. This is going to be a switch for second position in the GTD category because Alex Dunn is starting to feel the pressure, of course. Yes, we are awaiting the pit stops from the two Team Redline cars. There is Alex Dunn, of course, vice champion of the GP3 Championship in 2023. Not fully sure what he's going to be doing in 2024. Did not get the seat in the high-tech team for Formula 3 in 2024. He can't hear me, so it's fine. He can. Don't tell him. It's fine. Don't break his heart. But he is behind the wheel and is flying. I believe he's over 10k.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
I've got it on my entry list somewhere, but I can't remember where I've put my entry list now, so I'm not gonna lie.
Great. That was hours ago. Who needs an entry list? Yes. Right. I'm wondering what Gustavo Eirio is going to do here, because on the one hand, he just want to get into second, but it's going to take a lot of effort to do this. He needs to put another lap on one of the Apex cars, first of all, and then get through on the Stormforce car. And is that really worth bothering with? I mean, probably not.
No, not really. But a bit of drag racing is a bit of fun, I guess. 10,311. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Is Alex Dunn. Of course, he's not the only 10k I-rated driver in that car, because Luke McEwen also is. Gustavo also is above that, and he's behind him. I don't know what Max Verstappen is these days. I think he's like 9 and a bit, and it's just pushing. I did see the question earlier, which is about like how has the number 4 car not overheated, which is an interesting question. I think the cooling on these GT3s is absolutely fine, as we'll see all 4 of them together, and you can now take a guess as to what the best car is in the GTD class around here.
Yeah, 4 of them all over the line together here. Will Ariel do anything on the outside, or will they lift off early? Well, we are going to go for this. He's round the outside of the first Apex car. The Stormforce car slows up right in front of Ariel. This prototype's having a terrible time, and all of a sudden we've got a race on here.
And it's that's Attic Alpinum in that prototype that sat behind. To be fair, I actually don't blame Gustavo Ariel for trying something here, because let's be honest, for what you might classify as 15 hours into the race, yeah, obviously with
what is it actually?
17 hours.
I'm not doing any more maths.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, with 17 hours into the race, or approaching that point. You're probably a bit bored at this point, just driving around by yourself, just getting a bit bummed after the teammates. You finally see 2 people that are basically your speed. Like, let's have a little bit of a battle, yeah?
It must be especially a thing as well in this class where there's only 12 cars. You know, there's not many GTDs in the field this season or this year, and that's got to be a little bit demoralising when a quarter of the field's already out. I know Damon Woods is back out there again now, but that still leaves a quarter of the field out of the race. There's only 9 cars remaining, a lot of them on in contention. So yeah, maybe they will want a bit of a battle at this stage in the race. I guess that's the only downside with the field being configured quite the way we've had it this year, is maybe a slight lack of GTEs, a bit light on that category.
GTEs?
GTDs. Did I say E?
Oh,
GTDs.
You did say E. You did say
sorry.
E. Dead category. But no, we'll have to wait and see. Is there going to be a move here? We're obviously still waiting for a pit stop from the Redline duo, but they are going to make things as exciting as possible. We know Gustavo Ariel will stay out for a lap longer as Max Verstappen switches it up, gets to the inside. Boffs 1, Boffs 2. Is that a little bit too deep, though, for Verstappen? Yes, it is. As he'll rejoin the circuit behind both of the Apex drivers. Had to give it a go, though. Had to give it a go.
Oh, he still is. Looking down the inside of the Apex car, and on the assistance as well is one of the LMP2s. Trying to make its way through. An Apex LMP2, ironically, but that was all very aggressive, wasn't it? And I don't really see the reason why, especially when you're leading the Daytona 24 Hours, but Verstappen has no fear, clearly, down the inside there on the brakes, and very nearly pulled it off, and he's going again.
I mean, look, I'm not surprised. You know, there's a little bit of there's a healthy respect in this rivalry, to the point where they're not going to take each other out, and they understand the space being given. And like I say, you might as well have a little bit of fun. Gustavo Ariel trying to leave it all the way around the outside. Remember, the car that he is battling with is not the charcoal grey and blue and white Apex car. It is the Stormforce ART car, that black and yellow thing. That is the one that Gustavo Ariel was trying to really battle with here. But to be fair, it doesn't really matter too much as VRS Coanda come into the pit lane from the race leading GTP, so it'll be passed back over to Attic Alpinen. Out wide though goes that Apex Racing Team car, and now we have a Redline sandwich.
Yep, so, and the Apex car has got to slow down as well. So the Stormforce car is going to be left on its own here. Max Verstappen's going to go through. Careful, Trigo Racing. They've just found the gap up on the high side there at NASCAR turn 3 and 4. And now Max Verstappen's going to be through, and he's basically going to leave his teammate Gustavo Ariel to deal with Stormforce on his own.
And you know what? This has worked out brilliantly for Redline, because whoa, a bit of a look down the inside there, trying to force the gap was Alex Dunn, trying to get one down the inside of Verstappen. It's worked out perfectly for them, because like you say, that gap back to Luca Kita is fairly large. It's not crazy large. Oh! There's Alex Dunn's gone round. There's a bit of contact as well. Apex have had a bit of an incident in all of that with their GTP.
Yeah, they have. Contact made, but not with the Porsche. With that's running in 7th position at the moment. It would be the Alex Gall driven 97, the Acura of their pairing. They've got a Porsche and an Acura in the race, and it was their new recruit Luca Kita who accidentally, sees his front bumper on the floor, and that was all very awkward, really, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know why Verstappen was quite so aggressive when you're in the lead. Not that it was anything illegal or anything, because he is putting a lap on them, but, like, why would you do it when you're leading? I don't really understand.
I mean, look, again, I think that's more for entertainment value, and to be fair, for them, it's worked out brilliantly because it's all the Apex stuff that's kind of imploded there. I will say for Luke Keita's car, it kind of came to a stop, and then about a second later, at least on my screen, the front end went bye, and then disappeared off, which was kind of comical, I'm not going to lie. But a bit of a shame here for Luke Keita. Alex Dunn backwards in there. We'll take a look on a replay with Luke Keita. So you see the GTP work its way past of Alex Gow. You see that instant head. I think it was Alex Dunn in too deep.
Yeah, I think so.
That was what caused the spin. I was going to say, why you saying like why is Max Verstappen and lapping himself? Like, obviously they're just having a little bit of fun, a little bit of banter. Fair enough. As we'll see Luke Keita into the pit lane to get some damage repair, which is fine. They can do that because that car's not battling for position or whatever. They can pit, they can repair, and they can make sure they come out with Alex Dunn as close as possible. So no major drama there. They're perfectly capable of unlapping themselves. Fair enough. But it was Alex Dunn driving it in too deep. That was the problem.
I think so. From that angle we saw, I would agree. He went in just a bit too hot. If you'd have kept it slightly further towards the apex there and towards the right-hand side, then the contact wouldn't have happened and he wouldn't have spun around, I would have thought. But unfortunately, he did get it slightly wrong. Stormforce LT have gone for a spin, and now Redline are out 1 and 2, leading this race again. Not quite in the dominant fashion that they were earlier, but almost as dominant. They've got the lead by a lap, and they've got that second position now by quite some distance as well. So Apex are going to be disappointed with this race so far, and that's not going to make it any better. No,
exactly. It's not been for quite a few teams. It's not really been the race they wanted. Apex will certainly be one of them. They've had dramas. Let's be honest. That GTD category for them has been an uphill battle. Especially when you consider they looked so strong. Various ones, they went really aggressive on the strategy earlier in the race with both the Stormforce ART and the Apex Racing Team car when they pitted before everyone else in the first stop. But that was because they were bump drafting each other and they were pushing each other so clear. And then we had that incident going through the Le Mans chicane, where Alex Dunn, I can't remember which one it was with, like who was behind the wheel of the Apex Racing car, but Alex Dunn basically just got a really just unfortunate bit of timing with the bump draft on the exit of the Le Mans chicane and sent his teammate into the barrier, which then dropped them out of contention. Then various problems have dropped the Stormforce ART car back, and it's just not been their race, really. No, considering the good start, it's really been a very, very difficult one for them, unfortunately, but these things happen. I mean, I was speaking about this earlier when we had Redline 1 and 2 and out front by 30 seconds or so. I was saying, well, it all looks good for them right now, but we said that about Apex earlier on and things went wrong for them, and I guess it still applies now. This is Bray winding quite a few laps back here to Verstappen, overtaking almost 3 cars in one hit, just goes to the very inside. I mean, he's within his rights to do this, but why on earth is he doing it? It doesn't make any sense really, but he did, and thankfully for him, he didn't ruin the car by doing so. That one was ambitious. Optimistic? But you know what? I respect the attempt, so, fair enough on that one for Verstappen. You can see there in the distance, the sky is starting to glow a little bit. For a lot of the teams, this is a positive moment of the race. You have made it through the night. We are pretty much in morning time. It's 6:47 in game time. So you've made it through the night. The sun will start to rise. Yes, it looks dark so that's not a great angle. Sorry. You can see it more from onboard. Where are you seeing this sun? You can see it from onboards. You can see it, I promise, you can see it from almost where you see this. See? The sky's getting brighter. All right. Especially once you go through here. Wait for it. Ooh. See? Was that helicopter shot taken from the same track? No. It's a blimp shot, actually, but that's fine. You get the point. It's all the same. I'm not an aviation expert. Neither am I. But yeah, it's you're right. It's starting to liven up a little bit in the sky, and it's going to be light by the time I leave the commentary box, which is going to be a little bit weird.
to get my head around. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Step out of the virtual commentary booth, blasted by those sunny rays. And then
I wish it was sunny outside, but I don't think I've seen it for weeks.
No, well, actually, no. It's been lovely and sunny down here. It's just been cold.
Great. It's been absolutely freezing. I do complain about not seeing the sun, but then I also complain when it arrives because then I can't see where I'm going anywhere because it's so low.
That is true. That is true. You should try and play golf with the low sun, mate. It's hard work.
No golf.
No, I've been having a great time. It's been 1 or 2 degrees out there, walking around by myself.
We've not had golf for about 10 hours, by the way. It's been, or maybe 8.
Well, sorry, because when you go in an hour's time, it is golf chat.
Who's on with you?
Cam.
Oh, it will be golf chat then. This
exactly.
might as well be called Golf TV. Never mind RaceSpotTV.
And we're only 3 hours away from Rory McIlroy teeing off. So just saying.
Where? Why? What?
He's in second place, I'll have you know. No, anyway, we'll see the TT Redline cars come into the pit lane. Max Verstappen dragging in Gustavo Ariel. So counter how they've been on the previous few stints. Gustavo Ariel's actually coming on exactly the same lap as Verstappen. Or the 2 cars coming the same as the 4, rather.
Yeah.
That's how baffled you are.
I do actually understand what's going on because golf is on the TV at a place I was at on the other day, so I think I do understand. But anyway, interesting that they've decided to come in on the same lap. Now that was contact, wasn't it? Apex and Race Clutch going around the International Horseshoe. Was that just the camera angle, or were those two rubbing each other there through the International Horseshoe? I think they are fighting for position as well, are they? They certainly were earlier on in the day. Don't know whether that is still the case. It is still the case. Manuel Cubo Torres just got past Timo Milikangis, and it was quite aggressive from what we saw there.
Well, we'll have to take another look, won't we? As Dane will spool up the RaceSpot replay machine. It takes a little bit of spooling at the moment, though, because apparently it's -10 in Cologany. Yeah, that's a bit cold. That's a bit cold. I have had to deal with see, the thing is, like, the way that I'm going to say this is going to be like, whatever. I've dealt with minus double digits only a couple of times in my life. It's not pleasant.
I would never like to.
I was in Andorra and it was -20, and it was an 80km/h wind. Tell you that was uncomfortable was an understatement. I mean, talk me through it.
This is Torres down the inside, and okay, so there was only the slightest bit of contact. The camera angle made it look a lot worse than it was. Milikangis was trying to cut back for the late apex and just clip the rear right, or rear left, sorry, of the apex car, and it looked a lot worse from the camera angle I saw initially, so it wasn't so bad at all in the end, and apex are through into 9th place.
Well, it is official. It's Verstappen's bedtime. He has left the session, handing that 69 car over to Gianni Vecchio. We'll see once more Manuel Cubo Torres. Yeah, this is a little bump on the rear, but nothing too major, as Race Clutch will have to settle for 1 position lower than they were running just a lap or so ago. But yes, indeed, Gianni Vecchio is now behind the wheel of the Team Redline 69, being Redline ahead of Alex Dunn once more. So Tomuto behind the wheel of the number 1 car, which finds itself in 3rd position. Curious to see who's going to finish in 3rd in that GTD category, because again, I think it's going to come down to the timing of that pit stop, because the number 1 and to be fair, actually, I think with the speed Redline's going, I think they will absolutely catch the Williams Esports BenQ car anyway.
33 seconds in 7 hours.
Yeah.
5 seconds an hour.
With the way Redline's bump drafting, yes.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Depends on
as we look at them not anywhere near each other. That's fine. Oh yeah, because
they are.
They're not bump drafting right now.
Well, they don't need to
bump
on the
drafting
infield.
in the midfield. I mean, yeah.
The midfield.
Infield. I know what I meant. It's early.
We could do with the midfield. Anyway, that's it's maybe. I mean, 5 seconds seems like a lot to me, but maybe it's possible, I suppose. It's been a little while though since we've had a proper race where there's been a pair bump drafting and someone on their own being caught. So we'll keep an eye on it. And of course, there are wildly different strategies, so it might turn out to mean nothing anyway.
That's why we love endurance racing, because it may end up meaning absolutely. I think I've had that on a few races where it's been like you're building something up, and it's like, oh no, there is this thing, like obviously you lot sat at home, maybe you are aware, but we've all known this as commentary. When you're trying to work out what everyone's strategy is, and you're kind of looking at it, there is a point where you're looking at a couple of strategies, and I am not joking. You're looking at it being like, it's either really, really good for that team or really, really bad, and genuinely, I don't know which way round it is, because when you don't see the full picture, you can't work out when their last stop's supposed to be. And when it gets to this time in the morning, we're all running on fumes a little bit, and trying to work it out. It's not going to happen. I mean, Ewan didn't even know what 24 minus 8 was.
I don't know how many hours.
He thought it was 14.
How many hours in this race again? I don't even know.
17 hours in this race.
17 hours gone.
We've
6
done,
minutes.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a 17-hour race, and we've done 17 of it.
Right. Well, that's unfortunately not true. But there we are. No, there's still a lot of interest left in this race. Unfortunately, GTD has been a bit ruined in the last couple of hours, really. That's the only disappointment I think we've got from this race so far. And certainly my stints here on commentary is that GTD has kind of gone away as a battle, but, GTP and LMP2 are very much still up for grabs. Very small gaps there.
Yeah, I mean, look, the LMP2 has been fairly dominated by the 23 WSL Esports buck car, right? They've been basically at the front for the entire race, but the gap's never been big, right? That's the important bit. It's 15 seconds at the moment. It has been about that for it's been going out bit by bit, but it's literally it's a tenth here and a tenth there. It's been growing very slowly over the last 17 hours, right? They're in a great spot, yes, but one mistake, one issue through traffic, that lead's gone.
Yeah, and I mean, well, speaking of which, oh my word, that's one of them. There you are. Anything like that can happen along the way, but yeah, I mean, 15 seconds is, and there's the flash of the lights as well from Alexander Davison. 15 seconds is sort of towards the larger end of what the gap's been as well.
Yeah.
Not really seen it go any larger than that over the course of the day so far. So that says it all really about this race in LMP2. Everybody is very much doing the same thing on strategy. It's just a case of speed. And as I've said time and again, Kausa team have got the time to reel this gap in, but I said that 7 hours ago, and the gap hasn't come down. It's got to start coming down at some point.
I say it might be to the point where they need a little bit of luck. I mean, the whole thing of, when I say this about, traffic going through, whatever, we saw this with GTDs, particularly with Williams Esports, with the Williams Esports Academy car, when they got absolutely detonated by Lord Frenchington. Johan Hart absolutely detonated him on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Anything like that, it can happen in a heartbeat. Just a slight misjudgment from a GTP, especially at this time in the race when everyone's a little bit tired, the judgment's not quite there. Even though we don't see those issues too often, one misjudgment, and that goes for our GTD leaders, that goes for our LMP2 leaders, that goes for our GTP leaders. One mistake in driving for any of these, and the entire race can be turned straight on its head.
Exactly, yeah. So, although, again, as I say, we've said this now for many hours in a row, and yet the situation hasn't changed. So, the only thing that really has noticeably changed here in the last 7 hours
is the quality of the commentary. Yeah,
been here for. It's about to go up in 50 minutes' time. Yeah, it's Cam after all. Sorry, Cam. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the top two have gotten considerably further away from the rest than any other gap changing really in LMP2. So the gap from second to third is now 3/4 of a minute. That's nothing like what it was 7 hours ago. It was probably a third of that, maybe less. So that's the real noticeable one, and it's a surprise to see Coanda not quite on the pace here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, so sometimes it can be a little bit of the bippity boppity as well. And we said it before when it comes to a lot of these cars, because if you're speaking of bop, how these cars are balanced. GTPs, it's not too bad, but then over a 24-hour race, if your car is slower by a second a stint for various reasons, or you can't quite go as long on fuel, which is what happens with the Porsche, then you're kind of your back's against it a little bit at this kind of level, especially. And with that, a lot of the teams have branding association with the manufacturer. Take, for example, the two BMW teams that we've got, BMW M Team Redline, BMW M Team BS Competition. They don't have in that car specifically, they do not have a choice as to what car they pick, because you can't have a BMW M Team Redline Cadillac, right? It doesn't. You've got to be in the BMW. So whether the BMW is good or bad, you've got to be in it. For Coanda, even though it's not a Porsche Coanda, we're well aware as to the connections there between Porsche and Coanda. And as much as I don't know if there's if they have to be in a Porsche. If they were, they couldn't have like Josh Rogers or whatever behind the wheel. So realistically, they have to be in a Porsche, and also it would look really weird them not being in one.
Yeah.
Whether the car's the best car on the grid or the worst car on the grid, they've got to be in a Porsche.
Yeah, and first of all, I think that's not exactly holding them back in this race.
No.
The Porsche's doing absolutely fine, but I think it's generally a good thing for sim racing, really, in terms of manufacturer battles. If these teams get picked up by manufacturers, first of all, you'd hope that there's that little bit more support there in terms of you don't want to see things happening like what happened to Urano and stuff like that in 2023. But also, yeah, it just gives us that extra bit of variety. If people have to choose a certain manufacturer, gone are the days going to be that in iRacing special events, entire classes that could have so much variety are taken up by one class, or one car, excuse me, like we're seeing in GTD here. If everyone was forced to choose something different because of this and that and the other, we might see a bit more of an engaging race in GTD, although maybe we would still have the same car winning.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, in that sense, it would be nice to see a bit more variety in the GTD, but let's be honest. Because I was going to say, if you haven't realised, we have 12 GTDs in the race. There are 7 Mercedes and 5 Ferraris. Nice. And from that, we kind of worked out yesterday that the Merc, it really is the best car. The Ferrari's not bad; it hangs on in there, but it is the Merc, the AMG, where things are being leaned to.
Yeah.
And if you have any questions, we have 6 GTDs in this, manufacturers that you can select. But obviously, if you're in GTD and you've got no partnership, you're not going to go, oh, do you know what? I actually really like how the Lambo drives. I'm going to go with that.
I'd really like to drive the Ford. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Well, the Ford's not in there, thankfully. They've been that off of this one. It is the meme machine. I love that Ford. I hate it. I love it.
Arjuna really hates it.
Good.
No, it's great. 3 of the Ferraris are also out, by the way, and have been for quite some time, which is making it feel maybe worse than it is. But even so, it's not much different. Obviously, a bit of an unfair in comparison to make to LMP2, where there is only one car, but that's somewhat the beauty of it, really.
Yeah, I like a locked down category. I think it's always important in these kind of races to have at least one category where there isn't any BOP discussion. As you can see there, everyone be in the same car because there is only one. It is the Dallara P217. That's it.
Yeah,
all you've got.
It is somewhat refreshing, isn't it, to sort of hear that. But then again, for me, there's nothing better than a multiple manufacturer class where it is close and it is balanced well. And increasingly in iRacing special events, that has been the case in 2023, where I've got to say in previous years prior to that, it hasn't always been.
Yeah. There is our race leader in GTPs, and you can take a little look at the manufacturers. We do have representation of all 4 of the cars in the GTP category, although the highest placed Cadillac is down in 11th place, so there is that. We've got Acura's up there running 1, 2 and 3. Got Diogo Pinto now dropping back down the order in that BMW M Team Redline car as Elvis Rankin goes through, because I believe that car is down on the lane.
It is, yeah. So Elvis Rankin will be into 4th place now, and Diogo Pinto is going to drop somewhere close to his teammate Sam Coiter, although Coiter's normally 9th in this stage of the cycle. Normally guess sometimes he comes out behind race clutch, maybe. I suppose the VRS Coanda car is out of position these days now, isn't it? Now that it's 5 laps down, so everyone's been promoted a place.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. So Pinto will be around, if not slightly ahead of, then just behind Fildenez, but I'd imagine he'll be ahead of Sam Coiter, if indeed it is him, to take that car out of the lane. But yeah, the BMW just seem to be slightly undergunned for comparison with the Acura and the Porsche, although not so bad at all, really. I mean, it's got the fastest lap of the race still, I believe. I know that's not everything in endurance race, of course not, but it's just not quite got that last couple of percent that maybe the Acura and Porsche has.
Sun's really starting to rise now. You can see it in the distance. It is certainly poking itself above the horizon as we really enter the morning here at Daytona. If you were to pick any GTP car, this goes into chat as well. Let us know. If you were to pick one of the 4 GTPs that we have on service, you can't pick the Lamborghini. We're not doing it yet. We're not there yet. Not thinking about performance, because that's a really complicated topic. Just purely on car, based on looks, on sound, maybe even on how it drives or whatever. Which car would you pick? Ewan, which one would you pick?
For looks-wise, it would be the Porsche. I've never driven it, but as I say, pure looks-wise, looks-based reasons on that one for me. I do have the Cadillac, but I bought it just before the Porsche was released, so I'm annoyed about that.
Devastated.
Anyway, I know, but the Cadillac was cool. So and it is still, but I would have chosen the Porsche. Was I given the option of 4?
Was I given the option of 4? I would. Porsche's a good shout. Porsche is a good shout. I would actually go Caddy. Ooh, that's a car with a couple of blinks there. Yeah, I'd be with the Caddy, mostly because it sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, Cadillac. Seeing a couple of Cadillacs popping up in chat. It's just cool. No one's going to go BMW.
No, it's because it was there first. It's a bit unfair on BMW, really, isn't it? I bet a lot more people would have chosen BMW this time last year.
Well, yeah, they didn't have a choice. I wonder if they'd all been released at the same time, whether the BMW would be slightly more favourable to the General Hope. Because again, I think you're absolutely right. Because it's the oldest of them, because it's the one that we've seen the most. It does have a little bit of, well, you know, whatever.
Been here for a year now. It's a long time in iRacing. So yeah, there is a bit of that going on, and it's maybe slightly unfairly treated as a result. But clearly, it's still not a bad car by any means. It's running decently. I'd imagine they'll win one of the big four. Sorry, the arrangement of these 3 classes, if you like, the VCO Grand Slam of 2024. I'd imagine BMW will come close to, if not win, one of those.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Again, you bring up the VCO Grand Slam. Do remember, as we've brought up a little bit earlier on, if you're not aware as to what the VCO Grand Slam is, well, there are 4 races across the year. On the iRacing special events that come under a VCO Grand Slam. This, of course, is one of them, the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. But there are other ones throughout the year, so I'm just trying to double check, because I don't want to say the wrong one. I know Petit Le Mans at the end of the year is. We've got the Sebring 12 hour, which will be the next one, and of course there's a 6 hours of the Glen. Those 4 races, the important bit, really, especially for Top Split, is that if you win one of those VCO Grand Slams in either the GTP or the GTD category, sorry LMP2, you're in the bin, you will gain, the winner will qualify, they'll gain entry for the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of the year. So for a lot of teams, there's been this whole, a lot of people we know that have watched and whatnot, there's been the whole, I can't get my way into the IMSA Esports Championship because Arjuna hates me. You're right, because Arjuna's a horrible human being. He does work hard, bless him. IMSA Esports has generally been an invite only, but there is now a way to race yourself in by taking a victory in one of those 4 races, in GTP and GTD.
Yes, and You can have a maximum of 2, by the way, in a team. You can't have half the field if you win all the races, because that would be rude. But
yeah, and there's also only 4 races, so you
not
couldn't
rude,
have
but
half the
unfair.
field.
You get the point. It's an exaggeration, hyperbole, hyperbole. Anyway, so yeah, even more encouragement as if you needed it to win these races, especially the 6 hours of the Glen, which is somewhat forgotten about sometimes in endurance circles.
Do love a bit of hyperbole. The thing is now people are going to be saying, what does he mean by hyperbole? Because hyperbole, the way it's spelled.
Yeah, it's just
sense.
funny, isn't it?
It is funny, but it is true though. Hyperbole, but then you were looking at it being like, that's not how.
The reason I say it is because one day my brother came home from school saying hyperbole. He didn't quite understand that. This is unfair, really. He was like 7, so it's not really fair. But it's just stuck in the brain ever since then.
You were you quite a bully to your brother?
I was the older brother, if that's what you mean.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, but see, you say that, but I was the bully to my brother, and my brother is the older brother.
He really is. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really rude, but yeah,
what
that's
do you mean?
odd.
No. What are you saying?
No, it's fine, man.
You don't know anything about my family.
No, I don't.
You pump the brakes. I don't know anything about my family either. Anyway, we'll move swiftly on from that conversation as we can see Gianni Vecchio continuing to lead in the Team Redline car, getting a little bit of assistance on the rear. Gustavo Ariel obviously dishing out the bump drafts. So the bump drafts actually working the other way around. We've typically seen the number 4 behind the number 2 bump drafting, but now it is the other way around. Not that that really means much. But it is interesting Mundo.
Yeah. It's still rather busy out there as well, isn't it, really? Based on some of these shots. You would think at this stage, especially with the amount of cars we have out, we've got 14 out the race so far. Oh, God. I led myself down the path in my brain of working out what % of the field that is. I don't know.
Go on.
Oh,
go on.
3rd? Not quite. 3rd. It's, no. A quarter? Oh, yeah, a quarter. Nearly. Yeah, one away. No, it's 50 cars. Oh, I don't know. Somebody help. Nearly a 3rd. Yeah, 16's a 3rd-ish. So, I'm struggling.
Really this.
I'm not enjoying it. Anyway, yeah, you'd think with about 3rd the field out that it would be quieter, but it's not really, and that's proving to be a challenge for mostly the GTDs in terms of letting people through. I think is what I gained from that shot there. Is just a lot of prototypes and not very many GTs.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that many cars are out of the race because I wasn't expecting the night to take that many. Like I said before, obviously we lost about 5 cars right at the start of the race, courtesy of a slight incident on the start finish. That then it took out a few initially, and then really it led to a couple of other retirements. And then when I left at night, the 2 other retirements were both the Williams. Were 2 of the Williams in GTDs. Outside of that, we didn't really have any other retirements. I've come back up, and the field's been detonated, which I think is a bit weird. I noticed the night stint does typically take a few. I was honestly only expecting it to take 1 or 2. I wasn't expecting it to take quite a few, but
Daytona generally does take a few more than normal. I find. I don't know if that's just that's not really a statistically founded opinion, but it's just
hope and guesswork.
It's just a feeling I get from watching the races. It just seems to take a few more cars than usual. I mean, Mivano Corsa's GTP had so much bad luck throughout the night. I'm not surprised that they eventually retired. VRS Coanda obviously had that contact with their teammates at the bus stop. That was quite a moment a few hours ago. The Apex Racing team have got one of their the LMP2, their GTP, excuse me, out of the race. Marlon Racing team quite a long time ago in GTP as well. The Williams cars, as you've mentioned. Yeah, it's taken a few. I can't remember what Arjun's prediction was for it though. That you called a bit pessimistic.
It was actually Paul. He got the prediction from, okay. And it was when Paul rejoins. Obviously, a bit. It was 35 left in the race, and to be honest, not bad.
When Paul rejoins,
Oh no, because it's Paul. It's Paul rejoined. No, Paul's not rejoined the broadcast, is he?
Paul
Oh,
has rejoined.
It was Peter, wasn't it? Sorry, it was Peter that
Oh,
made.
Peter.
No,
Okay.
I don't know. Honestly, this whole stuff. It was Peter, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, it does sort of make sense to be maybe Paul, because that would be no, maybe not.
No, I think it was Peter. I think it was Peter. Which
Okay. It's a bit of an underestimation, if anything, looking at it now.
yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. It might have been Paul. I mixed the two together. They're both from north of me, so
That is rude. That. So you mix me with them as well, do you?
yeah, exactly. You all sound the same to me.
Sound the same.
Yeah, you, Paul, Peter. I find Peter far more interesting than you, though, because he could talk about golf because he was a 9 handicapper. Well, he's a 9 handicapper, sorry. Was a 4 handicapper.
Is?
Yeah, he is
dear.
9 handicapper, yeah.
Oh,
He's
I'm
quite
just,
good.
I know that's quite good, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Better than mine.
better than mine.
Well, yeah, you've never played golf because every time anyone's like, oh, we should go to the range, you're like, absolutely not, because your scraggly little arms can't hold a golf bat.
I know, yeah. And I can't serve either. It's a real problem.
You can't serve.
No, that's why I can't play golf. I can't serve. So how am I ever going to get a hole started, or whatever you call it?
Oh no! Oh dear God, I'm so glad we've only got half an hour. Here they
I
come.
don't think I'm going to make it half an hour. I think I'm going to be killed.
Oh my God! Yeah, golf bats is one thing.
Serving with the golf bat. I can't do it.
Serving, that's pretty bad. In fact, you did post something about cricket earlier on, and that is something which that is a sport I cannot get into. As VRS Coanda retake over the race lead, courtesy of Williams Esports Fanatec being and and Placey rather being in the pit lane. No, I'm not a fan of cricket.
Yeah, only me and Arjuna have conversations about cricket. I don't have conversations with anyone else about it.
Yeah, no.
Probably for the best. But yeah, it's good. To be honest, I like any sport really, just not golf. It's not really a sport.
How dare you?
I'm just being intentionally rude now. And it is a sport.
You also did watch this. You did watch it. You watched the Ryder Cup.
I do like the Ryder Cup actually, yeah. But watch the highlights if that counts, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to watch highlights on it. To be fair, some days on the tour I'll only watch highlights because I just can't be bothered.
It's so long.
They are so long, and when you're sat there being like, it's just going to be a sprint to the finish, I can't be bothered.
It's not interesting really until the final day at all.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
Well, especially, well, I know one thing that you love about it is if they stick a time trial on stage 20. I know you love that.
Oh, that's I've not seen that on golf before.
No, I was talking about cycling, mate.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's why I said about highlights, and so that's fine.
I'd watch a whole stage of that happily. Yeah.
No, I can't.
Oh right. I see what you mean now. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Goodness me.
Sorry, I thought you meant like it's all going to come down to the last few holes. I was like, well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't happen that much.
No, but when it does, you know, it's
last week, a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was. Rory McIlroy absolutely hooking it straight into the water on the final hole. I flipped my desk in anger. Furious. I do get quite angry. I feel bad for this desk. This desk's been flipped quite a lot. Yeah,
a lot of time.
More
than an Olympic gymnast.
That's true. That's true. I could list some motorsport events that has been flipped during.
Can you?
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, 2016 Le Mans.
That wasn't flipping desk territory, was it?
Well, the end of the race? Yeah, it was.
You really wanted Toyota to win, did you?
Well, it felt a bit brutal that Toyota were leading, and then they come down the last lap, and then Kaz is on the radio saying, got no power. And everyone's like, is he joking with the team? Because that feels a bit brutal.
That would be some kind of sick joke, by the way.
And then it would be. And then the car, in the most Le Mans rule possible, because the car crossed the line to start the last lap and then died, and then they couldn't bring it round to finish the lap, because it didn't finish the race, it didn't finish the race at all. It's not like, oh, well, they're still going to finish in second spot. No, they just don't finish. No podium, no points, no nothing. That is incredibly French.
It's a real sort of demonstration, sort of to bring this more on topic a little bit more, about how a result sheet very rarely tells the story of a race, because on that result sheet Porsche won by 3 laps, I think, or 5 laps or something. You think, they must have won for hours, but that was absolutely not the case that year, of course. Anyone who was watching will remember, of course, and it's one of those Le Mans that will stick in the memory for, forever. One of the classic editions of the race. But yeah, a great example of how the result sheet doesn't reflect the race.
I can still remember what Grand Prix was on as well that weekend, because I remember turning it on and not caring. It was the Baku Grand Prix.
First one.
I just remember turning it on, being like, I just don't care about this anymore.
Yeah.
Because again, I was devastated. But yes, anyway, and I know that the joke has already been made. I've already seen it. Yes, I'm sure Abu Dhabi 2021 would have been one of those where I would have flipped my desk, but I was at the pub, so it was fine. Desk was safe. Yeah, of course I was.
Oh, I was hungover.
What, during Abu Dhabi 2021? Wait.
Yeah, I was watching I was eating a reheated pizza.
Oh no!
And watching it. I had a great time, actually. It was fantastic.
Lifestyle of a uni student.
I know, yeah. I was a first-year uni student. Who can blame me?
Oh my goodness!
I think I was. Yeah, I must have been, I suppose. Yeah, it was. It's all good. It's all fun and games.
It's all fun and games.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't supporting either. I didn't actually care who won. I was just there for the good finale, and it was for a neutral. I'm sorry for those who were supporting Lewis Hamilton.
Just don't take a side.
Neutral,
just don't take a side.
No, I'm not taking a side. I'm just saying it was entertaining.
You know what? For a neutral, I actually quite liked the Forest Brentford match yesterday.
Don't.
Brutal. Have some of that, mate. Have some.
Don't chat to me about that.
Just so everyone sat at home, I didn't quite realise what happened. I then brought it up a little bit in a little chat that we've got, and Ewan was very quick in there with "Don't talk to me about that result," because Arsenal won 5-0 yesterday. I had a great day.
It also slightly disturbing me that you're saying yesterday, but it feels like it was today.
Yesterday.
All right. Okay.
The sun is rising. We're in a new day.
Stop. Anyway, yeah, I was not pleased, as it turns out, and I'm still not. Actually, I'm not over it. So anyway, don't chat to me about football.
So, what do we think about Everton's points deduction?
I think they should give him a few more. Help us out.
No, it's fine. Because obviously, no one. I don't know if most people that do sim. Well, most people. If many who are watching this broadcast anyway actually care about football, we probably care a little bit more about reheating pizza, as to which we will have broadcast director at the moment, Dane Baird, reheating a pizza after this after his stint is done. In a few hours' time. We're looking at Cody Deetho once again giving the biff baff boff to the back of the Williams Esports Ben Q car. Just trying to find some time, I guess.
Yeah, it feels like a very similar situation to earlier, where Grid and Go were pushing the number 1 car for quite some time.
Which one?
And what do you mean? Oh yeah, the Delta Simtech car. Sorry, whatever. Pushing the Williams car around, and that's the case again here, unfortunately, really, but it makes sense, doesn't it? There's no point in battling. If they're lucky, they might even catch Redline or Stormforce ahead if they work together, so you can see why they'd do it.
How do you feel about the situation that we have in this battle, where we've got a battle for 4th with the 1 against the 1? Because you've got the 1 here, and then you've got the 1 behind it, because they've both got the same number, because 001 is not a number. It's still 1.
I don't really mind.
What do you mean you don't mind?
Because they're not the same. Well, I know they are mathematically 001 and 1 is the same, but you know, it's not mathematics, is it? It's the number.
I want to disown you. I want you out of the commentary box right now.
You'll be in luck.
Yeah, right. That's right. Only 20 minutes. What do you mean? Look, the thing is, again, the one. You've got the one, and I don't. I said before, I don't mind you doing something to sort of like as a branding thing, like a 007, right? I don't mind that, provided that the 007 on the sheet is still registered as being the 7. It's just they've branded it as 007. And so in this sense, if you were doing it as 001, right, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. 0 is also a number. So if you took 0, you could brand that as 00. That's fine. Even though you're not allowed to in most motorsports, that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that because 0 is still a number. But again, 0 and 00 and 000, they're the same number.
Right, so you're not against the fact that it's a 001, but just the fact there is a 1 and a 001.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I can get on board with that. That's fine. I thought you were just against the fact there's zeros.
No, I'm not. I don't really like 3-digit numbers, but like I say, if it's a branding thing and your team is 00 stuff, so you're doing 001, 002, 003, whatever, like we see with the Grid and Go-Kart, I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with there's already a 1 on there.
Dane's cycling through people who are out of the race. Daniel Lafuente was driving the 3. Fraser Williamson was driving the 03. And who's driving the 003? Somebody is. Yeah. I've gone blind now, I can't find it, but anyway, yeah. There you are. Oh, 33 as well. There's semi-fight. All the 3s.
Just cycling through the grid to people that we've not spoken about for ages. It's fine. I don't.
Well.
To be fair, I'm trying to. Sometimes, okay, this is again an insight from people sat at home who kind of don't understand. A lot of the time when we're commentating, we tend to follow what the broadcast producer does, and sometimes you're trying to figure out what narrative the broadcast producer's trying to tell, and this is definitely one of those times. I'm like, oh, are we just?
I think it's about numbers.
Maybe, but this is the thing. We're trying to work this out as a group. as to where we're jumping around, and normally with that, where we're going next.
What am I meant to say here?
Yeah, it really is like. Poor Dane.
Well, although that's most of our thoughts at this time in the race, anyway.
Yeah.
So as you can tell, it's no longer midnight commentary, is it? It should probably start getting a little bit more serious at this time of the day, but that's not really what we do.
No, I think we've got. Look, honestly, you've got another. Sorry to everyone sat at home, as Elvis Rankin is in the pit lane and up on the jacks. You've got 2 hours and 20 minutes of me left. Sorry.
4 hours 20.
Well, of the entire race, yes, because I'm disappearing then for 2 hours and I'm coming back for the final 2 hours.
Yeah.
But for right now, you've got 2 hours and 20 minutes of me left in this stint, which will be probably the entire amount off topic.
Especially if you're with Cam, yeah.
Yeah,
it's going to be golf TV.
It's literally going to be golf. The golf is on at the moment.
God.
What?
So much golf.
What's wrong
Too
with
much
that?
golf. That's too much.
We're entering golf season, mate.
Really? When is in it golf season?
Sort of like October, November, December.
Right.
That's
Okay.
not golf season. January though, they're all in like Dubai and that lot playing golf.
Everything's in Dubai in January, February.
Yeah, exactly. Including the Formula 4 and Formula Regional Middle East and that lot.
Yeah.
Which,
that would be in the Middle East.
I've got a few mates out there. I've been paying close attention. Shout out to John Bennett, who went plus 15 positions today, from 29th to 14th. Good effort. Respect. Other things happened in that race. I don't know. I just know that happened.
No, yeah. Probably. I didn't watch it. You won't be supposed to learn. So there we are. But
why not? Do you not support our young up-and-comers in motorsport?
I don't know who John Bennett is. Have I met him?
Owns John Bennett's dad. This is not how I know him, but his dad does own the Mackeys in Salisbury.
Wow. I didn't realise individual people owned individual stores.
Franchise, yeah, exactly. It's like you own the restaurant itself.
Yeah, he doesn't own McDonald's.
No, correct. Yeah.
That would be a different equation.
And he'd be much richer. And I'm pretty sure that would mean that doing quite a lot of motorsport. It's, yeah, why not? Augustin Canapino, anyway, back on topic. Augustin Canapino back behind the wheel of the Williams Esports play seat car. Had a fantastic stint earlier on in the race, must be said. And will look to try and pull away from their teammate a fair amount more. The gap's about 6 seconds.
Yeah, and that 6 seconds, by the way, was mostly created by Matt Farrow outbraking himself into the West Horseshoe and having a small trip through the grass with about 8 hours to go, maybe a little bit more, 8.5 hours to go, and he lost 5 seconds in that, and that's pretty much the gap right now that we've got. But when Canapino was in the car just towards the end of his stint, I did think feel as if he was maybe starting to waver, because he was caught by Jaden Munoz in the number 5 car, and that I didn't really see any other reason for that other than the fact that it was just driver versus driver, and Canapino was caught, but with a pretty big margin actually. So hopefully he has a good stint here as well, and he can at least hold the margin that he's been given ahead of his teammate, because that is realistically what we're looking at for the race win.
Speaking of catching, we have this here, the fight for third position in the LMP2s, of course. We've got Tommy Usgaard behind Bristow, and that is because the swap of plates is actually in advantage for Mag Performance. They've recently got through on the VRS Coanda, so that's where that switch has come from.
Yes, so through Andrea Bristow into third place, and that's been coming for quite some time in the Mag Performance car, because Tommy Usgaard has been being slowly caught on the last lap. He lost another 9 tenths, 1.1 tenths of a second indeed, 1.1 seconds I should say, and that's just been repeating itself really. And so Coanda now off the podium even in LMP2.
Apologies for the excellent replay there. It really showed us the story of the race. But either way, Mag Performance in position now, up into third. You were saying earlier on, and you were quite right, when it comes to pit stops in the LMP2, or strategy-wise, they're all basically running the same thing. Tommy Usgaard was in 3 laps before Bristow, and to be fair, they're all pitting within about a 3-lap window, the top 6 or so in the LMP2 category. So it is literally down to speed, which is why we lean a little bit towards the WSR Esports Buck car as being in such a strong spot at the moment, because it's not like in the other categories where there's a bit of strategy in there, particularly GTP, there's a bit of strategy in there and some cars are leading at some points and it's all a bit more open. In this, it is literally just push as hard as you can.
Yeah, and the stints are short as well. What keeps catching me off guard in this race is the frequency with which everyone's coming in. You feel as if you're getting settled into a stint and suddenly the LMP2s are in again. And it's a lot of pit stops in that class over the course of a 24-hour race. So because of that, lots of strategy to work out and pretty tricky to figure out where you're meant to be with regards to the race, at what time and who against and all that. So everyone would be quite glad that there's very little strategy, but as I've mentioned before, this is what happens when you're allowed to fuel and tyre at the same time.
We'll just chuck out a bit of a reminder if you are watching on YouTube and you're halfway between falling asleep because it is early in the morning and you don't want to miss too much of the race. Well, I mean, falling asleep will probably do pretty bad to that. But obviously you will be on part 3. So if you're watching on Twitch, ignore everything that I'm about to say, so don't worry. But in about 16 minutes time, once we get to 6 hours left to go in the race, you will have to move over to part 4. Over on YouTube, so just be aware of that. If you are watching, you're not paying too much attention, then you will lose the broadcast. So just jump over onto part 4, and if you're on Twitch, just sit down and wait.
People on Twitch don't know how to press buttons.
That is true. I've seen many issues with that. That's why I don't know what buttons to press. I don't use any streaming service or anything. There you go, anyway, moving on. Yeah. I do have both the Twitch and the YouTube open, to be fair, because I check chat every now and then, but every time I do, genuinely I'm so tired. Reading's actually hard work.
Oh, boo-hoo. You've been asleep.
Sorry, what time did you wake up today? Yesterday? What time did you?
It is still today.
Was it 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning?
It was about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Exactly. So you pumped the brakes, good sir.
What do you mean? I'm not.
2 o'clock in the afternoon? Right. So you were in bed for like 6 hours longer than I was. I've had a 4-hour nap, and suddenly you're on my case. Pump the brakes.
No, I am on your case, yeah, because you've been to sleep. So have some of that. No, I can't remember what I was going to say before.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fuming.
Oh yeah, the fact I've got to be up at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so that's going to be very fun.
Be fair, so do I.
Sleep schedule not happening anymore. I don't think. But anyway,
you have another broadcast today?
Yeah, actually.
What time? What are you doing?
A lot later. I've got ages.
Oh, okay. So you can have a little nap before that broadcast.
Yeah, I've got time to go to sleep, but
I don't.
But yeah, no, you don't. Neither does Arjuna. Although I'd imagine he is asleep now.
I'd hope so.
At the very least, he's not listening to us.
Dane
but
won't
that
get
doesn't
any
mean
sleep.
he's not asleep.
Dane won't get any sleep, because obviously he'll be helping us bring the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland. Was not related to the iRacing side of things. It's very different, but still, we will be. I'll be on that broadcast with Arjuna, just causing him more grief. As we can see, Jose Soria in the number 18 Causa team. There's a fair way back, though, from WSR Esports. And like I said, it does seem as though the advantage is swinging out a little bit more in the WSR Esports butt kickers way. I want to see what the gap was, but I can't even remember now.
The gap was, 15 seconds beforehand?
It's about 15 seconds now. Shock.
That's been the story of certainly my time here in the last 8 hours. There's not been much change there, and as I said earlier, that's with every sort of hour that passes and the gap doesn't close, that sort of gets a bit concerning for me in terms of, will Cal's team be able to catch up at all? Well, I don't see how they can at the moment. They're also 1 lap deeper into a stint, so they're not going to save any time on a final pit stop, because WSR will have 1 less lap to put in the final stop of the race. They're not going to end up saving a pit stop in any way. Everyone's on the same strategy, so where is this gap going to close from?
Yeah, exactly. Whether this is the point where you've got to dig deep. You've got to find something within yourself to kind of drag that gap down, because unless you get extremely lucky, it ain't happening. And to be fair, we're at the point now with 6 hours left to go in this race, with it being 15 seconds. It's a long gap to try and close down. You know, it's not as if that's going to happen in a couple of hours. It's at the point where I'm looking at it being like, I don't know if it will close down, you know?
Yeah.
They're getting blinded a bit there. Nice.
That's not nice at all. And we're going to see it again. Just wait for it here as they turn right through the International Horseshoe. It is going to be pretty painful there. There you are.
Yeah.
At least it's through the middle of the corner there, not your braking zone, or your sort of apex, which is at turn 1.
Well, yeah, there's no... The only difficult part of the circuit then when it comes to that light is T1. Because for the West Horseshoe, you're not pointed over to the left enough. Car backwards, that's Apex. I think it was the Apex car. At least with the green highlights on the rear wing.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oopsie daisy, another issue for that GTD car. Who is behind the wheel of that at the moment? Is Luca Keita still? Let's find.
Oh, in the grid and gut. So that was the battle for 4th place. And Cody Deef just spun around by his. But yeah, that looked like a car that doesn't have traction control anymore, but it obviously does.
You can turn it off.
Well,
I distinctly remember ERWC and a certain driver coming down to the final corner at Bathurst decided to turn the traction control off and celebrate and drop the car.
Don't remember that.
Do you not remember that?
I wasn't commentating.
Yeah, that's true. It was Mitchie Tauscher in the Unicorns of Love. It's fine, whatever. We move on. Poor guy just getting a big shout out on this for dropping a car. Yeah, it's really weird. You don't typically see GT3s spinning like that. That was very weird.
Yeah, that's what I mean, really. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess like one of the things is that because the track temperature will be rising a little bit, not much, but a little bit. And maybe through the night you've not been running with traction control because obviously cooler circuit, more grip. I guess I don't know.
I don't know. To be honest.
Oh, bless, he's tired.
I am. Can you tell? Yeah, it just looks very weird for a spin. I don't really have any explanation for it, honestly, about what happened there. I mean, he'll be pretty disappointed because that's a lot of work for Delta Simtech by Grid and Go to do now. 7.7 seconds is the margin, and there was really no need for the spin either. It's not like they were under a lot of pressure to keep up with Alessandro Bico. There was nobody pressuring them from behind. There was a bit of traffic behind them, but that shouldn't be bothering them at this stage in the race. So there's no real reason for that to have happened. But Cody Deef has gone for a spin, and now their final 6 hours are a bit more difficult.
Yeah, indeed. I know you can't see the gaps, by the way, on the tower. I'll just read. There you go. We've popped them back up. Augustin Canapino leading by 8 seconds over Matt Farrow. That gap's, I think it's grown, isn't it, over the last couple of laps. Augustin Canapino's pulled out even further.
Yeah, it was about 6 seconds before, and now 8, as you can see. So Canapino's having a good start to this stint here. Good first half of the stint. Oh, he's a bit further than halfway through now, actually. And Matt Farrow, maybe a little bit more tired, although I can't imagine Canapino's really been to bed either, to be honest. Although, I suppose he's in well, Arjuna and Joey couldn't work out whether he would be in North America or South America at this stage, but the point still stands. It doesn't actually matter for time zone reasons.
I'm sure, yeah, it does a little bit, but I'm sure he is in
Not a lot.
America generally. He might be in Europe, you never know. Doubt it. But, yeah, I mean, either way, let's be honest, when you've been up since for most of the race, you're going to be tired no matter what time zone you're in. But Augustin Canapino has shown his quality here with the stint that he's putting in. It's incredibly fast earlier on through the night.
Yeah, but I've got to say, as I mentioned, there was one stint towards the end of his driving in the previous block where he was caught just slowly by Jed Munoz. I mean, maybe that was a legacy of Munoz being quicker, and credit's got to go to him rather than criticism to Canapino. It is hard to tell in the moment where the blame or the credit should go.
A lot of light flashing and a lot of weaving there from Augustin Canapino, basically telling his teammate effectively, just so you know, I am going to send it on you going down into the Le Mans chicane. I was wondering why he was flashing his lights. We got an answer very quickly there as he blasted his way past the number 1 car, currently driven by Alessandro Bico. By the way, I'm just going to give you a 4-minute now. 4-minute warning or 5-minute warning, however long it'll be. Really 7, I guess, in game. We're going to dump Ewan out of the booth very soon, don't worry. We will also be switching over again on YouTube. Your warning is that we'll be moving over to part 4 of the stream to do the final 6 hours of the race, so be ready for it. Jump over to not miss a thing, not just in the race, but also not in the excellent commentary that me and Ewan have been putting on, and me and Cam will be putting on for the next couple of hours.
Excellent waffling, I think, is the...
Who was it who said earlier you're fluent in Japanese? Which I thought was hilarious because obviously we're all yapping on this broadcast. I thought that was a top tier quote. I think it might have been Paddy Wolf, wasn't it?
I don't know, but we are at that stage of the race where midnight commentary is happening, even if it's not midnight anymore. It's still very much the morning. It's 24-hour race commentary, isn't it? And yeah, it's part of the race, part of what we do. Although I've got to say, for the night stage of a 24-hour race, it's been pretty interesting, really. There's been plenty of stuff to watch, plenty of stuff to talk about in terms of what we might see throughout the final 6 hours, and plenty of stuff for other people to enjoy when I'm not here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna enjoy it a lot more. That's for sure. Mostly because I can talk to someone about the Forest score, have a great time. Their potential in the Prem and the Championship. So horrible. Right, you've got a couple of minutes left to go. Who's winning?
The Premier League. The race. I guess the race.
I'm going to go with, it's slightly obvious, isn't it? But I think the race leaders in all three are going to win the race over, at the end in 6 hours' time in their respective classes. It's going to be difficult to close any sort of gap at this point, especially with ones that are going up to 16 seconds at this stage. That's more than 2 seconds an hour in LMP2. So I think WSR Esports are going to take that one, although it's still going to be interesting to the end. Will this Williams car hang on? I think so. I don't think they'll be worried about Coanda anymore. I think it's mainly a worry about each other, and maybe Drago Racing, who are just beginning to catch slightly. Dominic Hoffman took 8/10 of a second out of Matt Farrow on that last lap. Maybe they've got something to say as well.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we've got a lot more to talk about throughout the next 6 hours. The final portion of this race. Williams Esports place seat leading now by 9 seconds. Ox Esports onto the pit lane. By the way, obviously quite a few laps down. Still a team Redline 1 and 2 yet to stop from the GTD first and second place. Because we know Stormforce ART should really take over second in class. And it's still WSR Esports butt kicker leading in LMP2. Ewan, we're going to let you go. We're going to bin you off out of here. Good day, good night. Off he goes for a nap because he doesn't care about the end of the race because he's not on. As we welcome back in Comrade Modger. It's Cam. He's here. Hello.
You're right, Lulu McGlad.
I'm glad. I'm surprised you're awake. West.
Oh, shots fired.
Yeah, I know what your wake up call is like.
Yeah, I mean, these early morning stints are. I mean, I said I got the short straw when the schedule came out, but actually, in hindsight, Ewan did get a pretty rough run of it, doing pretty much the full night stint on the European time zone. But I'm sure he loves it.
I did get told by Ewan in our little comms chat that you didn't have the loudest alarm.
Well, apparently not. Maybe this is part of the reason.
I don't think I can read what he put as to what your alarm was like.
Well, so the first day, basically the long story short is me and Ewan shared a hotel at an event last weekend or 2 weekends ago, and first day I set the alarm, and literally he did not budge. He absolutely did not budge as 2 Redline cars come into the pit lane. I literally had to slap him to wake him up, almost kind of thing. So the next day I was like, right, I'm putting on the alarm. Oh my god, it was like some sort of siren going off in the room. I was like, what on earth is going on? And then Ewan literally bolt upright straight away. Unbelievable. So yeah, his alarm was probably 10 times louder than mine.
He said that your alarm was the same as flicking a tin of beans.
Yeah, I don't. Is that some northern thing that I don't understand?
Know. I've never had that before. But I mean, you never know. It could be another. He just said it's quiet, isn't it? To be fair, Ewan can't really say too much when it comes to oversleeping alarms, considering I had to burst into his room at 11 o'clock in the morning to wake him up before he missed his flight.
That was a good one. And the only reason is because his door wasn't shut because it was broken in the hotel.
Yeah, that was
unbelievable.
Classic. As the race continues on, we're not going to go into that whole story because otherwise we're just going to get into we're into trouble. To be honest, and we're already running on quite a fine line. So it's just 6 hours left to go. Once again, another reminder. This is the last one, I promise. Another reminder: if you are watching on YouTube, get ready to move over. It might even be ready now to jump over into part 4 of the streams, hours 17 to 24. You missed it earlier on, Cam, but with 8 hours left to go in the race, we were discussing how much had been in the race. Ewan said 14 hours. I might have laughed a little bit.
You're making me do some quick maths. Well, it's 16, isn't it?
It would have been 16. Yeah, he said 14 hours. I was like,
yeah, to be fair, he was running on no sleep at that point.
He woke up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, he slept. Oh, he did it that way round.
He slept in quite late.
I probably would have had a nap before, like in the evening.
Yeah, I agree. But no, he slept in late because why not just completely ruin your sleep schedule? That's what they all say, isn't it?
Ewan does loads of these like 1 a.m.
That's
2 a.m.
so true.
American time zone commentaries anyway, so I didn't feel too bad for him when the comm schedule came out, to be honest. Although the stark reality is that's quite a difficult one on our time zone.
That's true. He probably opened up that schedule and went, oh no. But he's done well now, and so well done to Ewan O'Leary, as we'll let him go. 6 hours left to go here in Daytona. Of course, the first VCO Grand Slam of 2024. As we tick over that mark, 1 quarter left to go in the race. Again, YouTube part 4. I said it was going to be my last call, but now I'm going to. It's a sneaky last one. Part 4. Get over there. If you're on Twitch, don't have to do anything. Sit back and watch and enjoy. To give you a quick rundown, we'll do the top 5 of each of the categories. Williams Esports Play Seat currently leading. Agustin Canapino behind the wheel after some incredible stints earlier on in the race. The Brorange Beast is leading. Matt Farrow behind, and obviously about 8 and a bit seconds back as we get Dom Hoffman in the Drago Racing GTP. Behind, of course, that is VRS Coanda and the Apex Racing team, the 98 that's presently being driven by Pete Berryman. The cars that are running in the top 5 in the GTP category.